This is Audible.
Drama Detective, A Nicky and Noah Mystery, Nicky and Noah Mysteries, Volume 5. Written by Joe Cosentino. Narrated by Griswold Adams. Chapter 1. The Victorian lamppost-lined London street was forebodingly dark. Prostitutes in low-cut, shabby dresses dug their heels into the dirty gray pavement. A heavy-set man in an expensive suit signaled to an older, small man with a knowing grin. The jeweler locked up his shop and hurried down the street. One of the prostitutes raised a dagger to the jeweler's throat, grabbed his bag, and disappeared into a smoky alley as the prostitute transformed into a well-dressed man with a long nose and beady eyes. Another prostitute screamed. The inspector and his men hurried onto the street. Suddenly, a honky-tonk piano introduction led each of them to face front and belt out, "Acting Butch on Baker Street," a rousing opening number featuring spinning members of the underworld and a Scotland Yard kick line. At the conclusion of the number, everyone ended with a frozen smile, looking like a pack of right-wing politicians entering a ghetto. "Good energy, everyone. Let's take a 10-minute break," I called out from my front-row center seat in the audience. I'm Nicky Abundanza, Associate Professor of Directing at Tree Meadow College, a quaint college in Vermont named after its benefactors, couple Harold Tree and Jacob Meadow, or, as we call them, Tree Meadows Adam and Steve. Since you can't see me, I'll tell you I'm tall, pretty muscular, courtesy of Tree Meadows Jim and my insomnia, with dark hair, green eyes, and a Roman nose. If you've read my other 4 stories, you know I generally wear a dress shirt, blazer, and slacks. You'll also know that murder is on the menu, as are an assortment of characters, and I mean characters, suspects and victims, as I try to figure out who done it. So let's get the game afoot. Speaking of afoot, you newcomers should know another little tidbit of information. Well, not so little, actually. I'm referring to my penis. It would make a porn star blush. My nickname in the gym locker room back home in Kansas was Donkey Donza. Yes, I'm from Kansas, a true friend of Dorothy's. Back to the story. Since it's summertime, our cozy New England campus is full of multicolored flowers, babbling brooks, warm sunshine, and peace and quiet. So quiet that my department head and best friend, Martin Anderson, professor of theater management, decided to transform our college theater into a professional summer stock venue for the tryout of a new Sherlock Holmes Broadway-bound musical. True to Martin's nature, he also took on a role in the play, Langdale Pike, Society Informer. Martin, short, thin, bald, and somewhere between 70 and 6 feet under, stood downstage center, meaning closest to the audience for you non-thespians, in his Victorian gray suit. "Nicky, do you think I should act more like a gossip in the opening number?" "You couldn't act more like a gossip if 20 closet gay actors from Hollywood left their beards and asked you for advice on whom to date," Martin's husband said, sitting third row, house left. I'll explain. Though Martin is a terrific department head and professor, his brainstorms generally end up as headaches for Martin's long-suffering spouse, Reuben Markinson, who Martin convinced to be our show's producer. To raise needed funds for this venture, Reuben, the CEO of a gay rights organization, interviewed Broadway chorus boys about their peccadillos and then hit up anti-gay Republican legislators to buy shares of the show, and their silence. Next, we held auditions in New York City and found our cast. When our budget had been spent, Reuben, having been bitten by the acting bug in our previous capers, agreed to be understudy for one of the characters in the show, Porky Johnson, agent in the criminal underworld. The rest of the understudies, including yours truly understudying Sherlock Holmes, as well as the ensemble designers and technical crews, all came from our college population, including the kids whose parents didn't want them loafing around at home over the summer. Like all of us who love Martin, Reuben is well aware of Martin's inquisitive nature. Reuben called out to his husband, "Martin, you and gossip go together like an HMO customer service representative and the words 'not covered.'" "No comments from the peanut gallery," Martin replied from the stage. Reuben glared over the laptop on his knees. "Don't make me fire you, Martin." "You try, and I'll bring you up on charges with equity." "Touché, Martin." Reuben blew him a mime kiss. Martin caught it and placed it against his heart. The true sanctity of marriage. Speaking of marriage, my handsome, kind, and sweet husband, assistant professor of acting Noah Oliver, entered the theater house looking good enough to eat in his chocolate-colored Victorian three-piece suit. Noah's long blonde hair, crystal blue eyes, and slim frame made him a delectable Dr. John Watson. Sitting next to me, as usual, Noah thought only of others. "Have you eaten dinner, Nicky?" I ate a turkey on whole wheat sandwich while we did the lighting cue-to-cue rehearsal. Or maybe I was just thinking about the show being a turkey. Noah put his arm around my shoulder and kissed my cheek. It felt warm and comforting, like home. "Nicky, as the Tech Week saying goes, take one nervous breakdown at a time." "Dad's right. Hang loose, Pop," said our son to Avi sitting at my other side. When lecherous stage mothers flooded our New York City auditions with children who made Rosemary's Baby look like an angel, I became Papa Rose and cast our newly adopted 8-year-old son, Ta'avi Pakule, as a Baker Street irregular. Hailing originally from Hawaii, Ta'avi shot me the "hang loose" sign, which made me giggle since Ta'avi wore Dodger blue knickers, long socks, a shirt, vest, and cap. Ta'avi said, "The show is gonna be great." "And you're terrific in your role." Noah beamed like an agent with a client nominated for an Oscar. Ta'avi gazed at the stage as if it were heaven. "Being on stage is such a high." "The acting bug has bitten." "I'm glad you're having a good time, Ta'avi." "But the best thing about being in a play is spending so much time with you and Dad." Ta'avi put his little arms around me. Noah and I smiled at each other, both blinking back tears. "I love you guys more each day." If Ta'avi doesn't make it as an actor, he can be a politician. Suddenly, student designers of the sets, props, costumes, lighting, and sound flooded around me like ants at a clumsy man's picnic. They screamed like the victim of a chain gang attack. So Noah lined them up one by one, and then I answered their questions as Noah took Ta'avi off to the bathroom. When the crowd had dispersed like environmentalists at a fracking site, Corey Sundance, our stage manager, called the break over, and the actors shuffled back on stage like horses in an old Western movie. Corey, sitting at the stage manager's console off stage left, is 22 with ginger hair, turquoise eyes, and a lean, very cut body. After graduating from Tree Meadow as a theater major, Corey starred in a low-budget NC-13 indie film that made his naked backside a favorite computer screensaver upload. Unfortunately, the buck stopped there. Literally. So Corey auditioned for us and flew into a bad boy tantrum like his movie character when I didn't cast him in our show. After I calmed him down, he took on the job of stage manager and understudy for Inspector Lestrade, because, as he said like a true theater professional, "I gotta be part of this show, dude." I'm sure you're wondering where we found a musical version of Sherlock Holmes. When word got out about town that we were looking for a property to produce, Mark Melody, whose musical based on Dracula, You Suck, had crowned him the Prince of Off-Broadway, sought us out. Mark offered his latest all-sung musical script, Is Holmes a Homo?, as well as his services as musical director and understudy for Martin's role of Langdale Pike, for a percentage of the show instead of a salary. Since the show was funny, if not inspired, and more importantly the price was right, Reuben signed us up for the tryout at Tree Meadow. Try saying that 3 times fast. I turned around to face Mark sitting behind me. Please work with the cast to clean up the harmonies in the opening number before every dog in Vermont is at our stage door. I know, Mark replied with a groan. This is fast becoming the little show of horrors. Mark, at 30, tall, dark-skinned, and thin, rose from his seat. I think I can. I think I can. As you musical theater-savvy folks can see, and I bet there are quite a few of you, Mark talks in Broadway musicals. Wanna guess his sexual orientation? When Mark was in the orchestra pit looking up at the singers, I use the term singers broadly. Corey called out to him from the stage manager console in the wing. Showing some skin might help the number. Mark's face lit up like a jack-o'-lantern at a bomb site. Nicky, can we replace the opening number with You Gotta Have a Gimmick from Gypsy? No, I called out to the theater ether. Mark shrugged, sat behind the synthesizer, and got to work with the cast. I noticed Harvey Snigger, Porky Johnson, on stage approaching my pal Martin, Langdale Pike, to rehearse their dance in the opening number. Harvey is a chubby, balding, round-faced sitcom star who came to us seeking a legitimate theater credit. With visions of couch potatoes laying down their potato chips and cash at top-ticket prices for a look at Harvey in the flesh, Reuben as producer signed Harvey up to play the agent in London's criminal underworld. After a bit of their rehearsal, Harvey placed his hand on his hip, did a double-take, and shook his jowls like a turkey in November. This was a familiar gesture for fans of Harvey's sitcom, Dumb It Down for Dad. Martin, did you leave your 2 right feet at home? I am a consummate dancer, having studied dance throughout my college years, tap, ballet, jazz, and modern. Martin demonstrated a bit of each. I didn't know the Pilgrims did those dances. Harvey grinned, clearly waiting for a laugh track. Martin looked like a lion facing a kitten. I am a triple threat. I sing, dance, and act. Yes, and you do them all badly. Harvey began sniffing like a bloodhound in an opium den. Since Harvey had also been sniffing during the opening number in the show, Martin screamed, Will you stop that infernal sniffing? I addressed my brother, who was standing under a box seat nearby. Tony, can you make Martin and Harvey's tango look less like wrestling and more like dancing? Since my brother Tony was visiting us from Kansas, he agreed to tap, no pun intended, into his dancing lessons as a kid and choreograph the show for us, as well as understudy his favorite Sherlock Holmes character, Professor Moriarty. Again, the price was right. Tony looks very much like me, only younger, as he never lets me forget. My straight brother, sans wife and 2 daughters back in Kansas, straightened his tight jeans and white T-shirt, which showed off his bulging pecs, sculpted biceps, and washboard abs. And I thought working in the bakery back home with Mama and Papa was hard. Dance for your supper, Tony. Tony replied, Been there, done that. Have you eaten? I asked him. Noah drove to a local restaurant and brought back chicken cordon bleu, asparagus tips, and scalloped potatoes for Ta'avi himself and me. And I ate a turkey sandwich? The way you've been working me, bro, thank goodness for Noah's local tours. Noah's local tours? When Noah, Ta'avi, and I weren't needed at rehearsals, we paddle-boated on a lake, careened down a slide on a mountain, visited a maritime museum, ate at an amazing seafood restaurant, and tasted 38 different flavors at an ice cream factory tour. Sorry to miss the fun. Tony's eyes lit up like flashpots. You've got an amazing husband, bro. He leapt onto the stage, executing a dance move that would make a TV dance contest winner envious. While Mark and Tony rehearsed with the cast on stage, I joined Noah and Ta'avi sitting house left, playing a computer game on Ruben's laptop. Where's Ruben? In Martin's office, talking to the show's advertising manager, Noah replied, focused on the game. Sitting in the row in front of them, I asked, Who's winning? I am, Ta'avi proclaimed, making the champ sign. It's a game about Hawaii, Noah explained. Do you miss your old home? I asked our son. Ta'avi stopped playing the game. He looked as frightened as a right-wing politician after a large voter turnout. I don't want to go back to Hawaii. I like living here with you and Dad. Please, can I stay with you guys? Of course. I cupped his cheek. Your home is with us now. Noah added, and we'd have it no other way. Me too. Ta'avi breathed a sigh of relief, then winked. Especially now that school is over for the summer, and I'm a lesbian. That's thespian, Noah said. Did Ta'avi finish his dinner? I asked Noah. Focusing back on the game, Noah replied, Sure. You know how he loves Benny's restaurant. I'm glad everyone had such a nice meal. That caught Noah's attention. I asked you if you wanted anything, and you waved me away. I was directing the show, which you are doing admirably. Noah kissed one of my long sideburns. As his hair grazed my cheek, I smelled strawberries and chicken cordon bleu. I played the martyr. Martin brought me a sandwich from the diner, without lettuce, or tomato, or the olive oil mayonnaise I like so much. Nicky, do you want me to drive to Benny's and pick up dinner for you? Noah asked. Tony appeared out of breath and sat next to Noah. Is this guy whining about dinner when we have so much more work to do on the show? Noah lit up like a bonfire. Did you like the chicken cordon bleu, Tony? I loved it. Tony mussed Noah's hair. Noah seemed to enjoy it. Then Tony did the same to Ta'avi and asked him, Are we taking your dad away from the game? Ta'avi grinned like the Cheshire Cat. No problem, Uncle Tony. The diversion is helping me win. Tony laughed. Diversion? I didn't know that word when I was 8 years old. As I recall, you didn't know too many words except, Can I have your allowance, bro? Dad taught me a lot of words, Ta'avi responded. We do vocabulary lessons before bed each night, Noah said. Tony put his arms around Noah. I felt like Tony and I were kids again, and Tony was borrowing my favorite sweater without asking. You're an amazing father, Noah. And I'm Daddy Dearest? Noah's rosy cheeks grew rosier. And you're a terrific uncle, Tony. Yeah, thanks for finding the game on Ruben's computer, Ta'avi said. And the apple popovers you made for breakfast were amazing, Tony, Noah said. I ate 2 of them, Ta'avi added. No wonder I didn't get any. Tony rested a hand on Noah's shoulder. I made them for my favorite brother-in-law. He winked at Ta'avi. And my favorite nephew. Since clearly 4 was a crowd, and Tony and Mark had finished rehearsing the opening number, I moved back to my seat front and center. I opened the bag at my feet and downed some vitamin C, vitamin E, selenium, zinc, turmeric, and L-theanine with apple juice for energy. After calling for the actors' attention on stage, I rose and attempted to give a few acting notes to London's West End theater actor Trevor Worth, our diabolical Professor Moriarty, and professional wrestler seeking a legitimate theater credit Bruno Locho as Scotland Yard's dim-witted, not much of an acting challenge, Inspector Lestrade. Standing center stage, Trevor wore a long black coat, and Bruno sported a wrinkled umber-colored suit. Trevor, when you take off the prostitute costume on stage in the opening number to reveal yourself as Professor Moriarty, the jewel thief, stand more at stage left so you're in the shadows. The tall, thin, 60-year-old actor sprouted lines on his face like marijuana in a teenager's window garden. His natural British accent compounded like a televangelist mansion during a television pledge drive as he said, Have I told you that I have played this role of Moriarty in 18 different Sherlock Holmes productions? more times than a closet gay actor tells the press he's too busy working to date. Trevor flicked back his long, thin, shoe-polished black hair and looked down his longer and thinner nose at me. "And did I also mention the production spanned 6 countries?" Bad news travels fast. "I've read your resume, Trevor. And as the rest of the company knows, I will be starring as the title character in next season's Broadway play aptly titled Moriarty, produced by the legendary Tom Rary." "Trevor, what's your point?" "My point, Mr. Director, is that nobody knows the role of Professor Moriarty better than I. And Professor Moriarty would never change disguises in the dark. He would proudly switch personas where everyone can see him, and then disappear." "I got a problem with that." I rested my elbows on my knees. "What's your problem, Bruno?" The wrestling star sucked in enough breath to expand his already expansive nose and chest. "Instead of Moriarty running away, me and him should go at it." "Go at it?" I asked like a sailor walking the plank. "Yeah, Moriarty versus Lestrade in the ring." Bruno's dark eyes lifted to his bald head. "The ad for the show can go like, Lestrade and Moriarty shoot off head to head." Sounds more like an ad for a gay porn film to me. Harvey Snigger, Porky Johnson, stood stage left with his hand on his ample hip, did a double take, and shook his jowls back and forth as if on the small screen. "Wrestling? Really, Bruno? My TVQ is on the line with this show. I won't be party to a phony wrestling match." "Phony?" Bruno advanced on Harvey. "I leaped off the ropes and squashed guys double your size." "Then dumb it down for Dad clobbered wrestling in the TV ratings," Harvey replied with a sniff. Bruno ripped off his tie and jacket. The shirt came next. "Let's see how easily I can clobber you." Harvey sniffed like a rabbit in a genetically modified carrot garden. Bruno prepared for attack. "And will you stop that annoying sniffing?" Before real blood was shed on stage, I asked for the technical rehearsal to resume with the next song, where the famous Holmes, having just solved a case in Africa, flies in a helicopter over the heads of the audience. Corey called the cue from the stage manager's console off stage. Reminiscent of that infamous tragedy at the Booth Theater, the helicopter descended from the ceiling and crashed into a box seat. As the cast and crew shrieked, the helicopter's tail rotor flew off smack into Harvey Snigger standing on stage. While student technicians rescued the helicopter with our Sherlock Holmes trapped inside but unscathed, I called for another break. Thankfully unharmed, except for his ego, Harvey stormed off stage into the wing, shaking the rotor with his chubby fist at young Corey Sundance. "What kind of stage manager are you? You nearly got me killed." My ex-student slid down in his chair. "Not my fault, dude." Harvey snorted like a pig staring at a truckload of bacon. "Over the entire course of our rehearsals, I haven't seen one positive attribute of yours." Check out his butt on the internet. "In the world of television, you'd be fired before the first commercial break," Harvey shouted in Corey's face. "This isn't the battle scene in Les Mis. Leave the kid alone." Our author and musical director appeared at Corey's side. Harvey snarled like a conservative politician at a lecture on global warming. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Mark Melody answered, "A chubby little guy who gets angry and turns greener than Elphaba in Wicked and does double takes and jowl rolls on a sitcom that would insult the intelligence of a teenager with an IQ of 10 who is hooked on crack." Harvey did, in fact, turn green, do a double take, and shake his jowls. Then he stampeded down stage center and flailed his fatty arms at Reuben and me. "Producer, director, if these two amateurs aren't fired immediately, it's roll the credits and show's over for me, meaning you can kiss the TV audience goodbye." He sniffed wildly. At that moment, the helicopter finally landed on stage, knocking Harvey to the ground. Harvey rose in a rage and ran off stage, vowing to post all about the incident to his television fans on social media. Undaunted, our Sherlock Holmes departed the wobbly helicopter. Richard Richardson, 40 years old, tall, broad-shouldered, with wavy dark hair and striking features, posed center stage in his Persian blue trench coat. He modeled his famous hat with his hand on his pipe, anticipating entrance applause. The ensemble entered from the wings and danced around him merrily as they sang, "Hello, Sherlock," ending the first verse with a kick line. Let me explain about our star. Since we needed a Broadway box office name, a good deal of our show's budget was spent hiring Richard Richardson of the theater's Royal Richardson family. Richard's grandparents and parents were Broadway legends. At 40 years old, Richard was determined to carry on the Richardson legacy, whether the audiences liked it or not. With an ego the size of a priest's stable of altar boys, Richard sang his solo part of the number like an opera star performing a 4-octave range soliloquy. The song concluded with thunderous applause, especially by Richard. Then he pointed dramatically at Harvey, who had entered a tad too soon during the last line of the song. "This bag of shtick, who calls himself an actor, blocked my light during my solo." Harvey faced him like a bull meeting a matador dipped in red paint. "I was standing where Nicky had blocked me to be, to welcome Sherlock Holmes's return." "But did you have to do a double take, wiggle your jowls, and wink at the audience? I was waiting for you to spray seltzer down your pants and throw a pie in my face." "Don't tempt me." Richard met him nose to nose. "My lineage is theatrical royalty. Do you know who my father is?" Harvey snickered. "Yeah, a has-been doing regional theater in Rockford, Illinois, whose son auditioned for my sitcom role and was laughed out of the casting director's office." "I got a call back." "Only so the casting director could let the producers in on the joke." Richard's face turned scarlet. "May I remind you that I am the winner of 3 Tony Awards?" Harvey sniffed like a pig in a perfume factory. "And nobody knows who the hell you are, but I'm a household name." Richard sneered. "Yes, like toilet paper. So go sniff some. Used." "Richard, Harvey, can we save the theatrics for the show?" I rubbed my aching forehead. "Corey, let's move on to the next scene." "You haven't heard the last of this, Richardson," Harvey mumbled. Richard shouted, "Project, Snigger! That's something you don't need to do on television, but it is essential in the legitimate theater." "You're about as legitimate as a televangelist tax-exempt status," Harvey screamed. "Did you hear that, Richardson?" Richard replied, "I heard it, but I couldn't understand it due to your sloppy diction, so prevalent with television and film actors." "How's this for clear diction?" Harvey sucked in air from his toes to his bald head. "Kiss my ass, you peppered ham!" Richard started for Harvey, but stopped in his tracks as Corey called to the cue and the street set pieces flew out while Sherlock Holmes's apartment set pieces wheeled in, knocking over 4 students in the ensemble. When the cast and crew members were found, thankfully unharmed, I exhaled as Harvey exited. Richard, accompanied by spiraling colored lighting effects, snorted cocaine, white talcum powder, as he bellowed his solo. "Just a spoonful of sugar." Then he executed a hat and cane dance break, courtesy of my brother Tony's choreography. The song ended with Richard extending his arms and belting out the final verse, "Wipe that sad look off your face. Sherlock Holmes can solve any case. Victims come to me with their woes, and I stick white powder up my nose." The second half of the famous Broadway couple, Richardson's wife, Delilah Dream, sat next to me in a burgundy Victorian house dress in her role as Mrs. Hudson, Holmes's landlady. "Isn't he wonderful?" She smiled at Richard, as if gazing at the Mona Lisa. I tried to be diplomatic. He certainly enjoys taking stage. "We've done 14 plays together," Delilah said, like the First Lady of the American theater. "He gets better in each performance." "I hope he gets better in this one soon."
You might think Richard difficult.
As difficult as a bleeding hemorrhoid. She pressed a loose lock of auburn hair back into the bun at the nape of her neck.
But Richard justifiably loses patience with people like Harvey Snigger and Bruno Locho, who don't appreciate a fine performance.
Richard's giving a performance, all right?
Nicky, may I be honest with you?
I nodded. A first in the theater.
Though he is an amazing actor, I know Richard isn't an amazing human being. We've had our shares of battles in our marriage.
A tear stained her eyelid.
I've even threatened to leave him.
She clasped her hands to her heart.
But alas, my Catholic beliefs have kept me at Richard's side. And do you know something, Nicky? Deep down inside, I'm grateful for that.
As if channeling Scarlett O'Hara at Tara's burning, she added,
Because underneath all the bravado, Richard is an honest, decent man who I have loved throughout the 14 years of our marriage.
One for each play. Delilah took my hand.
Nicky, you won't believe this, but I'm turning 30 years old next month.
You're right. I don't believe it.
After all these years, I would still kill for that man.
Before Delilah broke out into a verse of, As long as he needs me from Oliver, my Oliver, Noah Oliver, entered the stage, and the play picked up, as did other things. Hence my tightening pants. Looking adorable in his Dr. Watson suit and hat, he paid a visit to welcome home his dear old friend. As Holmes and Watson shared a long handshake, their eyes met, and the lights changed to bright lime. Actually, it was supposed to be deep scarlet, as I wrote on my notepad. Holmes and Watson, realizing absence makes the heart grow fonder, performed their romantic duet, Suddenly Sherlock. I was dismayed to find Richard and Noah had as much sexual chemistry as a Mormon with only one wife. The song concluded like a hand grenade in quicksand. With the show opening in just a few days, I bounded on stage and sang a stanza as Holmes to demonstrate Holmes's passion for Watson. It didn't take much acting for Noah to sing to me of his love and devotion. Following my lead, Tony demonstrated for Richard by coming up on stage, taking Noah in his arms, and partnering him in the dance. Watching, I couldn't help noticing Noah's affection for Tony. I convinced myself it was Noah using the acting technique of substitution, meaning seeing me, not Tony, as Sherlock Holmes, the man he loved. But if Noah is using substitution for feelings of love with Tony, why didn't he use that with Richard? At the conclusion of the dance, Noah and Tony gazed into each other's eyes and held on to one another like two monks at lights out in a monastery. Corey called for a union-required break. Harvey barreled toward me like a rhinoceros that had inhaled pepper spray.
I need to speak with you.
Feeling like a kid called to the principal's office, I followed Harvey off stage, through the house where the audience sits, and out into the lobby. We sat on a brocade maroon window seat tucked inside a turret. Outside the glass wall behind us, the sun was setting over the Stoic Mountains, weaving ribbons of violet, vermilion, tangerine, and viridian. Try saying that 3 times fast. That reflected in the lake. Harvey's cheeks puffed out and the lines on his forehead deepened, a familiar gesture from his always stressed, dim-witted character on his hit sitcom.
Nicky, there's a member of our company who worries me a great deal.
I had been working so hard on the show for the first month of my summer vacation from the college that I hadn't thought much about the personality conflicts among the cast and crew members. What's bothering you, Harvey? He sniffed between each word.
I overheard something backstage that makes me think we all could be in grave danger.
What is it? The lobby doors flew open, and Richard Richardson stood before us like a temple idol. I would love to lodge a complaint against this actor from the idiot box. Harvey rose like a boxer at the sound of the bell.
Not before I lodge a complaint against this theatrical dinosaur from the has-been heap.
May I remind you that I am the star of this musical?"
Harvey sniffed. "And may I remind you that my TVQ is higher than a corrupt businessman with 3 divorces who is a pathological liar and controlled by Russia?"
I sank into my seat with my head in my hands. Help came from an angel of mercy. Noah entered the lobby and wrapped his arms around Harvey and Richard. "Complaints are filed with the equity deputy. Martin is waiting inside the theater to hear everything you both have to say," which Martin will no doubt devour like the leader of a sewing circle with a new member who is a sexaholic. Richard raised a backhand to his forehead, sighed, and stormed into the theater. Harvey did a double-take, shook his jowls back and forth, and followed. Noah sat next to me and rested my head on his shoulder. "Remember the theater mantra? Tech Week is called Tech Week because it's technically only a week long." I kissed Noah's smooth neck and tasted vanilla. Whoever thought up the concept of summer stock at Tree Meadow anyway? Martin and Reuben, our best friends. Is it too late to unfriend them? Nicky, this isn't social media. It's real life. No, it's more like a nightmare. I rubbed my tired eyes. I feel like the captain of the Titanic. Nicky, the script is fun, the music is catchy, and the actors all fit their roles well. Ta'avi is having the time of his life, and the director is incredibly creative, patient, and sexy. We'll be just fine. He kissed my long sideburn. And I'll massage all your worries away tonight in bed. That caught my attention. All my worries? Even the big one? Especially the big one. We shared a long, amorous kiss as I thought about what we'd be sharing later that night. Back in director mode, I asked, "Do you really think the show's staging is good?" "It's perfect, like my husband." Noah kissed my other sideburn. "And Mark's musical direction and Tony's choreography are top-notch." Speaking of my brother, I was worried when he emailed me about his visit, but you two seem to have hit it off. Noah's handsome face filled with sunshine. "It's been wonderful getting to know your brother. He's so much like you in some ways, and in other ways he's even more younger, sexier, sensitive." My brother? Behind all the muscles, sarcasm, and tough guy talk is a sweet, lonely guy who seems to spend a great deal of time with my husband. I said begrudgingly, "He is a good choreographer for a straight guy." Noah said, "And he works really well with the cast. Especially you." "I love Tony," Noah added quickly, "because he's your brother." Trying to forget about Tony and Noah, I asked, "Do you like the other cast members?" Always the diplomat, Noah replied, "They're all terrific in the show." I groaned. "Have you heard Trevor Worth played Professor Moriarty 18 times? "Yes, 18 times. Noah's luscious dimples appeared. "Have you heard that Harvey Snigger's TVQ popularity is at stake with this show?" "More times than an altar boy kneels in front of a priest." Noah and I laughed wickedly. I kissed his cheek. What a troupe we have on this show. Bruno Lucho threatening to wrestle everyone, Mark Melody speaking in musical theater-ese, Richard's wife, Delilah Dream, telling me she's 29 years old. Noah's eyes widened. "She said that?" I nodded. 29 centuries is more like it. "They're not so bad, just insecure actors who need their egos fed." I winked at him. "Do you need your ego fed, Noah?" "You feed my every need, Nicky." We kissed again. I was lost in Noah's warm embrace, and I forgot about the show. For a moment. Then, running a shaking hand through my frazzled hair, I said, "What do you think about our ex-student, Corey Sundance?" "I know Corey has been a bit short with some people, and he's made some mistakes as stage manager, but I'm proud of our graduate and his talent." "Which is plastered all over the internet," I said. As if on cue, Corey slouched through the lobby double doors with Mark Melody at his heels. Corey's blue and white striped polo shirt and tight jeans showed off his muscles. His cheeks were as red as his hair as he said, "I can take care of myself, Mark." In his black sweatshirt and slacks, Mark looked more like a stagehand than the author. "Christine in Phantom said she could take care of herself before she was abducted, and look what happened to her." She went on a theme park boat ride. Corey and Mark stopped at a large sofa in a corner of the lobby as Corey said, "Look, dude, I grew up in foster care. I survived 22 years without parents. I don't need one now." Mark seemed hurt. "I didn't sing Kids from Bye Bye Birdie to you. All I did was ask Harvey to lay off you." "Well, don't. Nobody takes care of me but me." Mark blinked back tears. "Doesn't that get lonely?" "What?" "Building a wall around yourself, hiding your feelings, not getting to know the real you like in the song I Am My Own Best Friend in Chicago?" "You don't know me." "I agree, but I'd like to be your friend." "You don't want to be friends with me." "Why not? Is Grease your favorite musical?" Corey rested his hands in his head. "I don't deserve to have a friend." "Everybody deserves to have a friend." Mark sat on the sofa and rested Corey down next to him. "You seem like a good person to me, Corey. As good as Maria von Trapp in The Sound of Music." Corey whispered, as I strained my ears to listen, "I did something bad, dude. Something really bad." "I don't believe it." Corey's gaze seemed haunted. "Believe it." Mark thought a moment, and then said, "Were you backed into a corner like Jean Valjean in Les Mis?" Corey slid to the edge of his seat. "Look, you're a nice guy, Mark, but you don't want to get involved with me." "Is it because I'm so old?" 30 is old? "Or is it because you're a big movie star and I'm a musical theater geek?" Corey laughed with melancholy. "I did one indie film where my naked backside got more film time than my face." "I don't care about that, and I don't believe you're a bad person." Mark took his hand. "Please, can we be friends?" His face lit up like a right-wing politician at a Super PAC fundraiser. "Hey, let's go back to the synthesizer and sing Friendship from Anything Goes." Corey shook his head from side to side, and flashes of auburn flew around his face. "For your own good, don't get involved with me, dude. I mean it." He headed back into the theater. Mark noticed Noah and me and headed over to us like a puppy with his tail caught between his legs. "Did you hear all that?" I stammered, No, not at all. We were talking about how great the show is going." Mark sat on the other side of me. "You heard every word, didn't you?" Noah and I nodded. "I'm sure you think I'm a fool, but I'm not giving up," Mark explained. "Like the song in South Pacific, I've always been a cockeyed optimist." No pun intended. Mark said, "Corey's a good guy. I can tell. He's just hurting about something. I wish I could help him." Noah patted his shoulder. Corey was a pensive student when he studied at Tree Meadow. I sensed he was struggling with something. I remember an activity I did with my acting students where they had to use emotional recall to remember a sad event in their lives. Corey burst into tears in class. "Why is he so unhappy?" Mark asked. Noah shrugged. I asked him, and he wouldn't tell me. Cutting to the chase a la Martin, I said, "Mark, do you have feelings for Corey?" Mark's eyes rolled around in his head. "Nicky, a guy as gorgeous and sexy as Corey would never be interested in someone like me." "Don't put yourself down, Mark," Noah added. "You're handsome, sweet, and talented. As a matter of fact, you remind me of my sweet Noah, Nicky's brother Tony." "Why didn't I drown Tony in our pool when we were kids?" "But I'm ancient, 8 years older than Corey," Mark said. "That's all right," Nicky's 7 years older than me, Noah explained. Speak up, Sonny. I can't hear you. Unable to hear any more about my sexy brother and my ripe old age, I said, Mark, I didn't ask you if Corey likes you. I asked if you have feelings for him. I've known Corey only a short time, but I already like him very much, and it pains me to see him so hurt and depressed. Mark's face dropped like a movie star's at 40. You guys must think I'm as foolish as Don Quixote fantasizing about his Dulcinea in Man of La Mancha. Noah smiled like a guardian angel. Don't ever be ashamed of caring about someone, Mark. It's a noble thing for us to love, even if that love isn't returned. I added, and if it's meant to be with you and Corey, it will be. Rising, I said, in the meantime, we have a show to open in just a few days. Mark nodded, and the three of us headed back inside the theater. We found Corey standing in the back of the house, staring longingly at Richard Richardson, who was sitting in the back row opposite his wife, Delilah Dream. During the rehearsals, I had noticed Corey gazing at Richard. Okay, I know what you're wondering. As is the case with most actors, there were rumors about Richard Richardson being gay. But I hadn't found any evidence to support the speculations, especially since Richard seemed to show no interest in Corey. However, Corey definitely seemed interested in Richard. Mark clearly noticed it too, since he looked at me with tears filling his dark eyes. And then he walked somberly to his synthesizer in the pit. Noah whispered in my ear, What's up with Corey and Richard? I replied, What's up indeed? Corey tapped Richard on the shoulder and asked if he could speak to the older actor privately. Richard obliged and followed Corey to the area under one of the box seats. Just as Corey opened his mouth to speak, we heard a piercing scream from backstage. I raced to the stage left wing with Noah at my heels. Upon reaching the stage manager's console, I found one of our actresses, Adina Saeed, more on her in Chapter 2, standing over the deadly still body of Harvey Snigger, laying on the floor with his face buried in a cream pie. Harvey took his last pie in the face. Chapter 2. Our stage manager, Corey Sundance, like most young people, had his cell phone permanently attached to his fingers. So when daytime drama star Adina Saeed found sitcom star Harvey Snigger creamed, no pun intended, Corey instantly summoned for help. While Delilah Dream, our Mrs. Hudson, and Richard Richardson's wife comforted the hysterical Adina in Adina's dressing room backstage, I asked the cast and crew to sit in the theater house while I checked the body on stage. Bending down, I sniffed like a guest at a rock star's New Year's Eve party. The paramedics took Harvey out on a stretcher, and 2 police officers placed a thick yellow tape around the crime scene, this stage. Detective Jose Manuelo met me in the wing. How unusual to find you're near a dead body, Nicky. I placed my hands over my heart dramatically. Though tragic to lose one of my cast members, I am anxious to collaborate with you on another case, Detective. Manuelo's dark eyebrows rose to his dark hair. There is no collaboration. But I have evidence to... There is me, the local detective, and you, the local college theater professor, with a penchant for solving mysteries. He scratched at the belly, tightening his dark suit jacket. There is nothing to solve. One of your actors took a pie in the face at your rehearsal. He suffers from asthma. Clearly, that was the cause of his death. The detective proudly waved his phone in my face. I know this because I entered the deceased's name into the station's new research network. We also found an inhaler in Snigger's pocket. Feeling like Sherlock Holmes speaking with Inspector Lestrade, I said, Manuelo, the pie was made with whipped cream laced with a dangerous dose of ammonia and bleach. In this case, cleanliness was definitely not next to godliness. He stared at me like a woman facing an application for the priesthood. Toxicology will do some testing on the pie. I made my best Holmes pose. "And they'll see that I'm right." Manuelo groaned. "You usually are." "Was that a compliment, detective?" "Yes, but don't get all excited and start a rainbow parade downtown." "Only if you blow kisses from the first float, wearing a gold lame thong." Manuelo rubbed his wide nose. "Did I ever tell you that I don't like you?" "Many times, but as a crackerjack armchair detective, I don't believe you." "Believe. Believe." Manuelo and I shared a smile. Then he lumbered into the theater house and announced to the cast and crew, "I'm holding interviews in the lobby. One of my officers will ask you to come out. No pun intended, I am sure. One at a time. After you talk to me, you can leave." As everyone mumbled around the theater house, I checked in with Noah and Taavi at the front of house left. "Are you both all right?" Noah sighed. "You'd think I'd be accustomed to it by now, but I'm not." "Murder is dastardly business," I said like a character in a British detective novel. Taavi perked up like a dieter discovering a brownie in his salad.
"Can I help with the investigation, Pop?"
Tony appeared and wrapped his thick arms around Noah and Taavi. "After we talk to the detective, I'll get these guys home. You can stay and investigate, bro." "How convenient. I'll catch up with you later." Noah kissed my cheek. "Be careful, Nicky." I kissed him back. "Always." As I looked after my departing family, through my peripheral vision I noticed Martin and Reuben standing in the right offstage wing. I hurried over to them. "Terrible news about Harvey." Martin was stuffing a pillow under Reuben's Victorian dark blue suit jacket. "Yes, quite a shame. Was Harvey married? Was he gay or straight?" I replied, "Don't you know?" "You know I'm not one to pry into people's personal lives, Nicky." Martin somehow replied with a straight face. "Like a raccoon doesn't pry into a garbage can." Martin continued, "But I might have broached the subject with Harvey once, and as I recall, he told me he's single and straight." "That ended Martin's interest," Reuben said to Martin's elbow in Reuben's side. As Reuben's pillow became dislodged, I asked, "What are you two doing?" Reuben replied with excitement in his aging eyes, "I'm Harvey's understudy in the role of the underworld agent Porky Johnson." "We're fitting Reuben into his costume," Martin explained. "Did you at least wait until Harvey was cold before tearing off his costume?" I asked. Martin's jaw dropped to his tiny neck. "Give us more credit than that, Nicky. This is a duplicate costume for the understudy." "That's me." Reuben licked his fingers, ran them through his receded salt and pepper hairline, and winked into a floor-length mirror. "Though, of course, I'm heartbroken about what happened to poor Harvey. As producer, it's my duty to ensure the show must go on." Martin whispered to me, "We know you'll nab the murderer, Nicky. You always do." "How did you know Harvey's death was a murder?" I asked. Martin and Reuben laughed loudly. "Nicky, someone died in one of your shows. What else can it be but murder?" Martin went back to Reuben's fitting. I headed backstage and knocked on the door of Adina's dressing room. Adina sat on the love seat with Delilah Dream sitting next to her. "Adina, are you all right?" I asked. Delilah rested the younger woman's head on her shoulder. "She's had quite a shock." The 30-year-old Middle Eastern beauty wiped her eyes with her white lace handkerchief. "Nicky, it was so horrible." Despite the handkerchief, tears slid down Adina's smooth cheeks, as they did daily on her television soap opera. I sat on the arm of the love seat and took Adina's hand. "Harvey has been taken away." "Is he?" Adina's voice broke off. "I'm afraid so," I replied. Adina burst into hysterics. "It's all right, honey." Delilah rocked her back and forth like a teething toddler. "Have you both spoken to Manuelo?" I asked. Delilah nodded.
He told us we can go, but I don't want to leave Adina.
I replied, Go back to your hotel with Richard. I'll take care of Adina.
Will you be all right?
Delilah asked Adina. The soap star nodded and wiped her face.
Thank you, Delilah.
Delilah kissed Adina's cheek.
I'll pray for you.
Thank you, Adina replied. Delilah rose and squeezed my arm.
I need to use the ladies' room.
And she was gone. Adina gazed at her reflection in the mirror on the wall.
I look a fright. Do I look a fright?
I sat next to her. You look as beautiful as ever. Her dark eyes grew in size.
Do I really?
Really. Fixated on the mirror again, the soap star said, Try saying that 3 times fast.
I think I look old. Do I look old?
Adina, you look fine. We've all been through a great shock losing Harvey.
And I was the one who found him.
She wiped her nose with her handkerchief. Taking Adina's bait, I asked, What were you doing backstage at that time? She cocked her head and placed a finger at her chin, as if posing for a close-up.
Since I wasn't needed on stage, I took a nap in my dressing room. I was going to watch from the theater house, but it gives me the willies to sit there.
Why? I can't imagine anywhere better except on stage.
At a rehearsal, Harvey told me every theater has a ghost who occupies it.
Where's Mark Melody with the title song from Phantom of the Opera when you need him? There are lots of rumors about ghosts in old theaters, but I've never actually seen one. Adina came closer.
I think I heard this theater's ghost.
When?
When I woke up from my nap.
What did you hear?
It was from the hallway. A whistling noise. Then a crash.
Probably an open window and door.
I distinctly smelled cleaning fluids.
Her eyes sparkled.
Maybe it was the ghost of a cleaning woman who made a tragic end in this theater in centuries past.
The theater was built 30 years ago.
After my nap, I was heading to the house to see if you had any notes for me. That's when I found Harvey.
Adina broke out into sobs again. Since her handkerchief was soaked, I handed her mine. Did you see anyone else backstage?
I don't think so. Wait. I passed Corey as I exited my dressing room.
Where was he going? She shrugged her petite shoulders. Did you see anyone make the cream pie? No pun intended?
No.
Did you check to see if Harvey was breathing?
Of course. He wasn't.
She wept bitterly. I tried to be diplomatic. Adina, we're all understandably upset about Harvey, but you seem especially traumatized. Did you have a close relationship with Harvey? She nodded. Care to tell me about it? Adina sighed.
I told the detective. Harvey was my brother.
I nearly fell off the love seat. But you two look nothing alike.
Do you think I'm more attractive than Harvey?
Of course. So was a turtle.
We were half-siblings. Harvey and I have had the same mother.
Why didn't you tell me this before? Adina wiped the mascara off her cheeks.
Harvey's television show is popular with right-wing viewers. He didn't want the world to know he had a half-sister, like me.
I lifted her chin with my thumb. You mean with an East Indian father? She nodded. I'm so sorry, Adina.
Me too.
The detective in me asked, Did you and your brother get along well?
We didn't see each other much. That's one of the reasons I was so happy when you cast both of us in the show.
Where's your mother?
In Beverly Hills. After my father passed away, Mom started a very successful cosmetics line. I do the television commercials.
So Mumsy's got mucho money. Did you phone her about Harvey?
I left a message.
Given what happened to your brother, are you able to continue with the show? She answered faster than a genius in a spelling bee asked to spell a one-syllable word.
Harvey would have wanted the show to go on without him. I'll continue to fulfill his wishes.
Can I drive you back to your hotel?
I'll catch up with Delilah and Richard.
Are you sure?
Yes, I need to speak to Delilah anyway. She's a good friend. Hopefully she's still in the powder room.
Adina rose.
I must look awful. Do I look awful, Nicky?
I stood next to her. You're the most beautiful woman in the show. She kissed my cheek and left. As I walked into the hallway and nonchalantly passed the women's bathroom, I accidentally heard Adina and Delilah talking. Delilah said,
Do you think he believed you?
Adina replied,
I hope so.
This can't get out.
Of course.
If people find out... No, don't turn on the water. Unable to hear anything further, I made my way back to the theater house, where I found Corey Sundance toward the front, standing next to Richard Richardson. As I walked over to them, Corey was saying,
I did what I did, hoping you'd be happy about it.
Richard replied, Please, lower your voice. Our Sherlock Holmes noticed me and leapt from his chair like a TV game show audience member selected to be the next contestant.
Nicky, have you seen Delilah?
She's in the women's room with Adina, I replied. We're all shaken up about poor Harvey.
Yes,
Richard answered, as if a fly had been swatted.
Is that what you two were talking about? Of course,
Richard mimicked my bad acting.
What else would we be talking about?
Mark Melody entered the theater house from backstage and joined us. He scratched his bald head.
Terrible about Harvey, huh? This is like the musical comedy Murders of 1940.
I asked, Where have you been, Mark?
I picked up some sheet music that I had left in the green room.
For you theater neophytes, that's the backstage actors' lounge, he replied with no music in his hand. I asked Corey, Where were you before Harvey was killed?
In the men's room,
Corey replied. From the back of the house, Bruno Lucio barreled down the theater aisle toward us.
I just told the detective that since I play Inspector Lestrade, I should help him investigate Harvey's murder. He didn't buy it.
Richard raised his eyes to the chandelier.
No surprise, Bruno. With all your wrestling experience, you'd be as much help to Manuelo as the dim-witted Lestrade was to Holmes.
Bruno came Roman nose to surgically altered nose with Richard.
Who were you calling dim-witted? Think long and hard about it, Bruno, and maybe you can figure it out. I'm smart enough to know Harvey's murder doesn't look good for you, since you and Harvey had an argument before Harvey got creamed. So did you and Harvey, Bruno. Corey stood between them.
Bruno looked at Corey like a snake finding a suicidal fly. Then he said to Richard,
I didn't know you had a boyfriend. Keep Corey out of this, Richard said.
Bruno displayed his large white molars.
Yeah, this is between you and me, Richie.
Richie? Richard turned to Corey.
I can fight my own battles.
Corey gazed at Richard adoringly.
I was just trying to help you.
Mark pointed to Richard and asked Corey,
Why do you want to help him? I'm interested in Richard, Corey replied. Why?
Mark flailed his thin arms.
Richard's an old, egomaniacal, phony actor. How dare you? Richard said as if searching for a spotlight.
Delilah and Adina entered from backstage and walked toward us. The older woman asked,
What's going on here?
Corey hurried to her side.
I need to speak with you.
This isn't a good time,
Delilah answered.
The love-struck youth said, I want you and Richard to know how I feel. That's perverted, Mark said to Corey.
Martin and Reuben, having changed into a lime bow tie and sweater vest and lime leisure suit respectively, entered the stage and looked down at us like puppeteers with puppets gone wild.
What's perverted? What don't I know?
Martin asked. In director mode, I stood in front of the orchestra pit.
It's been a rough night for all of us. After each of you speaks to Detective Manuelo in the lobby, please get some sleep. We'll start fresh tomorrow morning at 10.
Everyone grumbled out of the theater house and into the lobby, except Martin and Reuben, who appeared next to me. "We need to talk, young man." "Don't you have to speak with Manuelo?" I asked. Martin replied, "Been there, done that when he first arrived. My office, hurry." A few minutes later, as Reuben spoke with Manuelo in the lobby, Martin and I sat across from each other on tall leather chairs next to the cherry-wood fireplace mantel in Martin's office. Martin handed me a monogrammed lime-cloth napkin and a china cup of hot cocoa. "Spill the beans like a drunken cowboy, Nicky." I took a sip of the sweet, creamy drink and brought Martin up to date on everything I knew. When I was finished, Martin wiped his mouth with his napkin and shivered contentedly like a jewel thief being handed the crown jewels. "Oh, the plot thickens." Then he got that "let's put on a show" look on his face. "Nicky, it's up to you and Noah to don your Holmes and Watson personas once again and catch the murderer." "Manuelo is on the case," I said. Martin laughed. "That's like saying a reality TV show host who filed for bankruptcy again and again should be president. Manuelo is totally inept, but you and Noah, using your theatrical skills, will bring justice to Tree Meadow yet again. Speaking of Noah, where is your handsome hubby?" "By now he must be home with Tony and Avi." Martin's face became prune-like, as if having eaten a tart made with rotten apples. "Your brother is quite a good choreographer." "But—" He slid to the edge of his seat like a blackjack player with 21. "Were you and your brother competitive when growing up?" "Like many younger brothers, Tony was in my shadow a good deal of the time." "Did he try to steal it?" "Martin, what are you saying?" He mimed locking his lips and throwing away the key. "My lips are sealed." "Since when?" "If you insist." Martin rested his cup on a cherry wood end table. "I've seen the way Tony looks at Noah." I laughed. "My brother is straight. Teresa and little Annie and Mare are back in Kansas at the bakery with my folks. And while the baker's wife is away, the baker may stray. Tony and Noah are brothers-in-law." Martin rubbed his small hands together, nearly creating sparks. "I don't doubt that Noah likes Tony as a brother, but I believe Tony has more than brotherly love in his sights for Noah." Standing, I shook my finger at him. "Don't let your wild imagination run away with you, Martin," though my wild imagination was thinking the same thing. He joined me, and we walked to the door. "All right, Nicky, stick your head in Tree Meadow's sand, but come up quickly to solve Harvey's murder." After a conspiratorial giggle, he added, "And let me know how Reuben and I can help." I left Martin's office and headed down the hall to the theater lobby, where I found Trevor Ward addressing a young local female reporter with more tattoos and piercings than a rock star. "I have played Moriarty 18 times all over the world. I know every in and out of the character." He looked down his long nose at her. "No other actor on earth knows the role better than I. As a matter of fact, I will be playing Moriarty in a play next season on Broadway that tells the Sherlock Holmes story as it should be told, through Moriarty's perspective. Our producer is the renowned Tom—" The reporter pushed the microphone closer to Trevor. "How does your wife feel about you traveling so much?" Trevor's beady eyes boomeranged. I am divorced." "Did Harvey Snigger come between you and your wife?" Trevor chuckled. "Nice try. No, that honor belongs to another actor a long time ago." "I understand Harvey Snigger was at odds with Broadway star Richard Richardson, wrestling legend Bruno Lucho, and indie stud Corey Sundance. Were you and Harvey Snigger at odds too?" He sneered. "Like a piano player and an a cappella singing group. However, all is fair in theater and war. Harvey Snigger was to co-star in my upcoming production of Moriarty, along with—" Never one to shun the limelight, I stepped up to the camera and nearly knocked over the teenage intern standing behind it. "I am Nicky Abundanza, associate professor of play directing at Tree Meadow and the director of Is Holmes a Homo? To Trevor's consternation, the reporter shifted her focus to me. Assuming everyone in the galaxy is heterosexual, she asked, "Nicky, how does your wife feel about you working so late at night?" As if a rainbow flag were flying behind me, I replied, "My husband, assistant professor of acting Noah Oliver, is co-starring in the show as Dr. John Watson." "Cool." The young woman had clearly never heard of Holmes or Watson. "Is Watson a big role?" The second lead. "What do you do as director?" "I have complete creative control of the show." I smiled deliciously into the camera. "And, in my spare time, I am assisting Detective Manuelo with his investigation into the murder of Harvey Snigger." Manuelo was at my heels like a dog who hadn't been let outside to relieve himself. He ushered me into the turret area of the lobby. "Have you totally lost it?" "I wouldn't call Harvey an it." He glared at me like a librarian facing a one-man band. "You know better than to speak to the press about a murder." "You are admitting I was right, Manuelo? That it is a murder?" He sat on the cushioned bench with his head in his hands. "I got a call from the lab. Initial testing showed you were probably right about the laced cream pie." "Probably?" "You were right." "Would you like me to shout it from the balcony?" I opened my mouth. "Don't you dare. And you know better than to speak to a reporter about a case." He rubbed his temples. "Actually, you don't. I think you'd talk to Satan if he were standing next to a camera." "Only if he was asking me about one of my cases." I sat next to him. "Your cases? Nicky, let's get this perfectly clear. I'm the detective." "Manuelo, you need my help and you know it. So let's compare notes." After a resigned sigh that would make an opera diva jealous, Manuelo said, "It looks like the pie was the murder weapon, cutting off Snigger's respiration. Why the hell do you have a cream pie as a prop in your show anyway?" "I don't. And if I did, it wouldn't be doused in ammonia and bleach." He leaned back against the turret wall. "I've questioned everyone. Nobody saw or heard anything suspicious." "Except for me." "Come again?" I offered Manuelo my best Sherlock Holmes profile, rose, and paced the area. "When I interviewed her, Adina Said, our Irene Adler, cracked and told me she had heard a door open and close before the murderer gave Harvey the pie in the face. My guess is someone came and returned to one of the dressing rooms. Then, during the commotion, he or she hurried back into the theater house with the others." "Who was missing when you found the deceased on the stage floor?" "How should I know? I was busy examining the crime scene." "Which you shouldn't have been doing." "Let's get back to our case." He groaned. "Adina also said our stage manager, Corey Sundance, was somewhere backstage at the time. By the way, Adina is Harvey's half-sister and their mother is loaded. Shouldn't you be writing all this down?" Manuelo dislodged a pad and pen from his suit jacket pocket and began writing. "Our musical director and author Mark Melody likes bad boy Corey, but Corey Sundance's sun is shining all over our star Richard Richardson, who is married to Delilah Dream, our Mrs. Hudson. And Adina and Delilah share a secret. Oh, Corey was once my student." "Slow down. I didn't take shorthand at the police academy. And stop pacing. I'm getting motion sickness." I sat next to him like a prime witness in a television courtroom drama. Richard was turned down for Harvey's television role, leaving Richard a legitimate theater actor, but Harvey a rich sitcom star. Bruno Lucio, our dim-witted Inspector Lestrade, no offense, found Harvey and Richard to be hams, which they are, and they found Bruno to be a half of a brain short of half-witted, which he is, and they all had words. I added with pride, until I broke it up. Manuelo closed his notepad. "I'd like you to do something for me, Nicky." "Interrogate more witnesses? Study the crime scene again? Frisk a suspect?" He stood, Go home to your husband, and let the pros take care of this." I laughed. "Like you took care of the other 2 cases at Tree Meadow?" Manuelo looked at me solemnly. "Nicky, I think there's a murderer loose on this campus. And once again, I believe he or she is in your show." I jumped up like a rubber ball on a trampoline. "You're not closing down our show!" "No, at least not yet. I want you to keep rehearsing, and I'll keep watching. I have the feeling the murderer will reveal him or herself soon." And he was gone. I headed out the lobby door and smelled the fresh, clean summer air, and looked up at the star-laden dark sky blanketing the mountains. As I walked past the trees and out the college's entrance, I smiled at the bronze statues of our founders, Harold Tree and Jacob Meadow, thinking about how much they'd approve of Noah and me teaching at their college. After walking over the tiny bridge spanning the brook, I got into my sports car and headed home. Since Noah wasn't driving, it took me 10 minutes rather than 2. I pulled into our driveway and walked up the steps to our large wraparound Victorian porch. Opening the front door, I realized the house was quite dark except for one solitary hall light. I walked through the entranceway, passing the wallpapered dining room with Victorian wainscoting on my left and our thankfully modernized large kitchen on the right. Then, peeking into the sitting room with the marble fireplace mantel, I noticed the room was dark. I hurried up the long, curved oak staircase and spotted a light coming from underneath the guest bedroom doorway down the hall. After checking our master bedroom, empty, I looked in onto Avi, who was fast asleep in his sleigh bed. I kissed his forehead and adjusted the sheet over him. As I approached Tony's bedroom, Noah opened the door and then quickly closed it behind him. As always, Noah looked adorable in a long t-shirt and boxers. I asked, "Is Tony all right?" Noah nodded, and his gorgeous blonde locks spread the aroma of strawberries. He asked me for a second pillow. Tony slept without a pillow as a kid. "Did he call Teresa and the girls?" As we walked down the hall, Noah said, "To be honest, I think Tony's enjoying the time away from them, and from the bakery. He's a wonderful choreographer. I'll bet this show will start a whole new career for him." Noah and I reached our bedroom, and he hopped into our large white-canopied 4-poster. The moonlight filled the room as if it were a magic cave. I changed quickly inside my walk-in closet and then dove into bed next to Noah. After a few wet and wonderful kisses, I said, "It's nice that you and Tony have bonded. I'm really enjoying his stay. It's been a great opportunity for us to get to know each other." He wrapped his arms around my back. "What do you two talk about at rehearsals when you have your heads together?" "Nothing special." "Does he miss Mama and Papa?" "He hasn't said. I think he's really enjoying being a part of our play." He kissed my sideburn. "Speaking of our play, how horrible about Harvey?" Try saying that 3 times fast. "Have you figured out who did it yet?" "I'm working on it." "Tell Watson what you know." After I rested my back against the headboard and filled Noah in on the antics at the theater, he snuggled his head into my chest. "What do you think Adina and Delilah are hiding? And why isn't Corey interested in Sweet Mark? Richard Richardson is 40, 3 years older than me. And why were things so volatile between Harvey, Richard, and Bruno? I wish I knew." Noah's aqua eyes danced. "It may be time for us to use our theater skills to find out." "That's what Martin said." "You know where to find me when you need me." I kissed his cheek. "Right next to me." "You'll get to the bottom of it, Nicky." "Speaking of getting to the bottom," I squeezed Noah's firm buttocks, and he squealed in delight. After we pulled off each other's undies, Noah lowered me onto my back and nibbled and caressed at my earlobes and neck. We kissed in the moonlight, feeling like the leading characters in a romance novel, No pun intended. I ran my hands through his satiny locks as he massaged my shoulders, biceps, pecs, and abs. Next, I sucked and flicked at his nipples, and then felt his tongue move from the base of my neck to my navel. Arriving at his destination, Noah kissed my pubic hair and sucked my scrotum. Saving the largest piece for last, Noah licked from the base of my long, thick shaft to the tip of my mushroom head. Opening his jaw wide, he took me inside his mouth, and I nearly hit the Victorian Tiffany lighting fixture on the ceiling. I rubbed the back of his head as he sucked and slurped for quite some time, nearly leading me to orgasm. I flipped Noah onto his back and pressed my pelvis deeper, causing Noah to gag in delight. Next I scooted downward, lifted Noah's legs into the air, and very gently and slowly found my mark. As I penetrated him, Noah gasped at first, but quickly welcomed me into him. With his legs pressing against my back, I bent down and kissed him deeply and tenderly. Wanting more, he reached out for my buttocks and pressed me deeper inside of him. We built up a steady but strong rhythm, kissing and caressing. When I couldn't hold back a second longer, I reached for his long, thin dick and rubbed furiously. We shouted our orgasms and then fell back onto the bed. Resting in each other's arms, I said, "You're the only man for me, Noah. You're my life, Nicky. I'll love you forever and ever." We kissed and cooed until Noah fell asleep, his head resting on my chest. I lay awake thinking about Harvey's murder and our upcoming show. Noah murmured, "Tony." Tony? As I was pondering that, I heard a scream. Noah and I jumped out of bed, threw on our boxers, and raced to Avi's room, where we found our adopted son sitting up in bed with tears streaming down his face. We sat on opposite sides of the bed, forming a shield around the boy. "What's wrong?" I asked, taking his small hand.
"I had a dream,"
he said, using his forearm to wipe the sweat off his forehead. "Tell us about it," Noah asked, placing his arm around Avi.
"I was back in Hawaii and on my Gram's sofa when Pop came in. He was drunk,"
he wept. Noah and I exchanged knowing glances. "Did he call you names?" I asked. He nodded. Noah asked, "Did he hit you?" Avi nodded. Noah's eyes bore into Avi's. "Did he hurt you in another way?" Avi shook his head.
"I ran away and hid behind the bureau, but he found me."
"And then what happened?" I asked, afraid to hear the answer.
"He pulled me up and hit me in my stomach and then in my face. I yelled, begging him to quit, but he wouldn't stop hitting me."
Avi sobbed on Noah's shoulder.
"I don't want to go back there. Please, don't let him take me back there."
Noah wiped a tear from his own eye. Then he grasped Avi by his small shoulders to face him. "Avi, why do you think anyone wants you to go back to Hawaii?" Avi sucked in needed air.
"Kevin from school texted me a link to an article about people running our country who don't want you and Pop to be married anymore, and who don't want you to have kids. The article said they want to take kids away from fathers like you two. I want to live with you and Pop. I don't want to leave you. Please don't let them take me back to Hawaii."
Since Noah was too choked up to speak, I rested a hand on Avi's cheek. "Avi, we told you that some people don't like our family. And some of those people are very powerful in our government and in wealthy churches."
"But why? What did we do to make them not like us?"
I tried to explain. "We love each other."
"Why don't they like people who love each other?"
"They like some people and not others."
"But why?"
"Because we scare them."
"What are we doing to scare them?"
Noah found his voice. "We're living our lives the way that is best for us. Since we're different from them, it frightens them.
Why are these people so powerful?
Good question. Because they make false promises to people and prey on people's fears and prejudices. Noah blinked back tears. But despite anything they say, or any laws they make or unmake, your pop and I are married, and you are our son. We are a family, and that will never change. Do you understand that? Ta'avi nodded. I said, Ta'avi, your father in Hawaii is dead. Your grandmother signed all the papers. You are our son now.
But what if the people in our government who hate us won't accept those papers?
Noah had to teach him about laws and government. If that ever happens, we'd still be a family of the heart because we love each other.
But what if they try to separate us?
If they ever come after our family, the three of us will move to a safe place, together. They'll never separate us. Ever. Ta'avi asked,
Do you promise?
You have my word. And mine, Noah added. Ta'avi threw himself into my arms, and I hugged him into my chest. Noah wrapped his arms around Ta'avi and me. The three of us stayed that way for quite some time. Chapter 3. The next morning, after washing and dressing, my little family was in the breakfast nook eating Noah's asparagus and goat cheese omelets with sweet potato fries. I brought the milk and juice to the table and joined them, relieved that Ta'avi was in good spirits and seemed to have recovered from his nightmare. The omelet is delicious, as usual. I kissed Noah's cheek. He looked terrific in his usual dress shirt, which matched his eyes perfectly, dress slacks and blazer. Sitting on the opposite side of Noah, Tony shoved a huge forkful of the omelet into his mouth. With his muscles nearly bursting out of his white t-shirt, my brother said, Noah, this is obscenely good.
What's obscene mean?
Ta'avi asked. Noah passed a pad and pen to Ta'avi. Make your list and we'll go over it later tonight. I asked Tony, Have you phoned Teresa and the girls? Tony looked out the window and scratched his thick, dark locks. I haven't had time, with the show and everything. Glancing at the cuckoo clock on the wall, I said, We don't have to be there at the theater for another hour. You can call them now. I'll do it after breakfast. Tony held up a basket brimming with delectable banana, walnut, and cinnamon scents. Leave some room for my muffins, guys. Noah took one without nuts and offered Tony a huge smile. Thank you for remembering my nut allergy, Tony. I'd never forget that, Tony replied with a wink. Looking adorable as usual in his peach-colored polo shirt and white shorts, Ta'avi reached for a muffin.
My favorite!
Tony mussed Ta'avi's hair. I make them every day at the bakery back in Kansas.
When we were on Skype, Grandmama and Grandpapa told me to come visit them.
Ta'avi offered me a pathetic glance. Vermont is where you belong with your dad and me. I tweaked Ta'avi's nose. We'll take a trip to visit the family in Kansas after the show is over. I let a sweet potato fry melt in my mouth, savoring its sweetness. Then I said to Tony, Mama and Papa fell in love with Ta'avi over Skype. Ta'avi offered us the hang loose sign.
What can I say? I'm irresistible.
We want Ta'avi to spend some time with them in person, and to meet his cousins, I explained. Why would you want to do that? Tony asked, gulping down his milk. Because Ta'avi is part of our family now, I replied. That's not what I meant. What did you mean, Tony? Tony shoved a muffin into his mouth and said between bites, You have the perfect life here. A job where you stand up in front of a room and make speeches to students, who whisper to each other, text on their phones, or fall asleep. You get to sit in a theater, watch shows, and receive cheers as director. After working day and night to pull all the various pieces together without anyone getting murdered, no pun intended, you've got a terrific husband who, unlike my wife, doesn't nag at you all the time and who can really cook. Noah blushed. Your house is amazing, and the college pays for it. You don't have to get up at 6 a.m. to get to the bakery. I get home at midnight from rehearsals and often grade papers, write assessment reports, and compose academic articles for journals until the wee hours of the morning, and I finish just in time for my 8 a.m. class. Your son, Ta'avi made the champ sign with his hands, that's me, doesn't scream, argue, and drive you nuts like my girls do with me. Finished with his breakfast, Ta'avi asked, Can I go to my room and email some friends from school? Noah wiped Ta'avi's mouth with his napkin. Email your grandma and grandpa in Wisconsin first. Another place I want to visit, Ta'avi said as he rose from his seat. You will, Noah replied. That's what you keep telling me. Ta'avi went upstairs. I swallowed my vitamin, mineral, amino acid, and herb capsules, chased down by green tea. With Ta'avi gone, I said, Tony, are you still jealous of me, like when we were kids? It's not jealousy, bro. It's reality. You have a charmed life. Everything you touch turns to gold. Admit it. Recalling my starting salary as an untenured instructor, I laughed. I enjoy my job, just like you. Yeah, making cakes and pastry is a blast. And I love my family, just like you. Sure, living with a house full of shrill women is a party. I'd had enough of Tony's double talk. What are you saying, Tony? He replied quickly, I'm saying I'd love your life. Well, you can't have it. It's already taken. By me. Noah touched my arm. I think Tony means he's been doing some evaluation of his life, and he may want to make some changes in the future. I asked my brother, What changes? Are you going to college? Tony laughed. I didn't do so well the first time I tried that. You're a good choreographer. Are you thinking about continuing with that? He tossed another muffin into his mouth and garbled, Sure. I'll look in the help wanted ads in Kansas under choreographer while Mama, Papa, and Teresa run the bakery without me. What are you talking about? Tony glared at me. I'm talking about how Mama and Papa always thought everything you did was perfect. And it was. You made your own life while I stayed with them at the bakery, following in their footsteps and following their orders. So how come you're the smart, witty, successful son and I'm the loser? Nobody said you were a loser, Tony, I replied. But everybody thinks it. And you know something funny, Nicky? They're right. He hurried out of the room. I turned to Noah. Should I go after him? He shook his head. I wouldn't. I don't laud my accomplishments over my brother, do I? No. Noah took my hand in his. Maybe Tony needs some time alone to figure things out. But he's never alone. He's always with you. What's going on, Noah? Noah fidgeted in his seat. He can't talk to you about this. Neither can I. Why not? It's a difficult situation. I think we all need to take a deep breath, let some time go by, and talk about this another time. I glanced at the clock. I need to go over my notes before we leave for the theater. I'll drive. That'll give me 8 extra minutes with my notes. Very funny. I try. I'm the smart, witty, successful brother, remember? And you're pretty cute. We shared a kiss. When we got to the theater, we rehearsed the scene where Adina Said, playing retiring opera singer and actress Irene Adler, was perched on a wingback chair at the fireplace across from Richard Richardson as Sherlock Holmes, and his companion, my Noah, as Dr. John Watson, both sitting on a love seat in Holmes's Victorian parlor. Decked out in her scarlet Victorian hat and gown, it was clear how Adina had become a daytime drama television star prior to seeking a theatrical credit in our show. Her dark features were as tantalizing as an onyx gem as she sang melodiously of the elderly male fan who asked her for an autograph in her dressing room after her final performance and then stole her jewels. Sitting in the front row center of our theater at Tree Meadow College, I couldn't keep my mind on my notes or on our show. My little daydream caused me to miss Holmes, Richard Richardson, in a burgundy robe, and Watson, Noah, in a straw-colored suit taking Irene Adler's, Adina Saeed's, case and then singing Goodnight Irene as she left their sitting room. I'm sure the scene was wonderful. At least that's what I'll tell them during my director's notes. The stage lights dimmed and rose again. At first chartreuse and then corrected to twilight blue to denote the passage of time. In the next scene, Holmes and Watson were visited by criminal underworld agent Porky Johnson, Reuben sans pillow under his dress shirt and jacket, and society informer Langdale Pike, Martin. Holmes sang the introduction to the next song. In this number, Holmes explains his theory that the elderly fan who visited Irene Adler in her dressing room at her last performance and robbed her jewels must be none other than the wicked Professor Moriarty who, in one of his many disguises, as a prostitute, also robbed the jeweler in the alley. Watson, Johnson, and Pike responded by singing the chorus of the song aptly titled, No Shit Sherlock. Next, in Porky and Butch, Langdale and Johnson reported on their investigation, which uncovered the evil professor's, not sure I like that term, next plan to rob a bank. As Martin and Reuben executed their aerobic tap dance, courtesy of Tony's choreography, I prayed the two senior citizens would last until the end of the number. When the song ended, they finally exited, no doubt to get oxygen. Holmes and Watson, now alone in the sitting room, came up with a plan to trap Moriarty by posing as the bank manager and his wife. Once changed and in their disguises, they played peekaboo as Holmes sang the next number, Wicked Watson. The number ended with the window flat crashing onto the chase. Since my hand and brain was cramped from taking so many notes, I decided it was a good time to call for a break. I headed backstage and gave my tech notes to Corey at the stage manager's console. Then Mark Melody appeared at my right shoulder like a musical note in a cartoon and said, Hi, Corey! How's the show going? Corey ran a hand through his ginger hair, and his azure eyes sparkled. Lean cut muscles filled out his cherry red polo shirt and tight jeans. I kept telling myself that bad dress rehearsals make for good opening nights. I looked down into the orchestra pit at Mark's synthesizer and couldn't help reminisce about the bygone days when musicals had large orchestras. Are you happy with the music, Mark? His large white teeth emerged. As happy as an investor in Hamilton. Having not taken his eyes off Corey, Mark asked, Would you like a snack, Corey? He held up an energy bar. I brought one for you. No, thanks. I need to take a leak. Corey was gone. I lifted Mark's dropped chin. Tech run-throughs are incredibly stressful for stage managers. They're pretty stressful for authors, too. Mark looked up at me like a puppy whose treat was stolen. You really like Corey, huh? Yeah, I really like him. Tears filled his dark eyes. More than Maria liked Captain Von Trapp. I squeezed his shoulder. Hang in there. Corey may come around. I followed Mark's sad gaze over to Corey and Richard Richardson, who were huddled together in the front of the theater house. They appeared to be arguing about something. Then Richard stormed off toward the lobby and Corey sank to the floor in tears. Mark rushed off to try to console Corey, knocking into a teaser curtain en route. Adina Saeed, Irene Adler, passed by me in her gorgeous Victorian hat and gown. I heard the voices out here and saw the curtain moving on its own. I became frightened. Do I look a fright, Nicky? No, Adina. You look beautiful as always. Thank you, Nicky. She snuck a glance into a hand mirror from her purse. Are you sure? I think I see a line on my forehead. Do you see a line on my forehead or a crease in my brow? No, you look terrific, Adina. Thank you. she smiled.
"You'll think me silly, but when the curtain moved, I thought it might be the theater ghost out here."
"Sorry, just Mark and me, and the departing Corey." Her almond-shaped eyes softened.
"Mark and Corey would make a nice couple."
"Mark would agree with you."
"Love can be so painful."
The detective in me heard bells. "Your character in the show seems to be a woman of mystery with a string of lovers in her past. To play her realistically, are you using emotional recall?"
"Are you asking me if I've ever been in love?"
"Purely as the director, to help you with your character." She seemed to buy it.
"I've experienced love once."
"Did the person love you back?" Her face hardened.
"No."
"I'm sorry."
"Me too."
"Anyone I know?"
"Thank you for your interest, Nicky, but I prefer not to talk about it. I'm still healing." "Do I look like I'm still healing?"
She was back to the mirror.
"Is that a bag under my left eye? I don't want to have cosmetic surgery at only 30 years old."
"That sounds sensible."
"I know. I hope to wait at least until I'm 35.
"Adina, you're a beautiful woman with a lot to offer someone."
"Thank you, Nicky."
She placed a delicate hand on my arm.
"You and Noah are lucky to have found each other."
"I couldn't agree with you more." I came back to Earth and to the investigation. "How about your poor brother Harvey? Was he in love with anyone?" Tears filled her eyes and quickly ran down her cheeks. A handy skill for someone doing daytime drama.
"Poor Harvey. He was so unhappy."
"Probably a whole lot unhappier now." "Why was Harvey unhappy?"
"He was so lonely."
She swallowed hard.
"Harvey turned to drugs."
Hence the sniffing like a police dog in a frat house.
"He was such a loner. Who would want to hurt Harvey? It's just so horrible and so incredibly unfair. I need to fix my face."
Adina ran toward her dressing room. I heard the booming voice of Trevor Ward, Moriarty, behind me. "Emotions. I pity these drama queens who are ruled by them." Swinging around to face him, I replied, "I think some people feel their emotions more strongly than others." Clad in his costume, long coat and hat, Trevor looked down his long nose at me. "That's how Moriarty outsmarts so many victims."
"How was that?"
Flicking back his long, thin, dark hair, he replied, "By not letting himself be sidetracked with emotion. While others wallow in theirs, the professor keeps a clear head and attacks." As director of the show, I wonder if you think it was easy for Moriarty to separate his tactics and actions from his feelings. "Don't most of us do that, Nicky?" "What do you mean?" Trevor replied with his clear British diction. "For example, right now you are quite jittery about opening night." He smirked. "After watching some of the scenes, I can't say that I blame you. However, you stand here with feigned calmness discussing my character with me." If acting jobs dry up, perhaps Trevor should become a psychologist. I've directed many shows. The final tech dress rehearsals are always stressful. But as director, it's important for me to stay calm, reassure the rest of the company, and make sure the problems are fixed before opening. Exactly my point. You've calculated a manner to present publicly that is void of the emotions you feel as you carry out your tasks, just like Moriarty. I leaned on the stage manager's console. "Trevor, why do you think Moriarty robs and kills people?" He snickered. "For the thrill of the chase. He's so much brighter than the dim bulbs around him." "Except Holmes." "Yes, Holmes is a player of value, which makes the game so much more fun." Defending my idol, I said, "A player who is undefeated." "Is he?" He offered an oily smile. "Moriarty returns every time, and each time he is richer, and not only in wealth." I had always thought that British actors developed their bodies and voices and paid little attention to their characters' psyches. I'm impressed, Trevor. You seem to have really thought this all through. 18 times. I'm looking forward to seeing you in performance. You should. I come from a fine pedigree. I've earned the right to play Moriarty. Did I mention I will be starring as Moriarty next season on Broadway? I smirked. I seem to remember hearing something about that. Pity. With Harvey gone as Porky Johnson, so goes our television name for the marquee. However, our esteemed producer, Tom Rary, is certainly up to the task of replacing any of my supporting cast members. I'll be sure to catch the show next season. Or better yet, catch a cold and miss it. Making my way back to the backstage hallway, I stopped at the entrance to the star dressing room and pressed my back against the wall, peering into the room. Richard, Holmes, and his wife Delilah, Mrs. Hudson, sat on a love seat looking anything but loving. "This show is turning into a nightmare," Richard gritted his cosmetically altered teeth. "If I had gotten that sitcom, I'd be out of here faster than a priest at an altar boy strike."
Are you really mocking my religion, Richard?
Don't we have a bigger kettle of smelly fish to deal with than your religion, Delilah?
Maybe things will be better for us next season in Moriarty.
With actors dying left and right, will there be a next season? She sighed.
What are we going to do?
He slammed his hand against the arm of the love seat. Damned if I know.
Shouldn't you call your father?
Richard pulled it angrily at the bottom of the vest under his suit jacket. My father is in Illinois, she replied.
Your cell phone reaches Illinois.
You know how I feel about him.
The same way you feel about me?
Don't go there, Delilah. Delilah sighed in frustration like an anti-gay politician finding an empty stall in a public men's room. Then she turned to Richard and smiled.
Remember when we first met at the audition for A Midsummer Night's Dream? You stood in my light and I cut off your lines. We were a good match, and our dates were inspiring and enticing.
Taking his hand, she added,
We had so much in common. We both were in love with you.
He grimaced. You had some way of showing your love for me, Delilah. Her blood-red painted nails turned into claws.
As you did for me.
Nicky? Uh-oh. Having spotted me, Richard came toward the doorway. Can I help you with something? I coveted Noah's improvisational skills. Hello, you two. I'm just on my way to, the next dressing room. Raising my volume like an actor playing an amphitheater full of senior citizens, I shouted, I need to check up on Noah and Ta'avi. Thankfully, Noah arrived. Nicky, here you are. I've been waiting for you. Ta'avi's been asking about the birds and bees again, and I don't know what to tell him. I smiled graciously at Richard and Delilah. Fatherhood calls. Rest up, you two. See you on stage after the break. Noah hurried me into his dressing room and shut the door behind us. I asked, Did Ta'avi ask where babies come from? Of course not. He's only 8 years old. I was rescuing you. Thank you. I took Noah into my arms and squeezed his strong back, housed in his three-piece Victorian suit. When we separated, I said, Where's Ta'avi? Climbing trees in the woods behind the theater with Tony. Is that dangerous? Ta'avi says it reminds him of climbing for coconuts back in Hawaii. Where we met Ta'avi. So why is he doing this with my brother? Because you're busy watching the run-through and taking notes, and I need to go over my lyrics. Noah sat at his vanity. You have to stop this competition with Tony. I'm not the one making it a competition. I sat next to him. Am I? Noah put his arm around me. You're just so cute and talented that Tony can't help being jealous. He kissed my cheek. Now, what's going on with Richard and Delilah? The dressing room door opened and Martin and Reuben entered in their costumes as Langdale Pike and Porky Johnson. As they sat on the love seat, Martin asked, "Tell us what you know, Nicky." Sitting under the makeup mirror lights, I felt under interrogation. "I don't have all the information." Martin looked up at me as if I had said the right-wing media reports real news. "I don't!"
"Nicky! Down, boy!" Reuben patted his husband's knee. "Go easy on Nicky. He's directing a show."
Then Reuben turned to me.
"You'd better tell him what you know, or we'll never get back for the second act."
I caved. "All right. Richard and his father are estranged." "Isn't his father doing regional theater in Illinois?" Martin asked. I nodded. Martin gasped. "We've seen him in so many Broadway shows. He's won 6 Tony Awards, and now Robert Richardson is rotting in Rockford." Try saying that 3 times fast. Noah asked me, "What else did you overhear from Richard and Delilah's dressing room?" "Listening at their dressing room doorway." Martin's dark eyes lit up like raisins in a microwave. "I admire that in you, Nicky." He added like a prosecuting attorney on uppers, "Now spill it." I answered, "Richard and Delilah don't appear to be happily married, or happily employed. He's bemoaning losing out to Harvey's role on Dumb It Down for Dad." "Doesn't everyone in show business seek fame and fortune?" Martin asked. "But the Richardsons seem to be having money problems."
"Like everyone in show business," Reuben added.
"Shush!" Having silenced his husband, Martin waved me on to continue my gossip report. "Did Richard and Delilah say why they are angry with each other?" I shook my head no. They closed up like rotten clams the moment they saw me. "They're not the only fish in the sea," Martin asked. "What else did you uncover about our secretive company?" I replied, "Corey rejected Mark's advances, and Corey and Richard fought about something, bringing poor Corey to tears." Reuben said, "I saw Corey's tush in that indie film, and it wasn't poor." Martin pushed his husband away. "Don't listen to the porn king, Nicky." Adina Saeed thinks there's a ghost haunting the theater. Her heart has been broken by someone. "Who?" Martin asked like a desperate owl. I replied, "She wouldn't spill the love beans, but she mentioned Harvey Snigger was on drugs. Cocaine, I imagine, given all the sniffing."
"I wonder if all this has something to do with Harvey's murder?" Reuben asked.
Martin sank back on the love seat and rubbed his chin. "What are you thinking?" Noah asked. Martin replied, "It may be time to engage in some theater magic to find out." We heard 2 men shouting. The 4 of us filed into the hallway. "This isn't a phony wrestling show on television, Bruno!" Richard shouted. Standing at his dressing room doorway in Lestrade's frumpy dark suit, Bruno screamed in Richard's scarlet face.
"And it's not a Broadway matinee for blue-haired old ladies and pansies."
Does anybody say pansies anymore?
Richard glared into his reflection in Bruno's bald head.
"Don't you threaten me, Bruno!" "Don't you tell me what to do!" "I'll do whatever I like." "How about doing this? Keep your mouth shut, Richie. I know how hard that is for you."
Is it me, or is this about more than creative differences?
Richard snarled like a teenager at an empty medical marijuana station.
"Keeping my mouth shut when you're around is fine with me."
Bruno pushed him away.
"We agree on that."
Corey leaned his head into the hallway. "Break's over. Richard, Bruno, and Noah on stage, please." The rest of the cast and crew members shuffled back to our respective locations. Dressing rooms, green room, lighting booth, offstage wings, or the theater house. I took my seat front row center and readied my pad for copious notes. The lights came up, one at a time. First note, on stage as Inspector Lestrade, Bruno Lucho entered Holmes's sitting room. In the opening of the song, Lestrade asked for Holmes's help in catching Moriarty. Holmes assured Lestrade that he and Watson were already on the case. He also smelled Lestrade's suit jacket, licked his cheek, and rubbed a finger across his shoes. Then he announced that Lestrade ate scrapple and eggs for breakfast, mutton and potatoes for lunch, and hen with red wine for dinner. Holmes went on to declare that Lestrade cut himself on the chin while shaving, had an argument with his wife, paid the landlady her rent, drove over in a coach, rejected a beggar, flirted with a woman selling roses, picked up a dropped glove for a woman with a jealous husband, and announced himself to Mrs. Hudson before entering. No longer impressed by Holmes's antics, Lestrade spotted Watson in drag, as the bank manager's wife, and asked if the rumors about Holmes and Watson were true. This led to the rollicking chorus of The Elementary Rag. After a long dance break, they repeated the chorus. As the three of them belted out the last high note in harmony while doing hitch kicks, I watched the chandelier in Holmes's sitting room come crashing down to the stage floor. I hope the audience doesn't realize I stole that bit from Phantom of the Opera. Wait a minute. I never directed the chandelier to fall. Then I noticed the horrified look on Noah's face. After leaping from my seat and onto the stage, I spotted Bruno's lifeless body underneath the chandelier. Who turned out the lights on Bruno Lucio? Chapter 4. Manuelo stood center stage staring at the fallen chandelier while his police officers placed a thick yellow tape around the stage. The cast and crew members sat in the house as directed by the detective. Since a second cast member had met an untimely end, each of the surviving actors appeared understandably anxious.
Nicky!
Up here! I waved to Manuelo from the catwalk overhead. He craned his flabby neck and squinted.
Get down from there!
Leaning over the railing, I examined the four cords that held up the chandelier and found the spots where they had been severed.
Nicky!
I hurried down the catwalk. Manuelo met me in the left backstage wing.
This is no time to set the lights for your show, which I'm canceling, by the way.
Then we'll never catch the murderer. I leaned against the stage wall dramatically. Besides, in times of trial and tribulation, the show must go on to mend our broken hearts.
Cut the theatrics and tell me what you know about this.
He readied his pad and pen. I noticed how much Manuelo's frumpy dark suit looked like Lestrade's costume. Speaking of Lestrade, what did you do with Bruno Lucio's body?
The coroner charted the time of death. Forensics will examine it next. Then on to the morgue. We can't seem to locate any family members. He scratched the rolls of fat underneath his suit jacket. And I'm asking the questions, not you.
Of course. Has any more evidence surfaced on Harvey Snigger's murder?
Manuelo shook his head. No fibers or prints on the pie. Snigger's body was full of them, which is to be expected given the constant touching that goes on between you people in the theater, which I have to tell you seems strange to me.
I rested a hand on his shoulder. Doesn't your wife touch you? And how about the other detectives? He shrugged off my hand.
I'm in no mood for your gay humor.
Okay, let's try some straight humor. Give it to me straight, Manuelo. Have you done a background check on Bruno and Harvey?
I'm the one asking the questions.
And if I can be blunt, it's a bit annoying. Now, tell me about the background checks on the victims. Manuelo groaned. Neither one of them has a police record. Both are single, no kids. Lucio was a wrestler, Snigger did a sitcom. To be honest, I was surprised you hired them as actors in your show. I didn't know you were interested in casting. Shouldn't you stick to filling out paperwork about murders and let me direct my show and solve the crimes? He scratched at his curly dark hair.
Nicky, you're getting me agitated. Are you going to tell me what you know before I do my interviews?
What information did you get from your interviews yesterday? Manuelo flipped through his pad.
Not much.
Would you like me to help? He replied through clenched teeth.
Yes.
I couldn't resist. Say please.
Have you had your fun, Nicky?
Actually, yes. We should do this more often. How about tea every afternoon?
Nicky!
All right, Manuelo. I paced the floor with my hands behind my back, channeling the great Sherlock Holmes. Just as somebody added the toxic cleaning fluids to Harvey's desert surprise, the 4 cords holding the chandelier were cut, hence Bruno's toxic halo.
Did anybody see anything?
Nobody's come downstage.
What?
Nobody's come forward for you non-thespians.
Let's not talk about sexual orientation right now, Nicky. Tell me what you know about the suspects.
I wished I had Richard Holmes's costume. Noah and Richard Richardson were acting in the scene on stage with Bruno.
Then they couldn't have done it.
Not exactly. Noah, of course, is off the hook. He smiled.
Until later tonight.
Good one, Manuelo.
Thanks. Keep talking.
But I suppose Richard, or anyone else, could have partially severed the cords with the assumption that the chandelier would fall sometime later.
Where was everybody else when it came down?
What's the difference? I just said anyone could have done it, regardless of where he or she was at the time of the murder.
Humor me.
My brother Tony and my son Taavi were playing outside. Mark Melody, our writer, was sitting at the synthesizer in the orchestra pit. Manuelo wrote on his pad. The crew people would have been at their post off stage, the stage manager at his console in the wing, and the actors in their dressing rooms. One of them must have climbed up the catwalk to sever the cord during a break.
Unseen by everyone?
It's possible. He turned to the page on his pad.
Motives?
Richard argued with Bruno, Corey, and Delilah before starting the scene.
Your Sherlock Holmes seems to have had a lot of arguments.
Elementary, my dear Manuelo. Also, Bruno argued with Harvey Snigger.
Harvey's dead.
But his half-sister isn't. As if on cue, Adina Saeed stood at my right shoulder. Excuse me, but may I ask you a question, detective? I hope it's not about a possible laugh line on your face.
Go ahead,
Manuela replied. Adina clasped her hands to the porcelain-like skin below her neck. Where is my brother's body?
I'm sorry for your loss, Manuelo said like a robot. Snigger's father was listed as his next of kin. The body will be sent to him in New York.
Adina turned on the waterworks again. Manuelo asked,
Where were you when Lucho had his mishap?
Mishap? I was in my dressing room.
Alone?
Adina did a double-take.
Doesn't one normally dress alone?
Do you know if anyone was in the green room?
I didn't hear anyone.
She started to leave, but stopped mid-step.
Detective, do I still come off as an ingenue to you?
Manuelo looked at me for help. I whispered,
It means a young innocent.
Sure,
he replied. The 30-year-old asked,
Could I still play 20?
In a very large theater to an audience reading their programs in Braille, Corey Sundance appeared in front of us.
Should I tell the cast and crew to stay seated?
Manuelo nodded.
I'll be with them in a minute.
Can you see up into the catwalk from your console? I asked the young stage manager.
Sure,
Corey replied with a shrug of his muscular shoulders. Was anyone up there during the elementary rag?
I don't know. I was in the men's room.
Again? Either Corey has the runs or he's running away from answering my question.
I'll do my interviews in the green room,
Manuelo said. I'll join you.
No, you won't, Nicky.
It's my green room. He groaned.
There may be a third murder.
I smiled like a flight attendant. Step this way, detective. Manuelo and I conducted the interviews in the green room. Each cast and crew member stated their whereabouts during the time of the latest murder. Except for Mark Melody, who said he was at his synthesizer, everyone reported being in their dressing rooms. As Porky Johnson might have said, nobody saw nothing. After we finished the interviews, Tony took Taavi home, try saying that 3 times fast, and I met up with Noah, Martin, and Ruben in Noah's dressing room. Changed into their street clothes, Martin wore a sapphire-colored bow tie and sweater vest that matched Ruben's leisure suit.
Another murder,
Reuben said with his head in his hands. "Which one of us will be next?" Sitting next to his husband on the love seat, Martin said, "Detective Manuelo is on the case, so the next murder should happen soon." Trying to lift our spirits, Noah said, "I'm sure Manuelo will come up with something." I chuckled, sitting next to Noah at the makeup table. "Even you aren't that good of an actor, Noah. Manuelo makes Lestrade look competent." "You're right," Martin's head seemed to turn into a light bulb. "It's time to once again take matters into our own hands and investigate the murders using the tools of our trade." He bellowed like a Shakespearean actor with a movie producer in the audience. "And those tools are character creation, emotional engagement, impersonation, and disguise. Actors, curtain going up." Reuben slid to the edge of his seat. "Can I play too?" "We're all in the cast." Martin focused on me. "And the first scene stars Nicky." Liking the order of appearance, I asked, "What's your plan?" Martin replied like a general at a war room meeting. "Our star, the mysterious Richard Richardson, seems to be at the center of all the conflicts within the company. As producer, Reuben has Richard's cell phone number. While Reuben, Noah, and I sit quietly in judgment of your performance, you, Nicky, will phone Richard and pretend to be his father, the great actor Robert Richardson." "But won't Richard know his own father's voice?" Noah asked. "Of course." Martin smiled at me like a redneck driving his teenage son to a whorehouse for the first time. "But our Nicky has seen Robert Richardson in many plays on Broadway, and our directing professor has an uncanny talent for mimicking others." Basking in the limelight, I threw back my shoulders and smiled grandly. "Thank you, Martin, for the glowing review. But it isn't necessary." "All right," he replied. "But in the spirit of displaying good manners, I'll humor you by listening to your continued praises. Please, go on." Noah interrupted. "Martin, Richard's father is in Illinois. Nicky's cell phone has a Vermont number. Reuben can show you how to block your phone number from appearing on Richard's phone." Martin smiled at his husband. "He does that when he calls anti-gay legislators to tie up the phone lines during their fundraising." Ignoring his spouse, Reuben said, "But won't Richard have a history with his own father and realize Nicky is an imposter?" "Elementary, my dear Reuben." I was on my feet preparing for my performance. "Richard told me that he and his father are estranged and rarely speak." "I wonder why?" Noah asked. "That, partner in life and in crime-solving, is one of the things I hope to find out." Reuben set me up on my cell with Martin adding the finishing touch. The call on speakerphone. Richard answered from his hotel room on the first ring. "Yes?" I thought back to watching the actor on stage and manufactured a booming baritone, overly crisp diction, and an ego the size of a televangelist jewelry box and wig cabinet. "What does he call his son?"
"Hello there. It's me."
"Dad?"
"Yes."
"I'm surprised you're calling me." "I'm surprised I'm calling you, too."
"You sound distant." "I'm in Rockford, polishing my Tony Awards. Is Delilah with you?"
"She went out for a walk, or so she said. How's the play going?"
"My entrance applause shook the walls of the theater, and I received a standing ovation at my solo curtain call."
"Which play is it again?" I said a prayer to the theater gods.
"One of your favorites."
"Death of a Salesman?" I breathed a sigh of relief.
"That's the one."
"Why are you calling me?"
"Can't I call my son?"
"I've asked myself the same question."
"When I did Pillow Talk on Broadway, the critics said my phone antics had them roaring with laughter in the aisle."
Noah shook his head like a horse after a rainstorm. Back on script.
"I know I've been busy, but I thought we could catch up."
"The last time we spoke, you called me a spineless, stupid cocksucker." Thankfully, Richard doesn't have a lisp.
But I meant it in a nice way, son.
I thought I was no longer your son.
You'll always be my son.
Noah slipped me a note like an anchor in a storm. After reading it, I said,
We've both made a number of mistakes, son.
On that we don't disagree, Richard answered.
When I played Macbeth, the critics wrote that I made the flawed character seem practically blameless.
Martin rolled his index finger in the air in hopes of moving things along. I said into the phone,
Let's talk about your mistakes.
Us talking didn't work too well the last time.
Practice makes perfect.
Richard sighed. I know getting involved with Bruno was a mistake. Martin salivated on the love seat like a dog at a roast beef carved by a clumsy chef.
How was it again that you got involved with Bruno Lucio?
We met on an online site.
Which one?
Butch for Bucks. Have you ever used that site? Martin gasped, and Reuben placed his hand over his husband's mouth. Noah handed me another note.
No, I have not.
I'm surprised.
Richard, many actors are bisexual, but most of us aren't stupid enough to get caught with a hustler.
Richard's voice softened. You haven't called me Richard since I was a kid. Why now?
Because what you did was childish, Rich. Now tell me, why was the famous Bruno Lucio working as a hustler?
It was before Bruno became a popular wrestler. How was I supposed to know that years later Harvey Snigger would find out about it and blackmail Bruno and me? Martin looked as if he was going to have a heart attack. Reuben fanned his husband's face with his hands.
How did that lame sitcom star find out about you and Lucio?
I asked. Harvey overheard me tell Delilah about it.
Why would you tell Delilah?
In case the truth came out, I wanted her to be ready for it. Noah handed me another note and patted my hand.
How did Delilah react?
I asked. Like a conservative politician at a lecture on evolution, she ranted and raved and even threatened me. He laughed bitterly.
It seems she can have her peccadillos, but I can't.
But you know all about that.
Yes, of course. But I find as I get older, my short-term memory fades. Will you remind me?
Richard groaned. Stop playing coy, Dad. You know perfectly well about your affair with Delilah. On our honeymoon.
You know how much I love to travel. When I did Private Lives, the audiences were lined up around the block the day tickets went on sale. I appeared outside to sign autographs. I remember a fan asked me why I wasn't wearing a disguise like most celebrities. What a very odd question. Why else would an actor go outside but to be recognized and cherished by his fans?
Noah handed me another note. I changed course.
I was doing a show on the road. Delilah and I met at a bar. She was bemoaning your lack of interest in her and your fascination with the hotel's bellhop.
She still plays that same scene. The older we get, the more jealous she becomes.
That's all right. Having a wife is a good thing for an actor. Straight audiences like it.
But they don't like actors who pay for sex, especially gay sex.
Which you so carelessly did, nearly tarnishing the Richardson name.
Richard bellowed.
Damn that Harvey Snigger to hell!
That may not be a long shot. After reading Noah's next note, I asked,
Why did a sitcom star need money? As you and I know from not getting cast in any of them, actors on television make gobs of money while we live hand to ham in the theater.
Richard replied into the phone, Snigger was a cocaine addict who needed more money for his habit. He saw Bruno and me as an easy target. Since I had a dry casting spell before doing the show, Bruno somehow got it into his dim head that Snigger and I might be working together to get money from him.
When I played James Tyrone in Long Day's Journey into Night, the scene where I confront my wife Mary for her drug use ended with screams of "Bravo!"
Noah rubbed his forehead. Back on target, I said,
Were you working with this Snigger fellow? Of course not. I wouldn't want my fans to know about my proclivities. Bisexuality is in, but prostitution is not. Richard added, not to mention that it's illegal. Do you need a loan to pay off this snigger gent? If so, I could help you out, to protect our family name, by hawking one of my Tony Awards. Snigger's gone. Ah, he's playing a ghost. When I did Blithe Spirit, even the inhabitants of the other world didn't miss it. He's not a ghost. Was he fired? Richard replied, A theater producer firing a sitcom star? There's about as much chance of that happening as a top 1%er paying taxes. He's dead. Foul play? Hit in the face with a pie. How appropriate. When I did The Entertainers... Reuben headed toward me with outstretched hands, and Martin pulled him back down. Did you throw the pie? I said into the phone. Of course not. But the detective thinks somebody killed Snigger and Bruno, too. Ah, the plot thickens. And you had nothing to do with it? No! Looking on the bright side, at least you don't have to pay the blackmail money. And Delilah's relieved, Richard added. Isn't your play directed by that brilliant man, what's his name, Nicky Abondanza? Noah, Martin, and Reuben groaned. Richard asked, What was that? My stomach. I haven't eaten yet. I should ring off. Dad, I'm glad you called. As am I, son. Noah motioned for me to hang up. As we say in the theater, until the third act. I pressed the button on the phone, and my small audience applauded. After taking a deep bow and blowing kisses, I said, The plot thickens. Encircling around me, the three of them spoke at the same time. I shouted, Wait! Noah, you're first. Nicky, Richard has a pretty strong motive to kill Harvey and Bruno. So does Delilah, I replied. Martin rubbed his small hands together. Dear Delilah should be our next role-play victim. Let's discuss some possibilities. Reuben looked as excited as a conservative politician at a gerrymandering meeting. Can I play too? Martin kissed his cheek. Always? I led my comrades out of the theater as we strategized our next steps in investigating the murders. Since Noah drove home, he and I got there faster than a race car in a movie playing on fast forward. After we hurried up the steps and through the wraparound porch, we entered the entryway, and I called Tony and Ta'avi to come downstairs. We all headed to the kitchen and pitched in to make dinner. When we were seated in the dining room eating our summer squash with dill soup, spinach artichoke quinoa casserole, and turkey broccoli croquettes, Tony said between bites, This is amazing! You have a charmed life, bro. We sure don't eat like this back home. Seated at the head of the table opposite Noah, I helped myself to seconds of everything. Mama and Teresa are great cooks. Tony hunched over his food. Yeah, but how much can you eat manicotti, ravioli, linguine, veal parmigiana, chicken marsala, shrimp scampi, and sole francese?
I'd like to find out,
Ta'avi said. Tony reached over the table and mussed Ta'avi's hair. I'll make them for you after the show opens.
Yeah!
Ta'avi gave Tony the hang loose sign. I seized the opportunity. How long are you planning on staying with us, Tony? Am I dismissed once I've done my job on the show? I didn't say that. Noah smiled warmly. We love having you with us, Tony. Please stay as long as you like. Tony winked at Noah. Unrelenting, I said. I'm just wondering how long that will be. Noah offered me a silencing glance. Are you asking me to leave, bro? Tony said. I assumed you were missing Teresa, Annie, Mare, Mama, and Papa. Do you miss Mama and Papa, bro? I see them every day at the bakery. You never visit them. Before I could reply, Noah rose and served dessert, peach melba over peach ice cream. We need you to stay at least through the run of the show, Tony, since you're understudying the role of our villain, Professor Moriarty. I'd kill to play that role, Tony said.
Careful about saying that around here. What do you like about the part? Noah asked, hanging on Tony's every word.
Grr.
Tony shoved a spoonful of dessert into his mouth and garbled,
I'm not a big college professor like you two guys, but Professor Moriarty is just like me.
Come again? I asked, basking in the peachy dessert. Tony slid to the edge of his seat. Here's how I figure it. Like me, Moriarty is an outsider who everyone underestimates. His strengths are unseen by those around him. He has secrets that nobody cares to uncover, yet he's the smartest of the lot.
Underestimates?
Ta'avi asked with a crease forming in his young forehead. Noah handed Ta'avi his vocabulary pad and pen. Our son wrote down his best spelling of the word as he ate his dessert. I said, You don't wear different disguises and impersonate others, Tony. That's our job. Noah smiled at me and his dimples appeared. Continuing, I said, And I don't see you as a diabolical thief and murderer. Tony replied, I didn't say I was, bro. But there are a lot of things you don't know about me, because, like Holmes and Moriarty, you consider me your inferior. So you don't bother looking. I replied, I think I'm pretty well versed on my brother. Tony said, Not even close. Taking my brother's dare, I asked, Okay, what don't I know about you? Tony opened his mouth to answer, but Noah spoke over him. It's been an excruciatingly long day and night. Let's all finish dessert, then head up to bed. Ta'avi asked,
Excruciatingly?
Noah pointed to Ta'avi's pad and pen. As Tony scooped up every last bit of the creamy, sweet wonder from his plate, he said, Too bad about Harvey and now Bruno, huh? Good thing Corey has been at all the rehearsals as stage manager and knows the Lestrade role. I replied, Corey's a young Inspector Lestrade at 22, but he's a good actor, thanks to taking Noah's classes. He can pull it off. Noah kissed my cheek. Tony asked, How come you haven't figured out who killed Harvey and Bruno yet, bro? We're working on it, I replied.
Can I help?
Ta'avi asked. I leaned over and kissed his forehead. You're helping already.
How?
By being you. After I gulped down my vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and herbal supplements, we cleaned up the table and did the dishes in the kitchen. When we all headed upstairs, Tony asked Noah to fetch some oil to silence a squeaky closet door in Tony's bedroom. After Ta'avi washed and dressed for bed, I tucked him in. Adjusting his long t-shirt, I said, You still like wearing this? Ta'avi nodded.
Because it was yours, Pop.
I placed the bedsheet over him and sat on the side of the bed. Are you having fun being in the show?
It's a blast. Can I have a bigger part in your next show?
I'll speak to your agent. How are you doing with what happened to Harvey and Bruno?
I feel sorry for them.
Yes, murder is abysmal. Ta'avi wrote a note on his WordPad. Are you frightened?
A little. How about you, Pop?
I'm a little frightened, too. I took his hand. But having you and your dad with me makes me feel less scared.
Me too. I know you and Dad will figure out who did it.
Moving the dark hair off his forehead, I asked, Everything okay about your nightmare last night? Ta'avi's lower lip grew.
It still freaks me out that some people who don't even know us don't like us. It doesn't make any sense.
Hate and ignorance never do.
We don't hate them. Why do they hate us?
Because of their religious beliefs.
But we learn on Sundays to love everybody in all families.
That's because we go to an open and affirming church with Reverend Jane Ann. Not all church leaders believe that.
Well, they should.
From the mouths of babes. Ta'avi rested his head on the palm of his hand.
Pop, do you think if those people got to know us, they wouldn't hate us any longer?
Maybe, but I'll tell you one thing. I know us really well, and I'm nuts about us. I brought him into my chest for a long hug and then said, Dad will be in soon to go over your vocabulary list and kiss you goodnight." He lay back in bed.
"Don't stay up all night thinking about the murders."
I smiled. "I won't. Good night, honey."
"Good night, Pop."
Rising, I kissed his forehead and went to our bedroom down the hall. After I showered and put on a fresh t-shirt and boxers, Noah appeared and did the same. As he joined me in bed, I wrapped my arms around him and our legs intertwined. I never noticed the closet door in Tony's room squeaking. He replied, "You know these old Victorian houses." "Is Ta'avi asleep?" Noah nodded, and the scent of strawberries filled the room. After we went over his vocabulary words, he said he's shaken up about the murders. Like dad, like son. I couldn't go on if anything ever happened to you or to Avi. "It won't." I rested his head on my chest. "You two mean everything to me." He kissed the dark hair reaching up to my neck. "We have to figure this out, Nicky." I gazed out the window at the silver stars twinkling at us from the cobalt sky. "We will." Noah snored softly as I tried to put the pieces of the puzzle together in my mind. The two people who knew of Richard Richardson's hustler hiring were both dead. His jealous wife had motive and opportunity. So did the young stage manager turned supporting actor in the play who argued with Richard. About what? And Mark Melody is infatuated with Corey. Adina Saeed is new sole heir to her mother's fortune. Trevor Worth appears to have disdain for everyone in the cast and crew, except himself. As I drifted off to sleep, I asked myself, what are you missing? I woke early with Noah already in the bathroom. After we four not-so-merry men had breakfast, buckwheat blueberry waffles with maple syrup, and lots of supplements for me, in the kitchen nook, Tony again shirked off my reminder for him to call his wife. So we all headed into Noah's car to race back to the theater on campus and continue our murderous, in more ways than one, tech week for the show. When the cast had gotten into their costumes and the crew were ready at their posts, I asked everyone to take a seat in the theater house. Standing in front of the orchestra pit, I addressed my frightened company. As you all know, 2 of our beloved cast members were murdered this week. Our star, Richard Richardson, arched an eyebrow. "Beloved?" I replied, "Every member of our little troupe is important." "Except the chorus and techies," Richard said to a poke in the side from Delilah. Adina Saeed rose from her seat house left. "I'm frightened that one of us will be next." Corey Sundance, in his Inspector Lestrade frumpy suit, stood house right. "Why is somebody targeting people in our show?" Mark Melody placed a comforting arm around Corey's hunky back. Reuben stood next to me. "As producer of this show, I can guarantee you all that Detective Manuelo and his staff are doing everything possible to protect each of us." Trevor Ward let out a guffaw from the center of the audience. "Manuelo is as incompetent as Inspector Lestrade." Mark said to Corey, "Trevor isn't talking about you." "Yes, I am," Trevor retorted. "And I'm also referring to that blockhead Bruno Lucio and every so-called actor who has played Lestrade before him. The only reason I recommended Bruno to play Lestrade in my production of Moriarty next season is that Bruno was equally as dim-witted as Lestrade. Now that idiot got himself killed, and my play is out a professional wrestler's name for the marquee. I'll phone Tom Reary and give him the bad news tonight. Thankfully, Tom has access to many name actors." "Can we focus on this play, which opens this season?" Reuben sat, and Martin took his place next to me, announcing, "Master Armchair Detective Nicky, with the help of his friends, is also on the case. So if any of you know anything about the murders, or if you would like to talk about the deep, dark secrets in your private life, please talk to me," he said in anxious anticipation. I said to the theater ether, "You all have reasons to be concerned, but rather than bicker, we need to come together as a company. We open this weekend, and no matter what darkness falls over us, including mistakes from the lighting crew, the show must go on. Though I expected a rousing standing ovation and shouts of bravo, what I got were cast and crew members texting their agents and complaining to each other. Not knowing where to turn, I was relieved when an angel of mercy entered the theater, handed Reuben a folder, and stood barefoot by my side. She pressed a stray hair back into the dark bun at the back of her head, straightened her vermilion pantsuit, and addressed the maddening crowd.
Lighten up, people. If you think you have it bad, put yourself in my shoes, which are under my desk.
Shayla Johnson, Tree Meadow College's theater department office assistant, said,
While you all sing, dance, play pretend, flirt, catfight, and kill each other, I'm stuck in the theater department office working for the Four Musketeers.
She pointed to Martin, Reuben, Noah, and me.
Hovering over budgets, scheduling, memos, and travel arrangements aren't the worst of it. Taking care of these guys is like running a daycare center. My boss, Martin, is so nosy, he makes a gossip columnist seem like a hermit. 4 years ago, Nicky and Noah whined and whimpered about how much they loved each other. They took longer to get together than two neutered animals in a cactus field. My only respite was summers. Guess again, Shayla. 2 summers ago, I went on a trip with these lunatics. Of course murder ensued and I feared for my life. I also fell in love, but my girlfriend dumped me because she doesn't like long-distance relationships. Hello, you met me on a vacation. Didn't you think a long-distance relationship would be in the cards? She played to the entire audience. And this summer, I'm working for Reuben, a producer who is more anal than a proctologist. After I heard the score of the show, I told Reuben the songs kept playing over and over again in my head until I wanted a lobotomy. As I was singing them, no doubt better than all of you, he wrote my name down on the cast sheet as understudy for Mrs. Hudson and Irene Adler. And I can't fit into the costumes. So I'm telling you all to stop feeling sorry for yourselves and enjoy the ride. It could be worse. You could be me.
When the cast and crew looked at each other in shock, Shayla started her own applause. They followed, and Shayla bowed deeply. Then she whispered to me,
I warmed them up for you, Nicky. Think you can take it from here?
I kissed her cheek. Thank you, Shayla. Can you stay to see the tech dress rehearsal?
I'm due on social media at my desk. Good luck with the show, Nicky. I'll check in on you later. Hope you're still alive.
Shayla sauntered out the back doors of the theater. I plopped down into my seat front row center and asked the student stage manager, Char, to call places. The cast and crew hurried about like carpenter ants facing an exterminator. Picking up where we left off, I took notes in the theater house as the street scenery from the opening flew down like a plane landed by a drug addict. To Avi in his knickers, as the Baker Street Irregular entered and led Trevor, Moriarty, dressed in a long coat and hat, to Richard, Holmes posing as the bank manager, and Noah in a frilly magenta gown and long blonde wig, Watson posing as the bank manager's wife. To Avi sang and danced a catchy rap number, a regular irregular. I was incredibly proud of my son. I was even more proud when the stage lights finally came up halfway through the number. Tony asked for a short break while he changed a bit of the choreography. While Tony worked on stage with Ta'avi and the student doing the lighting, I headed backstage to the green room and found the actors sitting in clusters throughout the lounge. I poured myself some coffee, which I don't drink, at a table behind an algae green sofa where Mark Melody and Corey Sundance sat together conspiratorially. Corey filled out Lestrade's suit well. Conversely, Mark's black shirt and slacks hung off his body like a poorly fitted mannequin in a department store. Mark leaned into Corey. Congratulations. The understudy becomes the star like in Singing in the Rain. Thanks, dude, Corey replied with a smile. I hope playing Lestrade opens up some doors for me. What kind of doors? Mark asked with devotion beaming from his thin face. An actor isn't considered legitimate until he stars on Broadway. My play may go to Broadway. If it does, can I play Lestrade? Okay. Thanks. Corey placed a hand on Mark's knee. After Broadway, do you think there might be a movie version? I'd love that. Corey pouted. But you'd need a big star to play Lestrade. Mark replied, You were in that indie film. I'd cast you. I guess Lestrade will have a rear nude scene. Count me in. Corey put his strong arm around Mark's thin shoulders. Mark looked as aroused as a hillbilly marrying his cousin. You were terrific on screen in Rear Entry. How did you get that role? I met somebody involved in the production who got me an audition. The part sorta fell in my lap. I'll bet. Corey's attention was diverted to the other side of the room, where Richard and Delilah whispered together on a moss-green love seat. What's wrong? Mark asked him. Nothing. Corey continued to stare at Richard. Mark's face fell. Corey, I like you. I like you a lot. And I hope you like me too. But whether you do or you don't, please don't get involved with Richard. Besides, being too old for you and married, he's an egomaniac. Taking Mark's hand in his, Corey replied, I like you, Mark, but there's something between Richard and me. What is it? I can't tell you, but you have to trust me. Corey rose and made his way over to Richard and Delilah. Watering the rubber plant near them, I listened in as Corey sat on the arm of the sofa. I need to talk to you, Richard. There's nothing left to say, Richard replied with a smug look on his smug face. Delilah placed a hand on Corey's arm. I hope you understand. Corey replied, No, actually, I don't understand. Neither do I. Richard ran a hand through his dark wavy hair. I'm not going to explain this to you again. Delilah added, Corey, you have to take into consideration my Catholic upbringing. You didn't. Why should I? Corey asked with tears brimming in his eyes. Watch how you talk to my wife, young man, Richard said with a tight lip. Corey rose. You can't tell me what to do, Richard. Adina Saeed approached them and placed a hand on Delilah's shoulder. Is everything all right? Corey turned on her faster than a conservative legislator deregulating a bank. This is none of your business, Adina. I just thought I could help. Well, you can't, so mind your own business. Richard rose and spewed his rage like an erupting volcano. You're a vicious little brat, Corey. And you're a selfish piece of shit, Richard. He slapped Corey's cheek. Placing his hand over the bright red spot, Corey said, You'll regret that. Meeting his angry gaze, Richard said, I know a great deal about regret. Delilah burst into tears. Adina threw her arms around her. Pushing Adina away, Delilah shouted, Leave me alone, and hurried down the hallway. Mark appeared, grabbed Corey's elbow, and moved him to an easy chair at the far end of the room. Trevor Worth, sitting in a wingback chair near the window, shook his head from side to side. Ah, what fools these mortals be. At the same time, Shayla arrived with another folder of documents for Reuben to sign. Noticing Adina's tears, she took Adina by the hand and sat her on a lime chase next to the mint-colored fireplace mantel. I wandered over there to stoke the vacant fire. Sitting next to Adina, Shayla asked, What's wrong? Adina used a lace handkerchief to wipe the tears off her cheeks. Why won't she let me help her? Delilah? Adina nodded. Why does Delilah need help, besides being in this show? Adina went on a rant. Why does she stay with Richard? Why does Corey keep hounding them, and why do I care so damn much? As they say, love is blind, Shayla added almost to herself. And I've been blindsided more than most. Adina examined Shayla's smooth face. How do you get over it? You don't.
A little piece of you dies each day until you think there's nothing left. But then, like a tiny bud at the end of winter, a part of you is reborn. And that small, wonderful ray of hope grows slowly but surely under the sunshine until you are reborn.
With Adina's handkerchief soaking wet, Shayla used her own to finish mopping up Adina's face.
I don't know what's going on with Richard, Delilah, and Corey, or with you for that matter, but I do know one thing. Love hurts, but healing is possible. And I'd rather be on the side of healing. Maybe you should join my team and give it a try.
Adina looked down at the pine-green floor tiles.
I don't even know you. Why do you want to help me?
Shayla smiled, revealing a row of straight white teeth.
Because I understudy you and Delilah. If either of you leaves the show, I'll need to take out the costumes pronto.
Taking a hand mirror out of her purse, Adina asked,
Does all this angst show on my face?
Shayla took in Adina.
You look fine to me.
Adina clasped her arm.
You aren't just saying that?
I never say anything I don't mean.
Adina relaxed.
That's refreshing.
Why?
Because honesty is practically unheard of in the theater.
Not in this one.
You're a nice person,
Adina said.
Takes one to know one.
They shared a smile. Char called the break over. Adina jumped off her seat and clutched at her chest.
What's wrong?
Shayla asked. Adina blushed.
You'll think I'm silly.
I think everyone is silly. What scared you?
When I heard the student stage manager from behind me, I thought it might be the theater ghost.
Shayla did a double take.
The theater ghost?
Adina nodded.
I read that every theater has one.
Standing and placing a hand on her sizable hip, Shayla said,
This theater certainly has a lot of white people in it, but I don't think any of them are ghosts.
I hope you're right, Shayla.
Shayla winked at her.
I'm always right.
I hurried back to my front row center seat in the theater house and watched the antics on stage. On the street set, Trevor, posing as the wealthy investor, asked Richard and Noah, Holmes and Watson posing as the banker and his wife, if he could see inside the bank vault, in order to ensure the vault was a safe place to keep his money. When the bank manager, Richard, as Holmes, agreed, the bank set wheeled on, tilted, and then fell to the floor. They brought the house down. Student technicians scurried on stage like ants following Hansel and Gretel. When the set was finally stationary, inside the bank Richard took a book down from the shelf. He confided to the wealthy investor, Trevor, as Moriarty, that the vault combination numbers were written on a piece of paper hidden inside the book. When Trevor reached for the book, Richard handed it to Noah, as the bank manager's wife. Then he replaced his bank manager's jacket with Holmes's coat and hat, declaring triumphantly that the combination had never been in the book. Noah in turn gave the book to Trevor, and then stepped out of his dress and wig, revealing Watson's familiar three-piece suit. Declaring they had outsmarted Moriarty, Richard sang the next verse of The Book of Sherlock. At the final verse, Trevor returned the book to Richard and asked him to look inside. As he opened it, Richard's pride turned into abject terror as a snake leaped out from the book and bit him on the neck. The fake snake prop looks so realistic, and Richard's acting is quite believable. Uh-oh. Richard finished the last note of the song and fell still on the floor next to the book. He sang by the book. Chapter 5.
No, not Richard. Please, God, not my Richard.
Sitting in the front row of the theater house, Delilah Dream, still dressed as Mrs. Hudson, wept in Adina Saeed's arms. Adina shielded the older woman from the EMTs who carried the bagged body of Richard Richardson out of the theater house on a stretcher, and the police officers who once again taped off the stage. Delilah cried on Adina's shoulder.
We should have left the show when Harvey was murdered. I wanted to, but Richard wouldn't listen to me.
Her dark eyes were wide and wild.
Why wouldn't he listen to me?
I miss him so much. I want Richard. Somebody please bring me to Richard.
True grief or a Tony Award-winning performance?
It's going to be all right, Delilah,
Adina said, stroking Delilah's hair. Delilah pushed her away.
It's not going to be all right until I see my Richard. Where's my husband? I want my husband.
I walked over and took the seat on Delilah's other side. I know this is a terrible time for you, Delilah, but please try to be strong and think clearly. I'm sure Richard would have wanted that. Delilah grabbed my hand like a vice.
But I can't think clearly.
She stood and looked around the theater.
I need to talk to a priest. Is there a priest here?
In the theater?
Please, somebody give me a priest.
A policewoman appeared next to Delilah and said with as much emotion as a right-wing politician at a seminar on wind and solar energy, "I'm sorry for your loss, Ms. Dream." Delilah's tears flooded onto her house dress.
Call me Mrs. Richardson.
"Mrs. Richardson, please come with me," the young woman said. As if Blanche Dubois in A Streetcar Named Desire, Delilah replied,
Are you taking me to see Richard?
"No."
Are you bringing me to see a priest?
The police officer answered, "We need to talk to you, and to help you in any way possible."
Why can't I be with a priest?
My guess is you're the wrong gender and about 30 years too old. The policewoman led Delilah out to the lobby. Adina collapsed into a theater seat and cried into her hands. Shayla appeared and sat next to her. I pretended to check the sight lines from the theater house to the stage. Shayla offered her handkerchief.
Adina, are you crying for Richard? No, for Delilah.
Adina wiped her wet face with Shayla's handkerchief.
People I care about keep leaving me. Maybe it's time to find some new people to care about. People who will stay.
Adina repaired her makeup.
I must look like a train wreck. Am I a sight?
A beautiful sight. Shayla rested a hand on Adina's tiny shoulder. You need to have faith in that. Adina held the hand mirror up to her face.
This tells me differently.
Shayla took the mirror. Then stop looking at it. As if noticing Shayla for the first time, Adina said,
Why are you being so nice to me?
Haven't people been nice to you in the past?
Not really.
How about your family? Adina looked off in the distance as if reliving her life.
Dad passed away early, wasting most of his time trying to get Mom's attention. My mother spends most of her time running her company. I wanted to be a part of my half-brother's life, but Harvey wasn't interested for fear that having a sister with Middle Eastern roots might damage his sitcom's ratings.
How about the other actors on your soap opera?
They're all so busy vying for front-burner storylines, they only see me as competition.
And Delilah? She smiled nostalgically.
When we first started rehearsing this show, Delilah and I hit it off right away. We became fast friends, and we confided in each other until...
Richard came between you. Adina shook her head.
Delilah keeps her true feelings hidden away in a locked box. Anyone without the key is denied access.
Do you think Richard had the key? Adina shrugged.
I only know that I don't.
Are you in love with Delilah? You go, girl. Your boss would be proud. Adina's face turned to stone.
Would it matter if I were? Delilah isn't in love with me. Nobody, especially Delilah, would be that foolish.
I walked toward the lobby door and slowed down when I spotted Corey and Mark sitting in the back row of the theater house. I feel like we're doing Sweeney Todd. Mark rocked back and forth in his chair nervously. Corey sat still, staring straight ahead.
Richard Richardson is gone.
Mark came to faster than a right-wing politician at a voter suppression meeting. Are you okay about that? Corey smiled oddly.
I'm fine about that.
I don't mean to pry, but I couldn't help noticing that you had a thing for Richard. Corey laughed bitterly.
Yeah, it was a thing, all right.
I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but I didn't see any redeeming qualities in Richard Richardson. Join the club. Mark did a double-take. But I thought you liked him. Corey returned the double-take. What made you think that? You always seem to be watching him, following Richard and Delilah, whispering and arguing with them. Corey sat back in his chair, looking like the Cheshire Cat. I won't be arguing with Richard any longer. I opened the lobby door and found Trevor Worth standing on the opposite side with his hand on his hip. Nicky, I heard you were a terrific sleuth, much like Sherlock Holmes. In the 18th Sherlock Holmes productions I've done, it never took Holmes this long to solve a mystery. Sherlock Holmes wasn't a real person. His eyebrow raised to his large forehead. I beg to differ. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle patterned Holmes after Joseph Bell, surgeon and forensic scientist at the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh, whom Doyle met in 1877 when Doyle worked as Bell's clerk. I had read they were lovers. Interesting how history books always seem to leave out that little bit of history. Trevor's eyes bore into mine. People are getting murdered. What's taking you so long to find the murderer, Nicky? I'm not a real detective. Obviously. He sneered down his long nose at me as if I were a mouse at a royal banquet. This is Manuelo's case, I explained. Trevor guffawed. That incompetent Lestrade clone solving a case would be as unlikely as finding a fact-checker in the media. Lives are on the line here, Nicky, so you'd better up your game. He strode past me. I was angry at Trevor, but I knew he was right.
But I don't want to leave the show. I love being on stage.
Ta'avi stood between Noah and Tony near a sofa, pleading his case. There's a murderer loose, Tony said.
I can take care of myself,
Ta'avi replied like a rebellious teenager at curfew. Joining the group, I asked, What's going on? Noah replied, Tony and I think Ta'avi should leave the show. Tony and I? It's too dangerous for Ta'avi to continue, Tony added. I replied, I think we should talk about this as a family. That's what we're doing, Tony said. I said as gently as possible, I mean Noah, Ta'avi, and me. Tony stepped backward as if he'd been hit by a bullet. Why am I not surprised? My brother doesn't consider me a part of his family. Nicky didn't mean it that way, Noah said quickly. Noticing Ta'avi looking up at me with question marks in his eyes, I said, Tony, you are part of my family, but when it comes to decisions about Ta'avi, Noah and I are his parents. Ta'avi nodded.
And as my parents, you should know my place is in show business. It's in my genes.
You were adopted, I replied. Undaunted, Ta'avi said,
The adopted actor's life is for me.
I put my arm around my son. Ta'avi, your dad and uncle are worried about you because 3 of our cast members have been murdered. They think you'll be safer at home away from all this. To be honest, I'm thinking the same thing. We know you enjoy being in the show, but our main concern is for your protection and well-being. We love you, and the last thing in the world we would want is for you to get hurt. Sounding like a defense attorney pleading his case, Ta'avi answered,
When you adopted me, I knew all about your crime solving. It's one of the things I love about my 2 dads. And I want to help like I did in Hawaii.
Where you nearly got yourself killed, Noah said.
But I didn't.
Ta'avi hit all bases home.
Because the 3 of us are a great team. We look out for each other. We're a family. And when we're together, nobody can hurt us.
He hugged my neck.
Please let me stay in the show, Pop. If I'm not here, I'll miss the stage like crazy. And I'll miss you and Dad, too. Don't make me worry about you, too. Let me be here to keep an eye on you.
Tears filled our eyes as Noah, Ta'avi, and I had a family hug. From my peripheral vision, I noticed Tony glaring at me. When the 3 of us separated, I looked at Noah, who nodded. I said, To Avi, you can stay in the show, but you have to promise us you won't ever leave my, Dad's, or Uncle Tony's side. Do you promise?
I'll stick to you like glue to an addict.
I'll hold you to that. I couldn't resist. Noah, to Avi, and I shared a smile. Now, work on your rap number dance with Uncle Tony while I talk to Detective Manuelo, I said. To Avi asked,
Do you need me to back you up with Manuelo, Pop?
I think I can go this one alone. I playfully slapped to Avi's backside, and he and Tony left for the green room. Noah turned to me with a worried look on his handsome face. Do you think we did the right thing, letting Avi stay in the show? I ran a shaky hand through my hair. I hope so. I'd better talk to Manuelo. When I reached Manuelo at the other side of the lobby, he was finishing an interview with the student heading our prop crew.
Don't go too far,
Manuelo ordered with a scratch of his tight curly hair. The frightened young man nodded like a jack-in-the-box.
I won't. I can't. I live in the dorm. Well, it's not like they lock us in or anything. Actually they do since they lock the doors at night. But we can get out if we want to. You just can't get in. But actually, you could get in since you're a detective. Detective.
I patted his arm. It's all right, Luis. You can go now. After he darted away faster than a senior citizen hunting down an early bird special, I said to Manuelo, Is it necessary to terrorize my students? He exhaled so deeply his necks jiggled like gelatin. Try saying that 3 times fast.
Nicky, 3 members of your cast have been murdered.
Ah, so you admit Richard Richardson was murdered?
He was bitten by a poisonous snake. Not even you would be dense enough to use a real snake in a show.
Thank you, I think. The snake was a fake, a puppet. Somebody switched it for the venomous snake. Manuelo threw up his pudgy arms.
And nobody saw or heard anything.
Have you spoken to Char, the student stage manager?
Of course. What do you think I am, stupid?
Next question. I take it she didn't see anything?
You take it right.
Let's not get personal, Manuelo.
How's this for personal, Nicky? Your show is closed, as is this theater, and maybe the entire college.
Manuelo, you can't do that. Our show opens in 2 nights.
Producers, investors, critics, and vicious tweeters out for Broadway blood are coming from New York City for our opening night.
The show is closed, Nicky.
I got down on my knees. Please, Manuelo, this could be my big break. If the show moves to Broadway, I move with it. Manuelo's eyes lit up like rockets.
You might leave Tree Meadow?
I leapt up and put my arm around him. As hard as it would be to leave you, Manuelo, if the Great White Way calls, I'm picking up on the first ring. Besides, if we close down now, we'll never catch the murderer.
We'll never catch the murderer?
Okay, I'll never catch the murderer. Manuelo spotted a local reporter heading into the lobby.
All right, you can do your show. But you're closed down for the rest of today while forensics examines the theater.
I kissed his wide nose, an easy target. Thank you, Manuelo. Wiping his nose with his handkerchief, he said,
Now get away from me. A reporter is coming.
I pinched my cheeks and ran a comb through my hair. The young man barged into the lobby with his camera operator in tow. He thrust a microphone into Manuelo's face.
Detective Manuelo, is it true there's been a 3rd murder on campus?
Manuelo took in a deep breath.
Yes, Richard Richardson.
I stepped in front of Manuelo. Who played Sherlock Holmes in my play? I bit my knuckle and offered my most sympathetic look to the camera. However, after the terrible tragedy that has befallen our beloved star, I, Nicky Abundanza, Associate Professor of Directing at Tree Meadow College, will step into the role. After pushing me away, Manuelo said to the reporter,
I'll have a full statement for you once the autopsy has been completed.
Non-fazed, the reporter asked,
How did he die?
Poor Richard was bitten by a snake, I said. Manuelo shot venom eyes at me.
Where is his wife Delida Dream?
The reporter asked.
My police officer brought her back to the hotel, Manuelo added. No press allowed.
Following Manuelo across the lobby, the reporter asked, Is it true that the show is a front for a cult who use cream pies instead of pink lemonade? Were Broadway stars Richard Richardson, Delilah Dream, and hot indie star Corey Sundance secret menage lovers? Is it true Mark Melody's musical, try and say that 3 times fast, when recited backwards while standing on your head is secret code from Russia? I walked through the theater house and met up with Noah, Ta'avi, and Tony in the green room. We headed out the stage door for lunch at the local diner, triple-decker sandwiches and coleslaw. When we returned to the theater lobby, Ta'avi asked,
"Can I play in the woods behind the theater with Uncle Tony?"
Noah asked, "Is that all right with Uncle Tony?"
"Sure."
My brother rested a hand on Noah's shoulder.
"Come with us, Noah?"
I grasped Noah's hand. "Noah and I have a meeting with Martin and Reuben." "We do?" Noah whispered in my ear. "We do now," I whispered back. Turning to Tony, I said, "Thanks for watching over Ta'avi."
"What are uncles for?"
Tony took Ta'avi's hand and they exited the lobby. Noah cocked his head in my direction. "What's this about a meeting?" "I just had an idea. Follow me." A few minutes later, Noah and I sat on high-backed leather chairs across from Martin and Reuben at Martin's cherrywood fireplace mantel, sipping hot cocoa from china cups. Martin's azure bow tie and sweater vest matched the monogrammed cloth napkins on our laps, as well as Reuben's leisure suit. Shayla sat in her outer office with her ears glued to the crack in the doorway. Having explained my plan, I asked, "Well, what do you think?" "It's better than the cockamamie role plays you've done in the past to catch the murderer," Shayla called out from her desk. "I'm just not sure if Martin has the acting chops to pull it off." Martin's eyebrows arched as he shouted,
"Don't you have work to do, Shayla?"
"Yes, making sure you don't make a fool of yourself," she replied.
"My acting is perfectly fine," Martin said to the 3 of us. Reuben patted his husband's small knee.
"Of course it is. As the expression goes, those who can, do. Those who can't, teach."
"Good one, Reuben,"
Shayla said. Martin's eyes turned to slits. "Keep it up, Reuben, and you may be doing without something for quite some time." Reuben waved away Martin with his napkin.
"As for the role play, I understand that we need information from Delilah to solve the case. But won't she recognize Martin?"
I patted Noah's shoulder. "Not after Noah gets through with him." Martin rested his cup on the cherrywood end table and looked skeptically at Noah.
"What are you going to do to me?"
Noah's face lit up like a plastic surgeon meeting a movie star. "I'm taking you to the costume shop and makeup room. This may take some time." An hour later, Reuben, Noah, and I hid behind the doorway of a guest lounge at the Tree Meadow Inn. We peeked inside at Martin and Delilah, sitting opposite each other on overstuffed daisy-patterned easy chairs adjacent to a lemon-yellow marble fireplace mantel. Banana-colored bookcases loaded with old mystery novels and board games, love seats, and game tables filled the saffron-colored room. Thanks to Noah's handiwork, I barely recognized Martin with his long dark hair and beard, thick black glasses, and protruding belly, not to mention his dark suit and priest collar. Delilah said in a shaky voice as she wiped the tears off her cheeks with a tissue,
"Thank you for seeing me, Father. I hope I didn't take you away from any pressing matters at your church. I was ready to explode."
Martin replied in a nasal twang,
"There are always pressing matters. Altar boys who need training and discipline. Young ruffian runaways seeking a bed for the night. Hungry young homeless youths with mouths to fill. However, please don't concern yourself about that, my child."
He looked out the window at the mountains in the distance like the Mother Abbess in The Sound of Music.
"After all, what good is a priest who can't bend over backwards for someone ready to explode?"
"Cut the comedy, Martin, and get to the investigation."
Delilah asked,
"What is the name of your church, Father?"
Martin replied with a warm tone akin to Bing Crosby's In the Bells of St. Mary.
"The church in the heaven is for us, but taxes are for you."
"Heaven help us."
"I've never heard of that parish,"
Delilah replied.
We're very private. Why, just the other day, while staring down at an altar boy on his knees before me in the bell tower, I explained to the young lad the virtue of modesty and silence in giving all we have to the Lord."
Delilah sat back in her chair.
"When my producer phoned to tell me you were coming, I neglected to ask your name."
"Father Pedro File."
Martin smiled, revealing a gold middle tooth.
"Your producer, Reuben Markinson, summoned me."
"Yes, that was kind of him."
She wiped more tears from her pale cheeks. Martin, or rather Father Pedro, slid to the edge of his seat.
"From what I hear, Reuben's husband is the power behind the producer."
Reuben raised his eyes to the thick white molding over the doorway.
"But I'm sure you didn't ask for a priest to talk about your gifted co-star Martin Anderson," Martin said. "Or did you?"
"No."
Delilah sucked in a deep breath from her diaphragm.
"Father, I was brought up in a very strict Catholic household, and though my parents are both now deceased, I've held on to my faith."
She sighed.
"Especially in times of trial and tribulation."
"I'm so glad."
He took her hand.
"What is bothering you so, my child?"
"My husband was murdered,"
she wept wildly.
"Oh, you poor, poor dear. But take heart, your husband's spirit is now in heaven."
"Somehow I doubt that."
Delilah pulled herself together.
"My husband wasn't a very good man, Father."
"And yet you miss him so?"
She seemed to choose her words carefully.
"Richard and I had an understanding."
Martin picked up his cue.
"I think you'd better tell me all about this, my child."
She clutched at her tissue.
"It's difficult for me to talk about it, Father."
"Try,"
he smiled.
"If you'd like to get into heaven rather than spend eternity with your husband in the other place."
Delilah looked away.
"I've committed many sins, Father."
"And I can forgive each one and cleanse your stained and soiled soul."
Try saying that 3 times fast.
"But first I need to know everything you've done, my child," he added quickly. "And I mean everything. Let's pretend we're in the confessional. Confess."
"I guess I should start at the beginning."
"A very good place to start. Martin!"
Delilah moved a wave of auburn hair off her forehead.
"My husband and I met while acting in regional theater. I was only 18 years old. That was 10 years ago."
Martin reacted as if Delilah had said she was a liberal working for the gun, oil, and tobacco lobby.
"We must tell the truth during confession, my child, or the Father won't absolve you of your wicked sins."
He gritted his teeth.
"And lying is one of them."
Her shoulders dropped in resignation.
"It was 23 years ago."
So she's really 41, 28 in actress years.
"We were playing Hermia and Lysander in a production of A Midsummer Night's Dream, and Richard and I fell instantly in love."
Delilah grimaced.
"Richard with the actor playing Demetrius, and me with Richard's father, Robert, who played Oberon."
Martin feigned horror.
"And you and Richard into the holy sacrament of marriage?"
She nodded.
"Audiences were even more judgmental than they are now. Since Richard's father was married and Richard needed a beard, we thought it would be the best solution."
Hearing the reminder, Martin adjusted his fake beard into place.
"A beard, you say?"
"A woman to convince the world Richard was heterosexual."
"Ah, a practical solution,"
Martin said in pretend delight. She rubbed her forehead.
"Though Richard promised to be discreet, he was anything but. Just ask half the actors in New York City."
"I'd be happy to see them in my confessional,"
Martin asked like Miss Manners.
"And were you discreet, Delilah?"
Her head dropped.
"No. Richard's father had such a power over me. He was tall, handsome, strong, with a booming voice, a theater superstar. I was madly in love with my father-in-law."
"And you didn't live in the rural South?"
"No."
"Please go on, my child."
For a while, our clandestine relationship continued without Robert's wife finding out.
How did Richard feel about that?
Angry, betrayed, and resentful.
Did you and Robert continue your sinful proclivities?
She bit her lower lip.
Yes, until I became pregnant.
With a baby?
No, Martin, with a moose. Of course with a baby.
Martin made tisk sounds.
What did you do?
He reached for his chest.
Please don't tell me you committed the worst sin of all, after homosexuality, of course.
Delilah shook her head and auburn strands flew in various directions.
With my Catholic upbringing, I couldn't do it, Father. Of course, Robert was panic-stricken about his career. I begged Richard to raise the child as our own, but he wanted no part of it.
So you found a nice gay couple to adopt?
Martin! He cleared his throat.
I mean, did you bring your baby to a Catholic adoption agency where homosexual couples would be prohibited from adopting your child even if it meant your child, born by a sinful act, would justifiably remain a poor, unwanted, unloved orphan forever?
Robert took care of all the arrangements. Richard and Robert wouldn't talk about it any further.
Martin scratched at his beard and then moved it back in place.
And during the years that followed, did you and Robert shack up more than a rabbit in a burrow filled with Viagra?
Oh, my God. Hardly. Robert moved on,
she added with a grimace.
And so did Richard.
Yet you and Richard stayed together as husband and wife.
Father, I grew to love Richard.
And
I'll admit I wanted to keep the Richardson name, which was Broadway gold.
And of course Richard wanted to keep his beard.
Martin's beard slipped down his face, and he quickly pressed it back into the glue on his skin. Delilah rose and stood at the fireplace mantel.
And as the years went on and Richard's young good looks faded, he began to pay for services rendered.
Including with Bruno Lucio from your show, which led to Harvey Snigger blackmailing your husband.
Delilah did a double take.
How did you know about that?
Your producer, Reuben, informed me. He's a bit of a gossip.
Reuben growled next to me.
Martin said, as I understand it, Bruno Lucio was gayo for payo, as we say in the rectory.
Martin had a far-off look on his face. Don't do it, Martin.
Tell me, when your husband and the ex-wrestler fornicated, did they begin in the opening wrestling position?
He did it. Delilah scowled.
I have no idea. It pains me to even think about that, especially now.
Of course, my child. But finding one's peccadillos via prostitution has always been with us.
Martin rested his head back in his chair and nearly dislodged the wig.
Like Mary Magdalene, and believe it or not, like many of my parishioners, I can't tell you how many evenings I've ventured to the back rooms of the seediest bars and nightclubs to investigate. And when I witnessed their sinful behavior, my jaw dropped and I fell to my knees.
He sighed.
Still, as I teach the altar boys, the abhorrent behavior of sex out of marriage is superior to the sin of spilling the seed alone.
Cut to the chase, Martin.
Your director confided in me that your young castmate, Adina Saeed, appears to be infatuated with you.
Thanks, Martin. Delilah laughed with melancholy.
Adina's sweet, but I can't love a woman. At least not publicly.
Thank heavens! Why, just the other day I found Sister Margaret and Sister Marietta on their knees in the back pew of our church. The poor dears looked startled when I walked in on them. They must have been in deep, deep worship, no doubt praying for the souls of deviant lesbians everywhere. I mean, if God wanted us all to be lesbians, he wouldn't have given us teeth.
Martin! Delilah looked as jittery as a beauty pageant contestant who hadn't slept with the judges.
Father, I feel so guilty about my sins. Will you give me penance and pray with me so I may be forgiven?
Of course, my child. For your penance, please donate a very large sum of money to an organization called GLSEN.
Really, Martin? A crease formed between her plucked eyebrows.
I've never heard of that Catholic charity, but I will do as you say, Father.
What choice do you have, my child? It's absolution or to hell in a handbasket for you. Now, let us pray.
Martin kneeled next to the fireplace, and Delilah joined him.
Dear Lord, Delilah seduced Samson and robbed that gorgeous, long-haired muscle man of his strength. Similarly, Delilah Dream, born in original sin, has committed unspeakable evil. Please save this wicked reprobate's evil soul and help her to no longer spread her debauchery and immorality.
Delilah's voice was small and high.
Please also forgive my father-in-law, my husband, and my child.
Martin nodded, as if getting a backstage prompt.
And Lord, please also forgive this wretch's depraved father-in-law, Robert Richardson, her malevolent deceased husband, Richard Richardson, and her child.
He whispered to her. What's the child's name? Delilah whispered back.
Corey Sundance.
Chapter 6. That evening, I sat in my boxers in our four-poster, replaying in my head everything that Delilah had said to Martin, or rather, Father Pedro. Noah entered, stripped to his boxers, and cuddled up next to me. Where were you? Noah replied into my chest. Tony couldn't get the window in his bedroom to open. What about the air conditioning? He prefers fresh air. We got talking. About what? A line formed across Noah's porcelain-like forehead. Tony seems to be having an early midlife crisis. Why doesn't he talk to his brother about it? Sometimes it's easier to talk to someone new in your life. I'm glad you're not new in my life. We shared a long kiss. I wrapped my arms around his back. You and Tony seem to be really hitting it off. Noah nodded, and the scent of strawberries enveloped me. How could I not love your brother? You don't find him a bit gruff and bitter? It's part of his charm. Tony seems to be evaluating his life in Kansas. I'm a good listener. I think inside Tony is a little boy longing to be loved. He reached up and kissed my sideburn, just like his older brother. I'll bring a walker home from the prop closet at the theater. Noah said, with 3 of our cast members gone, Tony is starting to freak out. So am I. I kissed his forehead. I've been trying to piece together all the information. He sat up and rested his back against the headboard. Need a sounding board? Sure, Watson. We shared a kiss. Back to the case, Noah said. I sat up next to him. I want to talk to our ex-student, Corey Sundance. To ask him about Richard not accepting him as a brother? I nodded. And I want to ask our ex-stage manager and current Inspector Lestrade about his quest for stardom. It isn't only Corey who benefited from 2 of the deaths. Remember, rent boy Bruno and blackmailer Harvey could have outed Richard. Removing those threats would no doubt please Delilah. Elementary, my dear darling. I kissed his cheek. Noah took my hand. Which reminds me, Nicky, we shouldn't forget about the power of love. You mean Mark Melody and Adina Saeed? Noah nodded. Mark's infatuation with Corey and Adina's for Delilah could have caused them to commit crimes of passion. And getting Harvey out of the picture leaves Adina sole heir to her mother's cosmetics fortune. Noah's dimples appeared. Maybe we should befriend Adina. You're the makeup maven. She'll love you. I tickled Noah's ribs, and he giggled like a girl in a feather factory. We looked up to find Ta'avi standing at our bedroom doorway, wearing my long T-shirt and a somber look on his young face. What's wrong? Noah and I asked in unison. A sweet couple thing we do. Ta'avi jumped into bed with us with his dark eyes filled with fear. Nothing. Can't you sleep? I asked. Ta'avi shook his head no. Noah put his arm around the boy. Did you have another dream about people trying to break up our family? He shook his head again. Do you have stage fright about our opening night? A concept I've never understood, by the way. Bet you're not surprised. To answer my question, Ta'avi repeated the same headshake, this time nearly giving himself whiplash. Is it the murders? Noah asked. Finally, Ta'avi nodded. Noah looked over at me. Sounding like my idol Sherlock Holmes, I said, Ta'avi, murder is a dastardly business. Unfortunately, since the beginning of time, misguided people have sought to hurt and even kill others due to greed, malice, revenge, or domination. Noah took Ta'avi's vocabulary pad and pen from his Victorian night table and handed it to Ta'avi, who wrote quickly. I turned on the Tiffany lamp at my night table as a spotlight on me, and I continued my monologue. But thankfully our society has crime fighters with right and honor on our side, and we will never back down until every murderer is caught and brought to sweet justice. As Ta'avi wrote on his pad, Noah took the more practical tactic. Ta'avi, are you scared that the murderer will go free? Ta'avi shook his head and dark hair flew in all directions.
I know Pop will solve it.
Noah asked, Are you afraid that the murderer will hurt one of us? Ta'avi shrugged his little shoulders. We're looking out for you, Ta'avi. So is Uncle Tony.
And I'm watching out for you, too,
Ta'avi said.
But it's not enough.
Not enough? Noah and I asked. There we go again. Ta'avi nodded.
I want to join the investigation with you guys, Martin and Reuben.
So that's it. No, Ta'avi, Noah said. Undaunted, Ta'avi sat up on his knees.
Please, can't I dress up and pretend to be somebody else to get information for you?
You can do that on the stage only, I replied. Ta'avi sulked like a teenager whose parents came home during an orgy.
But I want to help solve the case.
I lifted Ta'avi's chin with my thumb. You are already helping us by being our son. Ta'avi cocked his head to one side. Noah explained, You give us the inspiration to keep working on the show. You and the thought of hearing an audience's applause and cheers, and knowing that we have a son to love and protect gives us the courage and motivation to keep fighting the good fight to try and solve this case. Ta'avi wrote on his pad and then asked,
Please, Pop, can't I help?
You're already helping, just by being you, I said, meaning it. You know that, right? Ta'avi nodded. And you know you can always come and tell us anything, right?
I know, Dad.
Good. Noah rose from the bed and took Ta'avi's hand. It's late. Let's tuck you back into bed. Ta'avi stood next to the bed.
I know you can solve this one, Pop.
Thanks. I kissed Ta'avi's forehead. Pleasant dreams. When I was alone, I stared into space, hoping Ta'avi was right. The next morning after breakfast, frittata and fruit salad with supplements for me, Tony phoned his 2 daughters, and then Noah drove us at the speed of lightning to campus. Passing the police officers stationed outside the theater, thank goodness they were not on the road, we made our way through the lobby, inside the theater, and to the dressing room area. Noah went into his dressing room, and Ta'avi and Tony disappeared into Ta'avi's. Expecting an understandably high tension level among the cast and crew, I knocked on Delilah's dressing room door to make sure she was all right.
Come in,
she said weakly. I opened the door to find Delilah sitting at her makeup table in her Victorian house dress and apron. I noticed the bags under her eyes were the size of a top 1%er's wallet. It's honorable that you came to the theater today, I said with a soothing voice. Delilah replied,
I spent some time with a local priest yesterday. He was an odd fellow.
You don't know the half of it.
But meeting with the clergy helped me.
Really?
And Adina spent the night in my room.
My eyebrow raised to the chipped ceiling. Delilah seemed to notice.
Sleeping on the chase. But with Adina gone, I couldn't sit in that hotel room alone any longer.
so I came here."
She let out a tortured sigh.
"Maybe working will get my mind off Richard, even for a moment."
"And ensure your understudy doesn't replace you in the show." I sat at the edge of the makeup table. "Have you made any arrangements for Richard?" Tears filled her eyes.
"The detective wants to do an autopsy. After that, Richard will be cremated with no service."
She looked at me through the mirror.
"It's what he wanted."
Wiping her eyes with the tissue and then applying rouge to her pale cheeks, Delilah said,
"I phoned Robert."
"I'll bet."
"He's obviously distraught."
But what a blessing that he was able to speak with his son before Richard passed away. Delilah stared at me.
"He was?"
"Wait, that was me? I just assumed they had spoken over the phone since father and son were both doing shows on the road."
"Father and son didn't speak much."
Delilah applied eyeliner with a shaky hand. Then she slammed down the pencil.
"How could this have happened? Who would want to kill Richard, and Harvey, and Bruno?"
That's what Detective Manuela was trying to find out. She put on her mascara, unveiling a wry smile.
"We need Sherlock Holmes."
My thoughts exactly. Hang in there, Delilah. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
"I hope we're all alive to see it."
As Delilah readied her lipstick, I nodded and closed the door behind me. I took a few steps to the next dressing room, where Trevor Ward looked down his long nose at me. Flicking back his lengthy dark hair, Trevor said, "Haven't figured out who done it yet, Nicky?" I sat on the love seat with Trevor looming over me. "You've played Moriarty in 18 different Sherlock Holmes plays, and you're playing him next season. As you never let us forget, have you picked up anything along the way that might help here?"
"Picked up?" he snorted. "Isn't that something you gay men do?"
"I'm married, Trevor." He placed a finger on his chin. "Marriage, yes. I was married once." "What happened?"
"She ran off with another actor in our company."
Time to change the subject. "Who do you think is responsible for the 3 murders in our company?" Trevor's beady eyes narrowed.
"In London, we have repertory theatres. The same cast and crew perform show after show, year after year. We develop a sixth sense about each other. I tried to do that when I recommended Harvey, Bruno, and Richard, since he's a Broadway name for Moriarty. Alas, best laid plans of mice and men and all that. In addition to actors getting swatted like flies, here in the States, you blokes move from show to show like singles playing in the field. So, it's a bit of a challenge to uncover which is the murderer among us, isn't it?"
I jumped to my feet. "But I'm determined to figure this out before any more of my cast members are harmed."
"Considering I am one of said cast members, I believe that sounds like a good plan."
He offered me a thin smile.
"Good luck, Nicky."
Next was Corey's dressing room, previously Bruno's. My ex-student and ex-stage manager sat on the love seat holding hands with our show's creator, Mark Melody. I stood at the doorway. Sounding like Martin, I asked, "Are you two an item now?"
"I wish," Mark said with a wide grin on his thin face.
"Mark and I are talking about writing a new show together," Corey said.
"We're like the leading characters in They're Playing Our Song," Mark added.
Intrigued, I stepped inside the dressing room and sat on the windowsill.
"What's the show about?
Need a director?"
Corey's handsome face and rippling muscles seemed in contrast with Lestrade's frumpy suit.
"The musical is about an orphan who grows up to become the biggest star in the world. I'm playing the leading role,"
Corey said to nobody's surprise in the room.
"Let me guess, it's called Little Orphan Corey."
Mark beamed like a dieter with a broken scale at weigh-in.
"Corey came up with the storyline."
"I'll bet."
"I'm writing the music and lyrics."
Mark squeezed Corey's hand.
"Clearly, the 3 murders in our company haven't brought you two down," I said.
Mark rubbed his bald head.
"I'm really sorry about what happened to Harvey, Bruno, and Richard, but we've come this far.
Our show needs to have a life." He smiled adoringly at the younger man. "And Corey and I can protect each other." I asked, "How about you, Corey?" He shrugged his strong shoulders.
"I'm freaked out about it, but to be honest, those three guys didn't mean anything to me."
"Does anybody mean anything to you besides Corey?" Mark scratched at his black turtleneck. "The cast and crew are freaked out, but everybody wants the show to open and be a hit." I leaned toward Corey. "I noticed you speaking to Richard a number of times during rehearsals. It looked like you two guys bonded." Mark laughed. "Hardly. I thought maybe there was something going on between you and Richard." Corey's face turned to granite.
"There was nothing going on between Richard Richardson and me."
Mark smiled like a vaccinated child entering a children's beauty pageant during a measles outbreak. "I was concerned about Corey and Richard too, Nicky, but I believe Corey." Love is blind. I stood. "Okay then, have a good rehearsal, guys." My next stop was Adina Saeed's dressing room, where I found the young actress looking lovely in her Victorian gown and jewels, standing in front of the makeup mirror. No surprise there. "How do I look?" she asked. "I just said you look lovely. Oh, that's right, you can't hear my narration. You look beautiful, Adina." "You sure do." Shayla entered in a white blouse and chocolate skirt. As usual, her dark hair was in a tight bun. I couldn't help teasing her. "What are you doing in here, Shayla?" She replied, "I wanted to make sure Adina was all right, given the 3 murders that you haven't solved yet, Nicky." Ignoring Shayla, I said to Adina, "Thank you for staying with Delilah last night." That caught Shayla's attention. "Was that wise?" Adina shrugged. "Probably not, but I think it helped Delilah finally get to sleep." "And that's all you two did? Sleep?" Shayla asked, looking afraid to hear Adina's answer. "Yes, of course." Adina sat at her makeup table and combed her hair. Shayla breathed a sigh of relief that nearly knocked me over. Then, sitting next to Adina, she said, "Is there anything I can get for you? Like a marriage certificate?" Adina took Shayla's hand. "You've been very sweet and protective. I really appreciate that, especially now." "Of course. There's a murderer loose." Shayla turned toward me. "Isn't it about time that you nearly get killed and turn the tables on the killer at the last minute?" "Noah, Martin, Reuben, and I are working on it," I said. Shayla groaned. "That's about as comforting as a KKK member working on racial relations." Adina dropped her brush. "Sorry, I'm a bit jittery." Shayla picked it up and laid it on the table. "No wonder, with all this talk about murder." "And the theater ghost," Adina said. "Are you still talking about a theater ghost?" Shayla asked, like a sketch comic waiting for her partner to deliver the punchline. Adina nodded. "I've heard that the spirit of someone who worked at the theater as an actor, seamstress, technician, or theater owner haunted after death." "I don't know too much about ghosts." Shayla leaned in closer to Adina. "But from what I've heard, ghosts don't generally appear to more than one person at a time." "I've heard that too," Adina replied. "So maybe you and I should stick together," Shayla said. Adina let out a radiant smile. "I think I'd like that. I think I'd like that very much." As the two women made goo-goo eyes at each other, I left the room. After checking in with the student stage manager, I asked her to call the cast and crew into the green room. Once everyone was assembled, I stood at the front of the room and offered my most heart-wrenching pose. "I know how upset you all are about the terrible tragedy that has befallen our company. However, as hard as it may be, we must pull together in honor of our 3 cherished comrades who were so sadly lost to us. This may sound impossible, but I want each of you to summon courage and strength from the theater gods, dedicate your performance to Harvey, Bruno, and Richard, and give the performance of a lifetime for them." Out of breath, I looked out at the company. As is the case with my students in class, my audience responded by texting, yawning, whispering to each other, and stretching. Ta'avi patted me on the back.
Good try, Pop. When does the rehearsal start?
I called out, Places in 10 minutes. While our company siphoned off to their dressing rooms, Noah put his arm around me. Better get into your costume, Nicky. What costume? Your Sherlock Holmes suit. My head felt like a boomerang. I completely forgot that I'm Richard's understudy. And you'll make a terrific Sherlock Holmes. Noah kissed my cheek. And I'm your Watson. 5 minutes later, I stood alone in the star dressing room staring at my reflection in the mirror. There was the famous hat, pipe, suit, overcoat, and insightful gaze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My dream has finally come true. I am playing my idol, Sherlock Holmes. Mama, I am a pretty detective. I left the dressing room and headed for the stage. Amidst the buzz of activity from the cast and crew, and our musician warming up on his synthesizer, I met Noah center stage. Standing together as Holmes and Watson, we shared a knowing smile. "Hello, Watson." He giggled. "Hello, Sherlock." The set for Moriarty's dungeon rolled in with a screech and a sway. Trevor entered in his long, dark coat as Moriarty, having captured us by snake attack in the previous scene. From behind the set, the student doing props reached through holes in the set and attached plastic chains to Noah's and my wrists. The pink light flooding the stage changed to eerie cobalt as Char screamed into her headset in the wing. As Moriarty stood before us, laughing maniacally at our shackles, my chain split in two and fell to the floor. I quickly held the two ends together and pretended to struggle for freedom from the torn plastic that dangled from my hands. The spotlight hit my right side, and I sang the haunting ballad, "Don't Cry for Me, Moriarty." There wasn't a dry eye in the house, especially mine, since the hot lights caused me to sweat profusely in the heavy hat and coat. The song ended to rousing applause and shouts of "Encore!" mainly from me. As the dungeon was pulled off and Holmes's sitting room was brought on, the two sets collided like bumper cars. I called for a lunch break. Not wanting to undress and dress again, our inner circle had takeout lunch in my dressing room courtesy of my brother's trip to the local diner. Tony distributed sandwiches, salads, and drinks to Martin and Reuben sharing the love seat, Noah and me at the makeup table, and Ta'avi on the windowsill. In our costumes, we looked as if we should be sitting in a pub in Victorian London. Joining Ta'avi on the windowsill, Tony asked, "How do you think the show is coming along, Nicky?" "Like a train with failed brakes heading toward a volcano," I mumbled through my lobster salad on 8-grain toast. Noah patted my knee. "We're just working out some kinks." He dug into his vegetable garden salad. Ta'avi bit into his chicken teriyaki wrap.
"Can Uncle Tony and I play in the woods behind the theater?"
"Again?" Noah asked, sounding like an overprotective father. "Why do you like playing back there so much?" "We find secret pathways," Tony said. Ta'avi added,
"I climbed a tree, and we saw a tent."
That caught my attention. "A tent?" Ta'avi nodded, and teriyaki sauce dribbled down his mouth. As Tony wiped it off with his napkin, Ta'avi said,
"It was a really nice tent, and very big."
Wearing Sherlock Holmes's clothes, I felt every bit the detective. "Was anyone inside it?" I asked. Ta'avi shook his head and more sauce was dislodged. Reuben replied, "Maybe it belongs to a homeless person." "Not an expensive-looking tent like that." Tony took a huge bite of his turkey sandwich. Noah said, "It was probably someone traveling." "It must have been a student," Martin said. "During the summer?" Reuben asked. Martin glared at his husband. "Yes, students do exist during the summer. Some of them are working on our show." He grinned like a tax evader becoming president. "I wonder if any of them were shacking up out there." Ta'avi asked Noah,
"What's shacking up?"
Noah handed Ta'avi his vocabulary pad and pen. After writing, Ta'avi asked,
"Can I play out there after lunch, Dad?"
Tony nodded in Noah's direction. Noah replied, "All right, but only if Uncle Tony is with you. And while you're there, build a shrine to Uncle Tony."
"Anything new on the investigation?"
Martin asked, stealing olives from Reuben's salad and placing them on his own. I downed some supplements chased with cranberry juice.
"Manuelo's officers are all over this place." "Which won't stop the murderer."
Martin slid to the edge of his seat.
"So it's up to us to catch the culprit."
Reuben stole feta cheese from Martin's salad.
"I'd like to know more about Corey Sundance."
I rested my elbows on my knees. I tried. Corey's tighter than a drum thrown into a clothes dryer. Noah leapt to his feet, nearly knocking me off my stool.
"I have an idea,"
Reuben asked like a chorus girl facing a star with laryngitis.
"Does it involve me?"
"Not this time." Noah explained his plan, and then he hurried off to the costume shop. A half-hour later, I stood in the doorway of Corey's dressing room. He was at the mirror making dim-wit faces, practicing his Lestrade character.
"You've definitely risen to the challenge, Corey. I think you'll make a fine Lestrade."
Corey smiled.
"I have a good director."
I entered and sat on the love seat. "Where's Mark?"
"He's doing some last-minute music changes."
"I doubt if it will help."
"It seems like you and Mark have hit it off."
"He's a great guy."
"Is he a great guy for you?" I asked, sounding like Martin. Corey looked down at his boots.
"When it comes to my personal life, I'm a little guarded."
"Like Fort Knox is a little guarded."
"Besides, I have a lot of issues to work out."
"Such as?"
"My career, for one."
Corey sat next to me.
"I want the show to move to Broadway, and I'd love to play Lestrade. Also, I'm really excited about Mark's and my new musical."
He looked like a televangelist purchasing a third mansion.
"But my main goal is to get some exposure as a movie star."
"You were pretty exposed in the indie film."
"And the only way movie casting directors look at you as a real actor is if you've been a success on Broadway."
"We're one step closer to getting you there, thanks to our new producer." Corey said faster than an auctioneer on speed.
"What new producer?"
"Brick Nutterlander, one of Broadway's biggest producers, is interested in taking our show to Broadway. He believes he can quickly raise the $20 million necessary for the transfer."
"That's terrific."
"He's met with Martin, Reuben, and me. Now he'd like to meet with some of the cast members."
"Great!"
I rose and headed for the door. "Since you're busy rehearsing here, I'll ask one of the other actors." Corey nearly tackled me to the doorway.
"I can meet with him. Where is he?"
"In our producer's office. But you have more important things to do."
"No, I don't,"
he added like a starving dog facing a rack of lamb.
"Please introduce me, Nicky."
"If you insist." I led Corey into Martin's office, careful to maneuver the boy so as not to spot Reuben and Martin hiding behind the desk. When we reached the leather chairs next to the fireplace, Corey and I stood in a state of shock. Noah, as Brick Nutterlander, sat as if on a throne. His dark comb-over wig, orange skin, body padding, white suit, gold jewelry dripping off every piece of exposed flesh, and maniacal glare made him look like a corrupt dictator. I offered a slight bow. "Mr. Nutterlander, this is Corey Sundance, who plays our Inspector Lestrade." Noah, or rather Nutterlander, lifted his hand. Corey didn't seem to know whether to shake it or kiss his ring. Finally, he opted for a quick shake. Then Noah motioned for Corey to sit opposite him, and he shooed me away like a bear at a beehive. I executed another bow and left the room, only to listen in with Shayla at the doorway. Sounding as if a boa constrictor with strep had landed in his throat, Noah said,
"Young man, I have produced 22 Broadway shows and won 44 Tony Awards."
"Wow."
I used them to line my circular driveway.
That's great.
And as paperweights.
Impressive.
And as dildos.
Noah.
And I am hoping to win more Tonys with this show.
I hope so too,
Corey said with a huge grin on his face.
Don't say that you agree with me. It wastes time bigly. Of course you agree with me. Everyone agrees with me. Let's talk about the future with the play.
Corey stammered.
It's wonderful that you like the, show.
I hate it.
Corey did a double take.
Then why are you producing it?
Holmes and Homo are in the title. It can't miss in New York. Besides, it's a good show.
You just said you didn't like it.
I love it.
But
don't disagree with me.
He took out a gold cigarette case.
Don't worry, I don't smoke. I just like looking at it. I like gold things, especially showers.
He stared at the monogrammed treasure.
It was a gift from my third wife. Or my third mistress. Whatever, it reminds me of how much money I'm making on fracking right now, while your water gets polluted.
He smiled, revealing false white teeth the size of golf balls.
Long live the Republican Party!
Corey raised his hand like a second grader. After Noah nodded in his direction, Corey asked,
Excuse me, sir, if I may ask respectfully, why did you come here?
Noah let out a guffaw that sounded like a guinea pig caught in a food processor.
I am here in this godforsaken backwoods town in Vermont to decide which actors to bring to Broadway with the show.
Corey's face turned the color of Noah's.
Have you talked to Mark Melody about that?
After another convulsive chortle, Noah replied,
No need. Melody will sign on the dotted line when I make my offer.
He winked at Corey.
That's what I like about the 99%. Your options are limited, and you pay taxes.
Looking like a pauper addressing a prince, Corey asked,
How will you make your casting decisions?
By screwing the actresses and speaking with the actors. And don't ask me questions. I ask you questions, and you answer. Got it?
Of course. I'm honored that you're starting your casting interviews with me.
You should be.
As if having studied Hitler, Noah said,
The first thing I need is a guarantee of complete allegiance.
You have it, Mr. Nutterlander.
Call me Nut. It's my nickname. Since I like a good nut or two in my mouth.
Enough, Noah. All right, Nut.
Now, I want the absolute truth. Or you'll be back showing your fanny in a film made for $10 that plays at one art movie house in San Francisco.
Of course. Corey slid closer to Noah. Moving the cigarette case through his fingers like dice, Noah said,
Tell me more about your childhood.
Corey answered,
I was brought up moving from foster home to foster home.
Was it a pleasant experience?
Noah asked with a twinkle in his eye, like the villain in a children's story. Corey gritted his teeth.
No, it wasn't.
Tell me about it.
He squirmed in his seat.
It's a bit personal.
As is playing Lestrade on Broadway. Are you ready to get personal?
Corey nodded like a rag doll on a trampoline.
It was horrible.
Why?
My foster parents did it for the money. They put me to work, pushed me around. Their kids beat me up. I was hungry all the time.
Tears filled Corey's eyes.
And I was really lonely.
I'm so glad we adopted Ta'avi. Noah camouflaged his concern by looking out the window at the crystal blue river winding through the sloped Kelly Green Mountains.
Were you ever adopted?
Yes.
Don't answer me with yes or no. Elaborate bigly.
Bring it down a peg, Noah.
Was it a happy ending for you, boy?
Noah grinned.
I'm not talking about a massage.
And can the comedy?
After taking a deep breath, Corey said,
The couple who adopted me made me sleep in the attic.
Not under the stairs?
Noah laughed uproariously. Corey continued,
I did chores most of the time and I went to bed hungry. I had to watch the guy slap around the woman every night and beat me up when I came to her defense.
Noah looked away and blinked back tears.
When did you finally get out of there?
At 16. I got a job as a busboy in a restaurant. The owner let me live in the basement with the rats. Everyone else who worked there were illegals, so nobody ratted on me. No pun intended.
Illegals. Don't like those except to marry them.
Clearly happy to change the subject, Noah asked,
And how did you come to Bush Pasture University out here in the sticks?
That's Tree Meadow.
Don't contradict me and answer my question.
I always liked reading. I guess you could say I was self-taught. I got my GED and applied here. I was ecstatic after my audition for the theater department when I was offered a scholarship.
Noah sat like a smug Buddha.
I don't believe in scholarships. I don't believe in education.
Corey asked,
What do you believe in, sir?
Tax breaks for large corporations, creationism, and that global warming is a hoax.
Corey scratched his head. Noah announced,
I've made my decision.
About me moving to Broadway with the show?
Noah nodded.
I'm passing on you.
Corey looked as if he had been given a bad diagnosis by an oncologist.
Why can't I go to Broadway with the show?
Noah sighed dramatically.
Because I am a firm believer in nepotism, so I generally cast actors, like the late Richard Richardson, for example, who have familial roots in the theater. Based on your story, it doesn't sound like your adoptive parents were thespians.
No, my adoptive father was a longshoreman, and my adoptive mother was in housekeeping at a nursing home.
They sound like losers. I'd have fired them. And then filed for a few more bankruptcies.
Noah grinned like a Siamese cat, pulled an address book out of his jacket pocket, and opened it.
Now let's see. Which young television star should I ask to play your role? Wait.
Corey held Noah's arm.
My family was in show business.
Are you trying to tell a tall tale?
Try saying that 3 times fast.
I can't stand liars.
It's true.
If there was a bullet handy, Corey would have bitten it.
My birth mother was Delilah Dream, and my birth father was Robert Richardson.
Which makes Richard Richardson your brother?
Yes.
Noah looked impressed.
That's a royal family tree.
Corey nodded.
Delilah gave me up for adoption 22 years ago, back when she was a young woman.
Don't let Delilah hear you say that.
How do you know this?
Noah asked, seeming skeptical.
I paid an agency to investigate and obtain the records.
Noah sat back on the love seat.
And did Mother Bear, Father Bear, and Brother Bear embrace their newfound baby bear bigly?
Hardly.
Corey's face was as hard as a book cover.
When I told them who I was, Richard called me my father's little bastard.
And that babe, Delilah?
My mother said I was evidence of her past sin in the flesh. Neither of them wanted anything to do with me.
Corey wiped the tears off his cheeks with the cuff of his jacket.
Careful with the costume.
Noah came in for the kill.
And how did that make you feel?
How would it make you feel if your family said they wanted nothing to do with you?
They can't. They're all acted in my shows and I pay their salaries. If I feel they've done their jobs well that week.
After a pause, he added,
I told you I'm asking the questions, boy, and I want the truth, or I start phoning the stars of lame TV shows about young vampires.
Corey dug his nails into the palms of his hands.
When my mother and brother rejected me, it made me want to murder them.
The stage manager called us back from lunch. Noah stood and walked to the doorway. Corey followed him.
Am I cast in the Broadway show?
Yes. No. We'll see.
Noah eyed Corey up and down.
I'll make my casting decisions after seeing the show on opening night. Now I'm off to fire some family members.
With that, Brick Nutterlander disappeared, leaving Corey to wander into his dressing room deep in thought. When the coast was clear, with Shayla laughing hysterically at her desk, I helped Martin and Reuben up from behind the sofa and accompanied them to their dressing rooms. As I reached my seat in the front of the theater house, the technical dress rehearsal resumed. With the stage lights flicking on and off rapidly, Holmes's sitting room set wobbled onto the stage. A student on the tech crew appeared from behind the window, reaching his arm through the pane, placed a bag on the end table, and disappeared. As I wrote copious notes with bold underlines on my pad, the stage lights turned to chartreuse, then finally to amber. Delilah, as Mrs. Hudson, entered the sitting room. With Holmes and Watson nowhere in sight, she poked around their letters on the roll-top desk, journals on the table, and photographs on the fireplace mantel. When she came upon the bag on the end table, she opened it and peeked inside. After looking both ways, she dabbed her finger into the pouch and raised white powder to her nose. After sniffing it, she giggled. Then she went back for seconds and sniffed again, leading to outright laughter. A third snort and she broke into fits of hysterics. Suddenly she flew through the air singing an upbeat tune, "I'm Flying!" The second verse led her to fly over the audience. On her route back to the stage, Delilah came crashing down into the orchestra pit like a bird flying over an NRA meeting. I hurried to her side and didn't find a pulse. Checking the thin wires attached to the back of her costume, I realized they were frayed. Delilah flew the coop. Chapter 7. An hour later, Martin, Reuben, Noah, and I sat on the high back leather chairs next to the cherrywood fireplace mantel in Martin's office. We sipped hot cocoa from delicate china, careful not to spill any on our clothes, Noah and I in dress shirts, slacks, and blazers, Martin in a pumpkin-colored sweater vest and bow tie that matched Reuben's leisure suit. Shayla sat at her desk in the outer office near the doorway, looking like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. "Where's Ta'avi?" I asked Noah, sitting beside me. "Playing in the woods behind the theater with Tony," Noah sighed. "Given everything that's going on, it's probably the safest place for him." Martin adjusted the pumpkin monogrammed cloth napkin on his lap. "If Mark Melody were here, he'd be singing Into the Woods." Reuben smirked. "If Mark's boyfriend Corey Sundance were here, he'd be singing Glory, Glory, Hallelujah." Always thinking the best of others, Noah said, "Corey was our student. I can't imagine him murdering anyone, let alone 4 people." "I've had some students that I wanted to murder," Martin said. Reuben patted his knee. "I'm sure they felt the same way about you." Shayla called out, "That's what they told me." Though no longer in costume, I continued to channel Sherlock Holmes. Corey's anger at Delilah and Richard for not welcoming him into the Richardson family is a strong motive for Corey, and also for the love-struck Mark. But I'd like to ask Adina Saeed a few questions. "She didn't do it," Shayla said from her perch near the doorway. Martin wiped the corner of his mouth with his napkin. "Love is blind, Shayla." "As I often tell Reuben," Shayla answered. Reuben asked, "Shayla, what are you doing?" She replied, "I'm paying the bills for the show." Martin's upper lip curled. "I didn't realize you could pay bills on social media." "I'm not on social media. I'm playing a game on my computer." "Oops," Shayla said. Reuben said, "You should be learning your music, lyrics, blocking, and choreography." Shayla raced into the office like a nun at a women's tennis tournament. "I forgot that I'm understudying the role of Mrs. Hudson." "Not anymore." Martin toasted his cup in her direction. "Now you are playing the role." "But I haven't acted since the last time you 4 lunatics reeled me into one of your capers," Shayla said. "Then you'd better get to work," Reuben replied. Noticing that Shayla looked as frightened as a member of the gay men's chorus performing at a Baptist church, I rose and put my arm around her. "You've watched many rehearsals, and you told me yourself that the songs are catchy and stay in your head. While it's tragic to lose Delilah, I know you'll make a terrific Mrs. Hudson." Shayla exhaled for the first time since entering the office. "I can relate to how Mrs. Hudson takes care of Sherlock and John, since I have to take care of Martin and Reuben." She glared at me. "And everyone else in the department." "Good," I replied. Use transference as an acting technique so you connect personally with Mrs. Hudson's actions, objectives, and emotions. Martin added, or you could wing it and bomb. Shayla's eyes narrowed to lines.
Just for that, I'll milk every second I have on stage and steal the show.
That's the spirit, Shayla, I said.
But first, I have to throw up.
She ran out of the room. Martin said, maybe we won't have to take out Shayla's costumes after all. Reuben turned to Martin. Will she be all right? Martin waved away his husband like a bouncer facing a homeless person at the door of a chic disco. Shayla craves attention, he smirked, and it also looks like she craves Adina. Noah asked me, is Manuelo interviewing Adina? I assume. The four of us were Manuelo's first subjects. Now he's interviewing the rest of the cast and crew before releasing them. I finished my hot cocoa and placed the empty cup and saucer onto the cherry wood end table. Is Manuelo closing us down? Noah asked with a worried look on his sweet face. I replied, he was, but after I begged, pleaded, and promised him every organ in my body should he ever need them, Manuelo agreed to let us reopen tomorrow for our final tech rehearsal. Of course, he'll post his officers around the theater. A lot of good it's done so far, Martin said. Reuben sighed. I hope the cast doesn't bail out on us. Whatever cast is left, Martin slid to the edge of his seat. Nicky, there's one thing I don't understand. Why I've stayed with you all these years? Martin ignored his husband. If the flying wires were frayed, why didn't Delilah fall sooner? Switching back into Sherlock Holmes mode, I paced the room. In examining the wires, it was clear to me that someone used a knife to fray them nearly to the breaking point, assuming that they would eventually snap. The same technique the murderer used for the chandelier that fell on Bruno Lucio. Which brings us back to the tight-lipped Adina Said, Martin said. How so? Reuben asked. Besides Noah and Trevor, Adina is our only original cast member who is still alive, Martin replied. Aren't you forgetting someone? Who? You. Very funny, Reuben, Martin added. If I were going to kill someone, it wouldn't be a cast member. He kissed his husband's cheek. Noah stared straight ahead, and then looked from side to side as if ready to projectile vomit pea soup. I have a plan. Care to share it with the class? Martin asked. Does it finally mean a role play for me? Reuben clasped his hands together like a priest praying for a new altar boy. Noah's eyes were wild and wanton. As a matter of fact, it does, Reuben. Explain, Watson. I couldn't resist. Noah laid out his plan to our growing excitement. A half-hour later, Noah and I stood in the theater lobby watching our released cast and crew members dispersing like birds chased from roadkill. As Noah welcomed back Tony and Ta'avi from the woods, I approached Manuelo in a corner of the lobby. He seemed as angry as a Nazi at a bar mitzvah. Nicky, are you directing a theater company or an ostrich farm? I take it nobody saw anything. Let's not talk about how you take it, Nicky. Since detecting doesn't seem to be working for you, Manuelo, are you switching to stand-up comedy? I'll leave the comedy to you, Nicky. And the detecting, evidently. Manuelo looked like a pit bull facing a poodle. Figure this one out soon, Nicky, or you'll be doing your show in your living room. A local news reporter pushed her way in between us, and the light from the camera flooded me with fame. Why do you think a mass murderer is loose at Tree Meadow for the third time? Manuelo raised his eyes to the boom microphone. Professor Abundanza's productions seem to attract trouble. I smiled into the camera. Viewers and soon-to-be fans, I am Professor Abundanza, the director and star of the show, which, by the way, opens in 2 evenings. It's a wonderful production with plans to move to Broadway. Manuelo pushed me away and led the reporter outside. I called out after them, Abundanza is spelled with 2 B's. Before I could make my way to my family in the center of the lobby, a tall, young, handsome man in a dark suit entered and approached me. Professor Abundanza? I grinned. Abundanza with 2 B's, associate professor of directing at Tree Meadow College, and director and star of our summer musical extravaganza, is Holmes a homo? He ran a hand through his thick dark hair. May I speak with you a moment? Of course! After we were seated on a chaise in the turret, I asked, For which newspaper do you work? His dark eyes bored into mine. I'm not a reporter. He released a charming smile. I should introduce myself. My name is Reverend Tommy Hawk. I'm the minister at the First Amendment Religious Freedom Church in town. I sat back and dissolved my meet the press charm. What can I do for you, Reverend? You seem like a busy man with a lot on your plate, so I'll get right to the point. He tented his long fingers and his broad shoulders seemed to expand. You'll have to close your show. Excuse me? Based on the title of your play, it's clear there are homosexual themes and characters in it. So? That's against the religious beliefs of my church. Therefore, to protect our legal rights, you need to close your show. I didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or throw him out. Reverend, if your sheep don't like my show, they shouldn't attend. Of course. He slid to the edge of his seat. However, you offering performances of the play violates our religious freedom. Have you heard of something called the U.S. Constitution? Which protects my religious freedom. To worship as you choose, not to close down my play. Not according to the Republican leaders who were committed to protecting my religious freedom over your freedom of expression. I was thankful my son didn't hear that. Not everyone shares your congregation's religious beliefs. True, but God's word is on our side. The Bible is clear on that. Tony appeared and loomed down over him. Tell me, Reverend, have you stoned to death your unbelieving neighbor, a woman wearing jewelry, a woman marrying who is not a virgin, and people eating shellfish? Have you sold your daughter into slavery? Hawk did a double take. Who are you? Tony replied, Someone who read the Bible, and I'm his brother. You mess with him, you mess with me. One of the benefits of being Italian-American. Only we can trash each other. Hawk came to his feet. I'm a minister, and I'm not accustomed to people speaking to me with arrogance. Tony smirked. I'm a choreographer, and I'm not accustomed to people dancing around the truth. My truth revolves around what God tells me. God or your lobbyists in Washington, D.C.? Hawk said, Are you sure you want to talk about the Bible with me? Positive. Their gazes locked like Fort Knox. Tony broke the silence. Let's start by discussing loving your neighbor as yourself and not judging others. We'll get there. Hawk took off his jacket. I want to begin with the passages condemning religious persecution. Tony replied, Yeah, let's talk about persecution of others, Reverend. They walked across the lobby and out the front door. Thanks, bro. I headed over to Noah and to Avi, who thankfully hadn't heard that exchange. Are you two all right? To Avi grinned. Sure, we're all together at the theater. After squeezing to Avi's side, I whispered into Noah's ear, Did you talk to Adina? He nodded. I asked her to meet me in the theater at 4. Ta'avi placed his hand on his hip. I heard that. Can I do a role play? No, Noah and I said in unison. Again. I want to help, Ta'avi whined. You're too young for wine, I said. Noah, please go home with Ta'avi. I kissed my husband and son, and then watched them leave the theater. After taking in a deep breath, I passed through the double doors and entered the dark theater house. Psh, we're up here, Nicky. I gazed up at 2 hands flailing like a windmill in a hurricane behind a sandbag on the catwalk. Then, groping around in the dark, I crouched down and hid behind a theater seat. "Don't fall down, Reuben," said Martin from the catwalk. "Everyone tells me I'm too young to be a widower."
"Anyone who would tell you you're too young for anything is dead," replied Reuben.
"If I pushed you off this catwalk, everyone would think it's just another murder at Tree Meadow College."
"If I go down, I'm taking you with me."
I heard footsteps approaching. We all froze. Adina Saeed entered the stage in a pink pantsuit, illuminated only by the ghost light.
"Noah?"
"We sent him away."
Reuben sounded like a cat caught in a garbage disposal. Adina looked around the theater house.
"Who are you?"
"I am the spirit of Harold Tree," said Martin like a gangster on Novocaine. "And I am his partner, Jacob Meadow," added Reuben, as if claiming star billing. Martin explained, "We started this college." "Actually, I did the fundraising, created the plans, and hired the workers," said Reuben with grandeur. "And what did I do?" asked Martin. "I was hoping you could tell me," Reuben said. Before a poltergeist argument broke out, Adina asked,
"Are you theater ghosts?"
"We are," they said in unison.
"I hope you aren't ghosts like Freddy Krueger,"
Adina Saeed said.
It's not a typo.
Reuben replied,
"We're friendly ghosts, like Casper." "I think that's before her time," Martin said.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Adina asked,
"How did you two die?"
Reuben, rather the ghost of Jacob Meadow, replied,
"I was eating dinner at home with Harold. As usual, he was talking on and on about himself. I got so bored that I fell asleep in my beef stew."
"You'll be sleeping alone tonight," Martin said.
"Without your snoring keeping me awake half the night?"
Focus, guys,
Adina said.
"I've heard that every theater has a ghost. Why does this theater have two?"
Reuben replied,
"After I died, Harold couldn't bear the thought of living without me, so he plunged his fork into his broken heart."
"Oh, my,"
said Adina.
"And we've been inseparable ever since," added Reuben, "like beef and potatoes."
Martin said,
"We have heard about you too, Adina Saeed."
Adina took the hand mirror out of her purse.
"Have you heard that I'm pretty? Do I look pretty?"
"You look wonderful,"
Reuben replied. Adina breathed a sigh of relief.
"Thank you."
She put the mirror back inside her purse.
"How do you both look?"
Reuben said,
"We're both over 110 years old. How do you think we look?"
Martin said,
"Jacob is older than me by only 2 years."
Adina asked,
"Do your spirits always reside in this theater?"
Martin said,
"Yes, unless the play being performed is a turkey, then we haunt another theater. Remember when we haunted the theater doing Oh Calcutta?" Reuben said.
Martin giggled.
"We never missed a performance."
Get to the investigation,
Adina said.
"My mother is very much into the occult. She loves her tarot cards, Ouija board, and astrology charts. I've always believed in ghosts. When I was 5, I saw a woman dressed in a white nightgown leaving my mother's bedroom. Mom said she was the ghost of the woman who lived in the house before us."
How convenient for Mom. Adina asked,
"Do you ever go to bedrooms from your past?"
"I'd kill him if he did,"
Martin said.
"Why do you haunt the theater and not the rest of the campus?"
Adina asked, seeming more interested than a ghost hunter.
"We adore the theater,"
Martin added.
"We don't associate with non-theater-going ghouls."
Try saying that 3 times fast.
"We're song and dance men from way back," Reuben said. "Our act was called Two Homo Hoofers."
Reuben.
"Why don't you haunt your statues at the college's entrance?"
Adina asked.
"Ah,
I look terrible in bronze, Martin said.
Reuben added, At least you aren't rusty.
But the birds crap all over me, said Martin.
The dogs pee on me, said Reuben.
And you like it, Martin replied.
Ask her some questions,
Adina asked.
Why do you want to speak to me?
Martin sighed. We've come to warn you of grave danger ahead. The color drained from her face.
Will my hair turn gray? Will I get laugh lines? Crow's feet? Cellulite?
Reuben answered,
There is great danger in this theater.
Adina nodded.
I know. 4 members of our cast have been murdered.
Tell us your connection to the victims, Martin said.
Why?
Reuben replied,
So we can help guide you away from the macabre.
Will there be another murder here?
Adina asked, sitting at the edge of the settee.
I'm afraid so,
Martin added.
But we don't want the victim to be someone as beautiful as you.
Adina smiled like a Russian spy hacking into the U.S. voting system.
Thank you both. I appreciate that.
It's what any good ghost would do, said Martin. Now tell us everything about your love life.
Heaven help us. Why do I need to do that?
Adina asked.
So we can learn all about you, Martin replied.
Reuben added,
In order to protect you.
Adina pouted.
I haven't had much love in my life, except for love in the afternoon on my television drama.
We're not interested in the make-believe, Reuben said. If we are going to save you from the maniac who is taking lives in our theater, we need to know the facts about your real life.
She sat up straight. No pun intended.
I was in love with someone who didn't love me back.
Yes, Delilah Dream,
Martin said.
How did you know?
Reuben replied,
We're ghosts. We see dead people.
Martin asked, Adina, how did you feel when Delilah rejected your sexual advances?
I didn't say Delilah rejected my sexual advances.
Don't fall off the catwalk, Martin. Sounding like a divorce lawyer interrogating a philandering spouse, Martin asked, Are you saying that you and Delilah Dream had sexual relations? She nodded. But Delilah wasn't interested in having a relationship with you, Martin asked. Adina sighed.
It was her Catholic brainwashing. After each time we made love, Delilah would get down on her knees and pray for forgiveness.
No pun intended. But
forgiveness never came, Reuben asked.
Not from me. I loved Delilah, and what I got in return was rejection, just like Richard rejected Delilah.
Reuben said,
I bet you were quite pleased when your brother blackmailed Richard for using Bruno Luccio's services.
Adina's small jaw clenched.
You know about that?
We talk to dead people, remember?
Adina said,
I was the one who suggested that Harvey blackmail Richard.
Why?
To try to get Richard out of the picture with Delilah,
Adina replied.
I thought that you and your brother weren't very close, said Reuben.
Nothing and no one came close to Harvey, except his cocaine. But when Delilah told me about Bruno and Richard, I slipped Harvey the tip in a little white packet.
Martin said, So you used and then disposed of Harvey like an overflowing condom. Really, Martin? Setting yourself up as the only heir for your mother's fortune. Martin was on a roll. But your thirst for blood didn't stop with one murder. After Bruno served his purpose, you killed him too. And when Richard stood in the way of you betting Delilah, he was next to go. Finally, you killed Delilah herself for rejecting you and standing in the way of your romantic happiness. Martin rose to take a bow, and Reuben pulled him back down behind the sandbag.
I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not in love with Delilah. I realized she was an infatuation.
Adina jumped to her feet. You two ghouls should get a life, and not a life in the theater. She stormed off stage. After the backstage door slammed shut, Martin's and Reuben's heads appeared from behind the sandbag.
How did we do?
That evening in the dining room, Noah passed me the turkey tetrazzini casserole. How did Martin and Reuben do with their role plays? I scooped a large helping onto my plate. Tree and Meadow must be spinning in their graves. Noah took a forkful of kale and apricots. What did you find out about Adina? Taking in the mouth-watering scents of turkey, cheeses, peas, and onions, I replied, Adina and Delilah were an item, but Delilah's upbringing stood between them like a walk-in closet, and Adina coaxed Harvey into blackmailing Richard.
Why?
Tony asked, shoving a piece of garlic bread into his mouth. Hoping to break up Richard and Delilah, I said.
You people in show business are weird, Tony said.
Speaking of weird, did you make any headway with Reverend Hawk? I asked. Noah wiped his mouth with a canary cloth napkin that matched the wallpaper over the wainscoting. Who's Reverend Hawk?
A local minister who paid me a visit today.
Why? Noah asked. To tell me our show is against his religious beliefs, so we must cancel it. That's insane, Noah replied. Obviously not to Reverend Hawk. He thinks it's perfectly legal. Tony said with kale sticking out between his front teeth,
We walked around the campus and talked for an hour.
Did the Right Reverend come around? I asked. Tony shook his head and thick, dark locks flew around his handsome face.
He's coming back tomorrow. I'll have another go at it.
Thanks, Tony. He shrugged his muscular shoulders, prominent in his white t-shirt.
Whatever, bro.
Noah said, Now I know how the Spanish Inquisition was started.
I'll take care of him. Don't worry about it.
Noah and Tony shared a warm smile. Despite my churning stomach, I finally tasted the mouth-watering creamy dish. This is amazing. The four of us are great cooks. Ta'avi gave me the hang loose sign. I asked him, What did you do this afternoon? Looking adorable in his lemon and lime striped polo shirt, Ta'avi swallowed his milk and then said,
Uncle Tony and I played in the woods behind the theater.
Noah asked, Was that big tent still there? Ta'avi nodded.
I went inside it.
I glared at Tony. Tony said,
Just for a minute.
Feeling like Martin, I asked, Who was in there?
Nobody.
Ta'avi speared a large piece of turkey with his fork.
There was just some stuff.
What kind of stuff? Noah asked.
Food, books, clothes,
Ta'avi answered.
Tony said, It's probably just some camper. I'm sure he'll move on soon.
I played my big brother and papa card. I don't want either of you to go back there again, okay? Tony and Ta'avi shared a disappointed look. As mediator, Noah said, You'll be too busy anyway. Tomorrow is our last rehearsal day. We open the next night. Ta'avi cheered.
Are we ready, bro?
Tony asked. I swallowed a handful of vitamins, minerals, herbs, and amino acids.
We better be.
Noah said, Let's all turn in early so we're rested for tomorrow. Noah saw Tony to his bedroom, and I tucked in Ta'avi. Try saying that 3 times fast. After meeting up in our bedroom, Noah and I made love with the moon surrounding our 4-poster like a boat gliding into the silver heavens. After we released our love into the moonglow, Noah rested his head on my chest and a field of strawberries filled my nostrils. I love you more every day. He kissed my neck. You're the only man for me. As usual, Noah fell asleep first. Just as I drifted off, I thought I heard him mumble, Tony. The next morning, after we all showered and ate Tony's 3 mushroom egg tarts and supplements for me, the 4 of us practically flew in Noah's racing car to the theater. Once we were all in our costumes, I left my dressing room and headed for the green room. Mark Melody, dressed in black as usual, and Corey Sundance, in his bulky Lestrade suit, sat on a love seat near the fireplace. I headed toward them unnoticed and bent over. "It's not what you're thinking," to remove invisible lint from my slacks. "Are you all right?" Mark's face was full of adoration. Corey shrugged.
"Why wouldn't I be all right?"
Mark replied, "It's like we're doing the musical Assassins. Your brother and mother were murdered. Aren't you upset about that?" Corey's turquoise eyes turned to steel blue.
"I wanted to have a relationship with them. They shut the door in my face. They can rot in hell."
"Did you put them in there?" Mark placed his arm around Corey.
"But they were your family." "I wanted them to be, but they refused."
Corey sat, seething. "Maybe if they had more time to get used to it, they would have changed their minds."
"I doubt it."
Mark rested back on the love seat.
"I guess I can understand how you feel."
Corey laughed bitterly.
"How could you, coming from a home with real parents in the suburbs?"
"I ran away from home when I was 17.
"Why?"
"Why do you think?"
"Because you're gay?"
Lines grew on Mark's large forehead like a road map. "I'll never understand why parents disown their kids for being gay. Whether our genes or our early home life make us gay, it's pretty much our parents' fault." Corey took in the tall, thin man next to him.
"It's nobody's fault that somebody is gay, just like it's nobody's fault if someone is straight. It just is."
"That's not what my parents said."
"At least you had parents."
"Sometimes I wish I didn't."
Corey did a double take. "You wouldn't want to grow up with foster parents, believe me."
"I'm not so sure about that."
"What do you mean?"
Mark took in a deep breath. "When I was 15, I told my parents that I liked a boy in my calculus class, Roberto."
"What happened?"
"My mother cried and my father whipped me with his belt. They told me to never talk about it again."
"And?"
"I didn't." Mark rubbed his bald head. "But 2 years later, my mother came home early from her ladies' group at our church, and she found me with Roberto on the sofa, kissing."
"And?"
"And she threw him out. I begged her not to tell my father, but she did, the minute he got home."
"Did he whip you?"
"Worse. He asked me how long I'd had feelings for boys. I said, ever since I can remember. He sent me to bed without dinner and told me to pray for my sins. The next morning he took me to see our minister at church. I was fine with that, since I liked our minister. I sang in the choir, which got me interested in music. I also went to Bible study and prayer group, and I was in the youth ministry. I really enjoyed going to church. Until that day."
"That day?"
Tears filled Mark's large eyes. "Reverend Lamuels told my father that therapy could cure me of my sin."
"You mean conversion therapy?"
Mark nodded. Corey placed his hand on Mark's knee.
"What did he do to you?"
Mark swallowed hard. "Lamuels brought me to a room behind his office. I'd never been in there before. It was small and stuffy with 2 chairs, a desk with a large box on it, and a projector. He opened the box, pulled out these coils, and wrapped them around my wrists, ankles, and inside my pants." Corey took his hand. "After turning on the projector, he displayed pictures onto the wall of naked men." Tears cascaded down Mark's cheeks. "Each time Lamuels changed the picture, he turned the lever on the machine."
"You mean he electrocuted you?"
Mark nodded again. "I didn't know what was happening. I just knew that it hurt so much, like someone was stabbing me with knives." "Poor kid."
"What did you do?"
"I cried and screamed, I think, but nobody came." Mark wiped his cheeks with the back of his hand. "My father brought me there every day after school. It was always the same routine, until I ran away."
Corey asked, "Where did you go?"
"To a shelter for gay kids in New York City. Eventually I got a job playing piano in a bar. Anything was better than being tortured at that church. Corey took Mark's face in his hands. I'm sorry that happened to you. Mark forced a smile. You didn't do anything. I know. I was too busy wallowing in my own problems. You don't have to wallow in mine. Isn't it about time I noticed somebody else is hurting, besides me? They gazed into each other's eyes. Corey? Yeah? If you're going to notice somebody, I'm glad it's me. Corey gently pulled Mark's face toward him, and they shared a long, sweet kiss. Aww! Trevor Ward appeared next to me with a smirk and whispered, Ah, young love, it makes acid crawl up my esophagus. I walked him out of the green room and into the dressing room hallway. What do you have against young love, Trevor? Looking ghoulish in his Moriarty costume, a long black hooded cape over a black Victorian suit, Trevor replied, Young lovers seem so sappy. He placed a finger on his long chin. Come to think of it, so do older lovers. Haven't you ever been in love? His beady eyes softened. A long time ago, back in England. With your ex-wife? Yes, before she was my ex-wife. Feeling like a gossip columnist, I asked, Didn't she leave you for another actor? He flicked back his long dark hair. And then the bloke left her for another actress. Ouch. Trevor lifted his long nose like a dachshund show dog meeting a mutt. It was my ex's loss. I come from fine lineage, and I've been hailed as the finest Moriarty, playing the role 18 times. As you've told us, 18 times. And I'm quite disappointed in you, Nicky, for not catching our murderer. I've already lost 4 of my name cast members for Moriarty next season. Tom Rarier's no doubt on the phone with every agent in New York, L.A., and London as we speak. I heard a scream from Adina's dressing room and ran in there faster than a priest at grade school show and don't tell. I found Adina in her Irene Adler gown standing at the mirror with Shayla next to her wearing Mrs. Hudson's house dress, with the seams taken out. What's wrong? I asked, searching the dressing room for a possible intruder. There's a pimple on my chin. Adina stared at her own reflection in horror, as if she had found a tumor the size of a grapefruit on her chin. I've got some ointment. Shayla lifted a tube from her purse, opened it, and rubbed some into Adina's chin. I make it myself from all organic ingredients. You make an ointment for blemishes? I asked my department office assistant. Shayla nodded as she worked. It also gets rid of brown spots, moles, warts, and Jehovah's Witnesses. I did a double take. How does your ointment get rid of Jehovah's Witnesses? When they come to the door at night, I open my robe and point to the places where I applied it. Shayla turned toward me. It also works as a penis enlarger, but from what I hear, you certainly don't need that. As I blushed, Adina squeezed her eyes closed. I'm afraid to look. Is the pimple gone? Like a mother with a hysterical child, Shayla held Adina's hand. It's all gone. Adina opened her eyes and stared at her reflection like a genetic scientist gazing into a microscope to split a gene. I still see a little bit of red. That will go away by tomorrow, Shayla said like the head of surgery at a top-rated hospital. Thank heavens, Adina exhaled. I asked, How long is your vacation from the soap opera? Adina replied, As long as I like. When I asked for a leave of absence to do the play, they killed off my character. Then how can you go back? Shayla asked. Haven't you ever watched daytime drama, Nicky? Only the Spanish ones, I replied. Shayla said, I didn't know you speak Spanish. I don't. The guys are hot. Shayla said like a math teacher explaining the addition table.
When an actor on daytime TV wants back on a show, their death becomes a dream, or it's revealed that someone else who looked like the character was the one who really died.
Adina added,
Or they cast you as your dead character's evil twin.
Hopefully our show will move to Broadway and you won't need to go back to the soap, I said. A thin line formed on Adina's smooth forehead.
Whether on television, film, or in the theater, an actress still needs to be pretty.
She turned to Shayla.
Do you think I'm pretty?
I think you're gorgeous,
Shayla added.
Inside and outside.
Adina replied with a captivating smile.
I think you're gorgeous inside and outside, too.
It seems like we have something in common,
Shayla said with a hopeful grin. Adina replied,
The way I see it, we have a lot more than that in common.
Preach it, sister.
Adina took her hand.
I think we've both been searching for love, but instead we found loneliness, pain, and rejection.
Shayla nodded, and a large tear filled her eye.
That's the Shayla Johnson cycle.
Maybe it's time we both break that cycle.
How?
Shayla asked.
Together.
Adina smiled.
Are you willing to give it a try?
Willing and able.
The two women embraced, and I decided to give them some privacy. After checking in with Noah, Ta'avi, Martin, and Reuben in their dressing rooms, I asked Char, sitting at the stage manager's console off stage left, to call the cast and crew to places. Then I hurried through the theater house into the lobby to check for any stray members of our company. My religion says two men making love is not of God. What if my religion says it is? Then your religion is a cult. So only your religion matters and everyone on the planet has to do what you say? Maybe you should wear a little mustache and change your name to Adolf. Reverend Tommy Hawk had evidently returned in another attempt to close down our show. Thankfully, my brother was on the discrimination case. I joined them standing in the lobby near a ruby-red chase. Back again, Reverend Hawk? And talking about carnal desires? The young minister's handsome face softened. I don't want to cause any trouble. You just want to close down our production, Tony said. I am trying to appeal to your sense of reason, Hawk said. Reason? My brother laughed. You think it's reasonable that your religious beliefs can stop our show? The major political party in this country supports that, Hawk replied. Tony snarled. Do they support my religious beliefs closing down your tax-exempt church? Hawk ran a strong hand through his thick dark hair. My congregation wanted to picket in front of the theater, but I told them I would speak with you instead. I asked, what do their bigoted signs read? It was Adam, Eve, and an apple, not Adam, Steve, and a popper. That flip, superior attitude that many of you people have is why conservative Christians do not accept you, the Right Reverend said. Tony's face turned the color of the lobby upholstery. But your superior attitude turning off liberal Christians doesn't matter? Hawk sighed. I prayed that we could come to a meeting of the minds. The only things that are going to meet here are my hands and your backside as I throw you out. I picked up my cue. Reverend Hawk, you know nothing about our show. Perhaps if you and your congregation give it a chance, you might like it. He chortled. Given the title, I doubt that. Then why don't you all stay in your church of judgment and leave us alone? Tony said. Hawk placed his hand on Tony's muscular shoulder. It's not I who judge you. It's God. Tony met him Roman nose to Roman nose. And why is God judging me? Because of your carnal desires for men, Hawk replied. Tony glared at Hawk. So because I'm the choreographer of the show, and since I'm not beating up on gay people, you assume I'm hot for men? "Those aren't the only reasons," Hawk said.
"What's the other reason?" Tony asked like a gang leader drawing a chalk mark on the street.
Hawk cleared his throat. "The way you look at me."
"What way is that?" Tony asked.
Hawk met Tony's defiant stare.
"Like you're interested in me." "I'm not the one looking you up and down like a bitch in heat, Reverend."
I played referee. "Reverend Hawk, my brother and I have to get back to our rehearsal. Whether you and your hate group like it or not, our show is opening tomorrow night." Hawk groaned. "There it is. Any time one of you liberals disagree with a conservative, we're labeled hate-mongers."
Tony grimaced. "If the hate fits." Then he turned to me. "Let's go, Nicky."
Hawk stood in Tony's path. "Have you thought about the reason why 4 members of your cast have been murdered?"
"Sure. Right now, I'm thinking you might have killed them to shut down our show," Tony said with a smirk.
"God is sending you a message to stop poisoning people's minds with your homosexual agenda,"
Hawk said like a Republican eyeing the White House. Before I could stop him, Tony grabbed Hawk by the lapels of his dark suit and brought him in close. "I would be careful what you say and do around me, Reverend. I have a short-fused Italian temper."
Hawk met Tony's gaze. "You'll burn in your deviant and lustful carnal passions."
"You'll burn with me."
They stared at each other, each one refusing to break eye contact. I put my arm around my brother and led him toward the double doors.
"Let's go, Tony."
Then I called out over my shoulder,
"I'm sure you can see your way out, Reverend Hawk."
When Tony and I were in the theater house, I said, "Thanks for defending the show and my family."
Tony pushed my arm off him. "Let's get on with the tech rehearsal."
My brother and I sat in the front row, and I called out to begin where we had previously left off. A spotlight came up downstage right. Trevor Worth walked from downstage left to downstage right. Then the spotlight moved to downstage left. Trevor in turn followed the light back to that part of the stage. This gives walk toward the light a new meaning. I picked up the pad I had left on the seat next to me and frantically wrote notes. A laboratory set was wheeled on as vial after vial filled with colorful liquid crashed to the stage floor, and the 2 columns behind it wobbled like gelatin. I groaned and kept writing. Moriarty, having left Holmes and Watson chained in his dungeon, stood alone in his laboratory plotting how to kill his nemesis. With the eerie dark hood over his head, Trevor waved his cape and belted out the dramatic ballad, "Moriarty's Turn," vowing to destroy Holmes and Watson and eventually take over the world, all for the thrill of the mind game with Holmes. Then he crossed behind a column and reappeared a moment later sharpening a large knife, no doubt slated for Sherlock Holmes. "That's me!" Trevor walked upstage of a second column, quickly staggered out, and fell to the floor with the knife lodged in his back. Somebody stabbed Trevor in the back. Chapter 8. "I'll give you my firstborn."
"Somehow that doesn't clinch the deal, Nicky."
I was sitting on my 4-poster later that night in my T-shirt and boxers talking on my cell phone to Detective Manuelo.
"But we open tomorrow night. Ruben told me we're sold out." "You're sold out, all right, with 5 murders, the latest just heading for autopsy. The show's over, Nicky." "We've worked so hard on this musical." "I know. Each member of your cast told me they were practicing in their dressing room when Worth was murdered. And, as usual, they saw nothing. So now an audience won't get to see them." "You can't thrash the theatrics of thespians."
Try saying that 3 times fast.
"I just did. It's lights out for the show, Nicky."
Sitting next to me, Noah whispered in my ear, and I smelled strawberries. I said into the phone, "I think I know who murdered the 5 actors." Manuela replied,
"Who?"
"I'll reveal the killer's identity at the end of our performance tomorrow night." Manuelo groaned.
"Are you playing with me, Nicky?"
Detective, have I ever been anything but absolutely forthright with you?
Even you aren't a good enough actor to pull that one off, Nicky.
I looked at Noah for more guidance, and none came. So I took the mature man appealing to another man approach. I'll be your friend for life, Manuelo. Please let us open our show, pretty please, with a cherry on top. He let out a sigh that could have blown out the candles on Martin's birthday cake.
All right, Nicky. You can have your opening night. But if you don't bring me the murderer on a silver platter when the curtain comes down, the curtain is coming down on you and your troupe. Got it?
Noah and I hugged and dropped the phone onto the bed.
Nicky, are you there?
I picked up the phone. Have I ever told you how much I love you, Manuelo?
No, and don't ever do that. My wife will get jealous.
I kissed the phone and rested it on the night table. The show is opening as planned tomorrow night, Watson. You're my hero, Holmes. Noah threw his arms around me and we shared a long, wet kiss. We yanked off our clothes and explored each other's bodies like abstinence-only sex education students at a party. I licked and nibbled on his neck, a favorite spot for Noah, and he did the same on my nipples, my G-spot. We hugged and kissed, rolling over each other again and again. Then, getting into the 69 position, I took his long, thin dick in my mouth, enjoying its smoothness. Noah's silky blonde pubic hair tickled my nose as I sucked and slurped in delight. At the same time, Noah greedily licked my scrotum, large shaft, and mushroom head before sucking like a vacuum cleaner. When I was about to explode, I rose to my knees, faced Noah, and lifted his legs over my back. I entered slowly but steadily with his hands on my buttocks, pressing me further inside him. As he massaged my back muscles, and I kissed him again and again, my thrusts were slow and gentle. Then I buried my nose into the nape of his neck, grasped onto his dick, and pounded faster and harder. We shouted our orgasms, and then collapsed into each other's arms. There was a knock at our bedroom door. Noah and I slipped into our T-shirts and boxers faster than exotic dancers in the back room of a strip club during a police raid. Noah opened the door to Ta'avi in my long T-shirt. Ta'avi, what's wrong?
I had a nightmare about the murderer coming after us.
He walked over to the bed and handed me his vocabulary pad and pen.
You need to make the list of suspects and motives and solve this thing, Pop.
Standing over me, Noah said, Better get to work, Nicky. You promised Manuelo you'd find the culprit by curtain call tomorrow night.
You told me to say that,
Noah replied, and now it's time to do it. He bent down and kissed my forehead. I'll tuck Ta'avi back into bed, and I'll make sure Tony is all right.
Uncle Tony is in his room, going over his songs to play Moriarty.
For the first time rather than the 18th. Ta'avi kissed my forehead, too.
I know you can do this, Pop. If you want my help, you know where to find me.
When I was alone in the bedroom, I placed Ta'avi's pad on the night table, retrieved my laptop from the drawer underneath the bed, and rested it on my knees. After opening it and turning it on, I started a new file. The Is Holmes a Homo murders. Victims: Harvey Snigger, Bruno Lucio, Richard Richardson, Delilah Dream Richardson, Trevor Worth. Suspects and motives: Adina Said gets mother's inheritance with Harvey gone, saw Richard as competition for Delilah, Delilah rejected her. Corey Sundance, with Bruno gone, gets to play Lestrade, Richard and Delilah rejected him as brother and mother respectively. Mark Melody could have killed Bruno, Richard, and Delilah for Corey. All of the suspects were ridiculed and looked down upon by Trevor. I stared at the screen. Each of the 5 victims was cast in Is Holmes a Homo, and also in next season's Moriarty. All 3 suspects had access to the 5 victims and murder weapons: spiked pie, cut cables, poisonous snake, cut wires, knife. But which one of them is the murderer? A spark ignited in the pit of my stomach. Heartburn? It exploded in my brain. A stroke? It suddenly hit me like a knockout punch. What if none of them did it? The next morning, Tony ate breakfast in his room, wanting to continue rehearsing for Moriarty. After showering and dressing, Noah, Ta'avi, and I had our buckwheat waffles and strawberries with maple syrup at the breakfast nook. While Noah and Ta'avi loaded the dishwasher, an added modern convenience to our Victorian-style kitchen, I swallowed my vitamins, minerals, herbs, and amino acids with the help of my 3-berry juice. Noah and Ta'avi headed to the sitting room, where they went over their roles in the show. As director, having seen the show so many times, I knew everyone's part. I had also found channeling Sherlock Holmes to be a simple task for me. So, instead of rehearsing, I went upstairs and put on a violet dress shirt, gray slacks, and gray blazer, and then grabbed my gym bag. Hurrying down the long oak staircase, I called out to Noah and Ta'avi, "See you at the theater!" Then I left the house and hopped into my sports car in the driveway. Since Noah wasn't driving, I didn't squeeze my eyes closed, clutch onto the dashboard, and prepare to meet my maker. Instead, as I drove, I took in the azure sky and sloped emerald mountains reflected in the clear cerulean lake. After parking my car on campus, I walked over the tiny drawbridge and through the 2 stone columns to the bronze statues of our college's gay founders. I patted their shoulders as I strolled across the campus, admiring the low white stone fences, Edwardian-style buildings, and lush lawns and trees. When I got to the gym locker room, I changed into my sweat clothes and headed for the cardio room, where I jumped onto a treadmill and ran like George Jetson. 20 minutes later, I dragged my sweaty body to the weight room and exhausted myself on 8 machines to work my back, shoulders, and pecs. Then I practically crawled to the free weights and lifted hand weights to exercise the same areas. Working out generally helped me think more clearly, and it worked. I realized even more clearly than before that I hadn't a clue as to the identity of the murderer. So I dragged my aching body into the locker room, where I showered and changed back into my clothes. Wait a minute. I'm a college professor. We do research. Why didn't I think of this before? I made my way to the college library and walked through the wide glass door. After running down a flight of stairs to the research wing, I approached the student behind the desk who was texting on her cell phone. "Hi, I'm Professor Abundanza." The young woman's hair color matched my shirt. She wore a black tube top and black slacks with a gold chain that avalanched from her pierced right ear to her right nostril, to her left nostril, to her left ear, to her upper lip, and down to her navel. After finishing her text, she looked up and said, "I'm in your play directing class next semester." "How nice. What's your name?" "The roster will list me as Molly Franklin, but I go by Death Angel." "Nice to meet you, Death." She tilted her head and focused on me like a high school student dissecting a frog. "Are you hard?" "Isn't that a bit personal? I'm a fair teacher." "Do you assign papers?" "I'm not good at writing." Trying to move this along, I replied, "The class syllabus will list all of the assignments." Undaunted, Death asked, "What's your attendance policy?" "I took the morning section, but I don't like getting up early, so I'll be late a lot. And I'll be in Missouri at my sister's wedding for a month in the middle of the semester." Before I could answer, Death continued with, "Do I have to get up in front of people? I have major stage fright, so I projectile vomit when people look at me. And I hope you pick the scenes for us to direct. I'm not good at choosing things or making decisions." "Can I strangle myself with your gold chain?" "Death, I'll post the syllabus a month before fall semester begins." "Assuming I don't resign before then." You can read all about the class then. For now, I need to have access to the entertainment sections of the major U.S. newspapers for articles published over the last 10 years. I can set you up on one of our computers. Death leaned her elbows on the reception desk. If you give me the link to your class syllabus. A few minutes later, Death sat behind her desk reading my class syllabus on her phone while I was nestled away in a cubicle nearby. Clicking away on the computer keyboard, I searched the name of each cast member of our show. This led me to read a number of old play reviews and interviews featuring the cast, understudies, and creator of Is Holmes a Homo? Then I typed in the names of various individuals whom the cast members had mentioned were family members, friends, or business associates. An hour later, I thanked Death, who had already emailed me numerous questions about my class. My next stop was the cafeteria to pick up a sardine sandwich.
I know you're grossed out, but it's about the benefits of fish oil.
I ate as I walked over to the theater, thinking about the information I had gathered at the library. When I entered the lobby, I found Tony and Reverend Hawk sitting on a sofa looking like the leaders of warring countries at a meeting arranged by the UN. Tony rubbed his hands against his black jeans as if igniting a flame.
Don't you see how egotistical, narrow-minded, and bigoted it is of you to impose your religious beliefs on others?
Hawk wore his white collar and black suit like a weapon in his arsenal.
Don't you see how egotistical, narrow-minded, and bigoted it is of you to impose the anti-family values in your production on the members of this community? Anti-family? The play stars my brother-in-law, my nephew, and me.
My church doesn't accept that as a family. Tony guffawed.
The law does.
Not if it violates my religious freedom, Hawk grinned. Besides, my church is working with the local Republican Party to change the law.
Then your church and you can kiss my ass.
My brother, always the epitome of tact and sophistication.
Hawk said, "Close the show, Tony."
My brother glared at Hawk like a lion ready to pounce.
This show will close over my dead body.
Hawk laughed ironically. The way things have been going in your theater, that might be the case.
If you weren't wearing that collar, I'd slug you.
Hawk rose, took off his jacket and collar, and threw them onto the sofa. Noticing Hawk's thick neck laced with thin black hair, Tony stood, yanked off his white t-shirt, and threw it over the Reverend's collar. Hawk gasped at the sight of Tony's sculpted biceps, shoulders, pecs, and washboard abs. As they raised their fists, I said, "Let's not have a sixth murder, guys." They looked at me like a referee calling time out. "Reverend Hawk, you can picket, whine, cry, stamp your feet, or scream bloody murder." Bad choice of words. "Our production opens this evening as planned. Now, will you please leave my theater? Tony, will you please go into the theater for our rehearsal?" Tony grabbed his t-shirt, and Hawk reached for his jacket and collar. As Hawk headed for the door, Tony shouted, "And don't come see the show." Hawk made his way back to Tony. "You're acting like a misbehaving child in my Sunday school class." Tony met his daring stare.
"And what do you do to misbehaving children, Reverend? Put them over your knee and spank them?"
"No, but that's what I'd like to do to you."
"Just try it and see what happens to you."
"What's that, choreographer?"
"Take a step toward me and find out, Reverend."
Coming between them, I said, "Please, go back to your church, Reverend Hawk, and tell your congregants you fought the good battle and lost." "It's just a show. Why is it so important to you?" Hawk asked.
Tony replied, "As a kid, I wanted to be in our high school plays like Nicky, but I was never good enough. When I read the Sherlock Holmes novels, I related to Moriarty. I understood how the supposed loser was really a mastermind." He zeroed in on Hawk. "Tonight,
I finally get the chance to not only be in a show, but to play Moriarty. And there isn't anything you or anyone else can do to stop me. Do you get me, Hawk?" Hawk's handsome face softened. "I was a lonely kid, too." He smiled. "And believe it or not, I also wanted to act in my high school plays. I was only cast once, as a tree with no lines." "Is this campaign against our show some kind of retribution for your high school years?" I asked. "Hardly," Hawk added. "I'm a minister trying to do my job to serve the Lord and my congregation." Tony fired back with, "Then serve them some way other than trying to hurt innocent people." Hawk revealed a white smile. "Somehow I don't see you as innocent, Tony." "I was thinking the same thing about you, Reverend." "You don't know anything about me." "And you don't know anything about me." Tony put on his t-shirt. "I'll walk you to your car, Reverend, which is no doubt paid for by the sheep in your congregation." "I'm not finished with you yet," Hawk said. Tony replied, "Good, because I've just started with you." Hawk got into his collar and jacket. "Let's take this outside." "You're on, Reverend." I said, "Don't be too long, Tony." Tony replied, "It shouldn't take much time to put this guy in his place." "Funny, I was just thinking the same thing," Hawk replied. They glared at each other, and then Hawk followed Tony outside. After making my way through the lobby doors, theater house, and onto the stage, I met Char at the stage manager's console and asked her to call everyone to the green room for a brief meeting. Once the cast and crew were situated on the sofas, love seats, easy chairs, and on the floor, I stood in front of the fireplace and called for their attention. "Comrades, I know you are all deeply concerned and on edge about the murders." "I feel like the writer of Exodus, the musical," Mark Melody said, perched on a love seat. Sitting opposite him in his Lestrade costume, Corey Sundance said, "I've never heard of that musical." "Exactly." Mark rubbed his sweat off his hands onto his black sweatshirt. "And our tech rehearsals this week make me want to change the name of the show to The Sherlock Horror Show." "Don't you mean The Sherlock Horror Picture Show?" asked Corey. Mark explained. "Unlike nowadays, back then the play came before the movie, so the word picture was added to the show title for the movie. But then they dropped the word for the Broadway revival in New York, but it really wasn't a revival since the show had originally played only off-Broadway." Corey winked at Mark. "You know everything." Mark shined like a polished trophy. "Thanks, Corey." In her velvet Irene Adler Victorian gown, Adina Saeed gazed into her compact mirror. "All this rehearsing has made me look tired." She turned to Shayla, sitting next to her on the sofa, wearing Mrs. Hudson's brown house dress. "Do I look worn out?" Shayla took her hand.
"You look gorgeous, as always."
They shared a smile. Looking and sounding like his character, society maverick Langdale Pike, Martin said, "Critics are coming from New York City for our opening. They're like hawks searching for exposed flesh. We need to be perfect tonight." Producer Reuben, sitting next to him on the love seat in his padded Porky Johnson outfit, said, "We're sold out tonight. Unless we want to pass out eggs instead of programs, we need to get this show ready."
"Or pray for the theater fairies to come and help us."
Shayla looked around the green room.
"Never mind. They're all here."
They all began arguing about the problems with the show, blaming everyone and everything except themselves. I whistled louder than a freight train riding past a quiet neighborhood in the middle of the night. "People! We need to get our show in shape. But 5 members of our cast have been murdered. Any of us could be next. It's imperative that we all keep our eyes and ears open and nab the murderer by curtain call." "You and your husband are the amateur sleuths," Martin sniffed in my direction. "We leave that to you." Sitting on the arm of Noah's easy chair, Ta'avi made the champ sign with his hands.
"And I can help?"
Reuben nodded like a judge at the trial of the century. "Good. That's settled." The cast and crew started to leave.
"Wait!"
I motioned them back to their seats. This afternoon is our final tech dress rehearsal before we open. We are running through the entire show. For some of the understudies, it will be the first time. So let's fix any problems as they come up.
That'll take until next summer,
Shayla said. Channeling a speech from some old let's put on a show movie musical, I said with feigned confidence, I have faith in each and every one of us that during the next few hours we can turn a lemon into pink, pardon the pun, lemonade. We all need to pull together, support and trust each other, and work our fingers to the manicured nails to bring the best musical in history to our little community, the Great White Way, across the world, and finally to movie screens everywhere so we can finally make the big bucks and be on celebrity reality TV shows. I placed my hand over my heart. So let's whip this cream into butter, put on the best darn show we can, call upon the magic of the theater, and send Is Holmes a Homo to the annals of Broadway musical history. I made my way through the sea of bodies to my dressing room, put on my makeup and costume, and then hurried to the stage. To my amazement, my little speech had worked. Despite one or two, or about 50, glitches, everyone pulled together and worked hard on the show. We finished the final technical dress rehearsal at 7 o'clock. With only 1 hour before showtime, we all wolfed down takeout dinners in our dressing rooms. After changing back into my street clothes, I ran through the house to the lobby and greeted a few early arriving dignitaries. I was relieved to find Martin and Reuben, in a chartreuse bow tie with matching sweater vest and a chartreuse leisure suit respectively, cowing and towing to the show angels, investors, critics from New York City, our mayor, and local reporters. I spotted Manuela's officers at opposite corners of the lobby casing the early gathering guests and heading off the press about the murders. Noah and Ta'avi, both looking adorable in white shirts and light blue blazers and dress slacks, found me, and we shared a family hug.
There's my 3 boys. Ready for your big opening night?
No snacks for sale in the lobby. You should have told me. I'd have brought some cannoli from the bakery.
My jaw dropped open at the sight of Mama and Papa in a black dress and suit respectively, sporting ear-to-ear grins. Mama! Papa! What are you doing here? Papa gave me a bear hug.
We wouldn't miss our son's big opening night.
Then he grasped onto Noah like a vice and shouted,
And look at my handsome son-in-law.
As Noah rubbed his ears, Papa lifted Ta'avi up into the air.
And the best grandson in the world.
Ta'avi giggled in delight.
You look different when you're not on Skype, Grandpapa,
he added strategically.
When do I get to visit your bakery in Kansas?
Mama clutched at her chest and wept over Ta'avi.
My little grandson, you're so beautiful. We want you to stay with us in Kansas for as long as you like.
While Mama smothered Ta'avi with kisses, Ta'avi said to me,
Can I take a hot air balloon to Kansas, Pop?
He's clearly the son of 2 gay men. We'll talk about it later, I replied. As if a praying mantis had gotten loose, Mama's 2 arms coiled around Noah and me, and she wrenched us into her large bosoms.
My 2 boys.
After kissing our cheeks, she whispered in my ear,
Do you have a casino in Tree Meadow?
I heard that.
Papa waved his finger sternly at Mama.
No gambling, Mama. We're here to see Nicky's show.
Always the gracious host, Noah smiled.
Thank you for coming, Mama and Papa.
Mama replied,
We want to see our 4 boys on the stage.
I noticed Tony enter from outside. Tony! Mama and Papa are here. He nodded and looked away. Mama walked over to him, grabbed Tony by the ear, and led him into our little group.
How could you leave without saying goodbye, Tony?
Shrugging his broad shoulders, Tony said,
I had to get out of Kansas.
Papa nodded.
I don't blame you.
I did a double take. You don't blame him for what? Getting out of town, Mama added with a stern glance at Tony. But he should have said goodbye to Papa and me. Why did you have to get out of town, Tony? I asked. Tony looked down at the mosaic tile floor. Teresa and I split up. How come nobody told me? I said. Papa, Mama, Noah, and Ta'avi said in unison, I knew. I pushed my little brother. Why didn't you tell me? I know how judgmental you are, Tony replied. Me? Judgmental? What kind of dim-witted, insensitive oaf are you? And why did you leave Teresa? Did you cheat on her with another woman? No, Tony said. Did she cheat on you with another man? Tony laughed. Look at me. Are you for real? Noah stepped between us. Tony's personal life is his own. No, it isn't, Mama added. We're one family. She whispered to me. I never liked Teresa anyway. She's a bitch, Papa whispered in my other ear. Trying to put all the pieces together, I asked, Where are the kids? With Teresa, said Tony. We have to work out all the details for the divorce when I get back. Who's running the bakery? I asked. Teresa, of course, Papa, Mama, and Tony answered. Feeling like an evangelical facing 3 evolutionists, I said in disbelief, Do you think it's wise for Teresa to continue working there? Why not? She's a good worker, Mama said. Though she doesn't make cream for the cream puffs as good as I do. And she's a bitch, Papa whispered again. Then he pulled me aside. Have you solved the murders yet, Nicky? You know about that? I asked. Papa replied, What's to know about? Whenever you're in a show, there are murders. How's it going? Ta'avi came to my rescue. We're working on it, Grandpapa. Noah asked Mama and Papa, Have you eaten dinner yet? Papa shook his bald head. We took a taxi here from the airport. Glancing at his watch, Noah said, You have 50 minutes until curtain. If you head out the college entrance and walk a block, you'll come to a restaurant with very fast service. Is it an Italian place? My father asked like a restaurant critic. It's a fusion eatery, I explained. What's fusion? Mama asked as if she had entered another planet. Noah replied, The ingredients in the dishes are a mixture of elements from various cultures. And that's legal? Papa asked. Yes, Papa, I explained. A dish might have a combination of Chinese, Italian, and French ingredients in it. It sounds like what's inside a garbage dump, Mama said. The food is great. Enjoy your dinner and we'll see you after the show. Of course you're staying with us, Noah said. We don't want to be a bother, Mama said coyly. But you know we don't sleep well in hotel rooms, Papa said. Then it's all settled, Noah said. Good, Papa said. I take 2 pillows on the bed and breakfast at 6 a.m. See you at the show, Mama said like a society matron. When they had gone, I glared at Tony. It's time for a little brother's chat. I can't believe that you called me judgmental. If the stone fits, throw it, said Tony. Noah massaged his ears. It's nice that your parents came all the way from Kansas to see the show. I'm digging it too, Ta'avi said, offering me the hang loose sign. I spotted Reverend Tommy Hawk entering the lobby. What's he doing here? Noah held my arm. I'll take care of this. Tony met Hawk a few feet away from us. I thought you were afraid our show would spot your lily-white soul, Reverend. Hawk adjusted his dark turtleneck. My congregation wanted to pick it. I asked them to let me investigate first. What a novel idea, knowing what you're demonstrating against. The Reverend offered Tony a wan smile. Or perhaps I came to see your performance. Are you good in the show? Tony leaned in closely. I'm very good, Reverend. I'll be the judge of that. Whatever happened to judge not, and you will not be judged? Hawk laughed. You've already judged me, Tony. Was my judgment wrong? I think so. Their gazes locked. Hawk broke eye contact. "I'll speak with you after the show and give you my review." Tough critic.
Tony stood in Hawk's path. "What makes you think I care about what you think?"
"You care." Hawk walked over to the box office and Tony followed him.
"Look this way and smile!"
A familiar iPad met my vision. Then Mom looked at it and said,
"Judy back in Wisconsin says you are the most adorable family except for her Tommy and Timmy."
Noah shrieked,
"Mom!" "In the flesh, say cheese!"
After we posed for another picture, Noah, Ta'avi, and I kissed Mom. Back at her iPad, Mom said, "Judy says my little grandson is quite a looker." She hugged Ta'avi to her chest.
"Are you excited about your opening night, honey?"
Ta'avi nodded. When he could breathe, he said,
"I have a lot of fans here tonight." "Including me."
Mom laughed merrily. Noah's cheeks were the color of his mother's peach dress.
"Mom, what are you doing here?"
As if they had taken a 5-minute spin in their car, Mom replied, "Dad and I drove over to see your play."
"Where is Dad?"
Noah asked.
"He's parking the car,"
Mom replied. She hugged Noah and me. Then she pinched my cheek.
"How's my handsome son-in-law?"
"A bit nervous about our opening night," I said. She waved me away like a fruit fly. No pun intended.
"You're a terrific director, Nicky."
Patting the sides of her blonde hair and white roots, she added,
"I should know. The show will be a huge hit."
Dad lumbered into the lobby wearing a wrinkled old suit that highlighted his layers of fat. Rubbing his bald head, he said,
"Is it all right to park in the spot with the sign-reading college president?"
"Hi, Dad." Noah quickly hugged his father.
"Give me the keys. I'll move your car."
Dad obliged, and Noah exited out the door. Turning to me, Dad gave me a tight hug.
"Good to see you, Nicky."
"You too, Dad."
"Have you solved the case yet?"
I threw my hands up in the air.
"How does everyone know there's a case to solve?"
"Because my Nicky and Noah are doing a show,"
Dad replied. "I'm getting close," I pointed to my temple. "The little gray cells need charging." Dad said,
"If you need help again like on the cruise, just let me know."
Mom added,
"I have faith in you and Noah." "And in me." "Of course I have faith in you, Ta'avi," Mom said.
Dad spotted Ta'avi.
"Is this my wonderful little grandson?"
"In real life and not on Skype."
Ta'avi bowed as we taught him for the curtain call.
"He's a chip off the old ham."
Dad squeezed my chin. Then he took Ta'avi into his flabby arms.
"When is my boy going to visit his grandparents on our dairy farm, so we can smother you with kisses and cheese?"
Dad kissed Ta'avi all over his face. Ta'avi laughed happily.
"Right after I come back from visiting the grandparents who want to smother me with desserts."
He has his priorities straight. No pun intended. Dad released Ta'avi.
"He's adorable."
Mom chimed in with,
"Have you thought about having a second child? Judy told me Tommy and Timmy are thinking about adopting a baby from Vietnam."
"Now Jack will have to support Judy, Tommy, Timmy, and the Vietnamese baby,"
Dad said with a smirk.
"Tommy and Timmy can't find jobs,"
Mom explained.
"I'm sure they've been searching really hard. In Jack's wallet,"
Dad snickered. Then he asked me,
"Nicky, what time does your play end?"
"About 10:30,
I replied.
Dad said, "Can you speed it up a little? There's a Sherlock Holmes movie on tonight at 10. I'd hate to miss it."
Mom hit Dad's shoulder.
"They're doing a Sherlock Holmes play, Dad."
"I know,"
Dad said,
"but it won't be the same as the movie."
He turned to me.
"We're staying at the Tree Meadow Hotel, so I thought I could run over there after the curtain call."
Noah returned and handed Dad his keys as I said, "You're not staying at the hotel. You'll spend the night with us." Mom replied,
"We don't want to be a bother."
"Especially since you and Noah are still in the honeymoon stage."
Dad poked Noah's side.
"Do you shriek like your mother when it's butta bingo time in bed?"
Dad laughed wildly. Noah's face turned scarlet. Ta'avi asked me for his vocabulary pad.
"I hope you've been staying away from nuts, Noah."
Mom looked at him sternly.
"Remember your allergy."
Noah's the only gay guy on the planet who's allergic to nuts, Dad guffawed. Noah swallowed hard. No pun intended. We'd better get backstage and into our costumes. If you need an understudy, after Alaska, I'm an experienced actress, Mom said with a wink. We've got it covered, I hope. Mom said, before you leave, let me take another shot for Judy.
Judy sure likes pictures,
Avi said as Mom did the deed. Mom checked her iPad.
Judy wishes you a good show.
Thanks, I added. We'll see you afterward. Noah said, remember, no pictures during the show, Mom.
Of course,
Mom replied. As Noah, Avi, and I entered the theater, I overheard Mom say to Dad, make sure the no flash option is on my iPad so I can get lots of pictures. Judy will never forgive me if I don't. We walked through the theater house. Noah and Avi headed for their dressing rooms as I checked in with Char at her console in the wing. Then, arriving at the dressing rooms, I peeked into Martin's, where I found Martin and Ruben in their Victorian suits sitting at the makeup table. Martin gazed into his makeup case.
What should I use to hide these wrinkles?
Dynamite, Ruben replied.
On that note, ready for opening?
Martin craned his neck toward me.
I have to admit, Nicky, I'm excited about getting on stage again.
I entered and asked Ruben, how about you?
It should be fun,
Ruben replied.
Just fun?
Martin did a double take.
Nicky, he's more excited than the CEO of a polluting corporation at a Republican president's inauguration.
Have a good show, you two. I made my way to Corey's dressing room, where my ex-student, dressed as Lestrade, sat with the show's creator on the love seat. Mark Melody took Corey's hand in his.
It's going to be like the musical 42nd Street tonight, where the understudy becomes a star.
And the audience will be shouting, Author! Author!
Mark squeezed Corey's hand.
But remember, there's a murderer loose. Be careful out there tonight. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you.
You won't.
They shared a kiss. When they separated, I cleared my throat and entered.
Have a good show tonight, guys.
We will.
Corey rose to face me.
And thank you for the opportunity.
Hear, hear,
said Mark, standing behind Corey.
Enjoy.
With the clock ticking, I sped to Adina's dressing room, where Adina stood looking into the mirror with Shayla at her side.
Do I look worn out?
Shayla turned Adina to face her.
You look terrific.
As if suddenly realizing it, Adina said,
You are terrific.
No arguments here.
They kissed. When I knocked on the doorway, their Victorian gowns ruffled as they quickly parted.
Give it everything you've got tonight, Adina. Hopefully not my life,
Adina said. Then she quickly used base makeup to smooth out a worry line on her forehead. Shayla put her arm around Adina's waist.
I'll protect her.
Smiling at Shayla, I said, Welcome back to the wacky world of acting, Shayla. She giggled.
I act every day when I say, Good morning, to Martin.
I giggled. When I got to Avi's dressing room, I found Avi, Noah, and Tony in costume. Avi was standing in the center of the room looking greener than a Christmas tree. Tony and Noah were kneeling at his sides.
What's wrong?
I asked, walking into the room. Noah stood and came to my side.
Avi has a bit of stage fright.
I bent down next to him. Are you feeling scared, Avi? Avi shook his head no, and then nodded. Believe it or not, I was terrified my first time on stage.
What did you do?
Avi asked me. I placed Avi on my knee. I recalled all the hours of rehearsal I had spent with the cast getting ready for that night, and how much I didn't want to let my team down. I knew that Grandmama, Grandpapa, and Uncle Tony would be in the audience watching me, and I thought about how much they love me, and how much I love them. I remembered all the reasons I wanted to make them proud of me. Finally, I thought about the other people in the audience who had paid their money to see a show, and I realized it was up to me to entertain them. Avi's shoulders relaxed. Dad, Uncle Tony, and I love you so much, Avi. We'll be right there with you every step of the way. He threw his little arms around my neck and we shared a long hug. Noah took his hand. Is everything all right now, Ta'avi? Ta'avi smiled.
I'm ready for scene 1.
Good. Break a leg, everyone. As I started to head out of the dressing room, Tony put a hand on my shoulder. Thanks, bro. Looking at my brother in his opening prostitute dress, wig, and makeup, I squeezed his arm. You've never looked better. We shared a laugh, and then I hurried into my dressing room. After putting on my makeup and Sherlock Holmes suit, coat, and hat, I stood in front of the mirror. This is it, Sherlock. It's time to catch the murderer. On stage and off. The overture played, on the synthesizer. The game's afoot! I joined the rest of the cast in the wings. Noah took my hand. No matter what happens tonight, Nicky, you'll always be my one and only Sherlock. You're the love of my life, Watson. We shared a quick kiss. The lights went up on stage. The London street set, lighting, and smoke looked just right. Noah and I watched the opening number. To Mark Melody's credit, the singing was terrific. Noah whispered in my ear, Tony's choreography looks amazing. I whispered back, not only is Tony's choreography amazing, so is Tony as Moriarty. He's incredibly sinister, captivating, and engaging. The cast filled the stage with energy and emotion. Martin was dishy, not much of a stretch, and clever as society informer Langdale Pike. Reuben was comically cagey as Porky Johnson from the underworld. I thanked the theater gods as the number ended to wild applause from the audience. Then I hurried to the fly loft, took in a deep breath, and entered the helicopter for my first scene. To my shock and relief, the effect worked perfectly, and I had a smooth landing on stage. My first song and dance went beautifully, if I do say so myself. As the show continued, it came as no surprise to me that Noah and I had incredible stage chemistry as Holmes and Watson. Not to be upstaged, Martin and Reuben performed like glazed hams. Corey Sundance was a charmingly dim-witted Inspector Lestrade. Adina Saeed was gorgeous and mysterious as Irene Adler, the retiring opera singer and actress with the stolen jewels. To my surprise, Shayla was unnatural as the comic relief Mrs. Hudson. As I expected, Ta'avi was the audience favorite as the Baker Street irregular. He garnered cheers of "Bravo!" at the conclusion of his song, "That's My Boy." To my relief, every technical cue went perfectly. The audience laughed in all the right places, and they gasped and sat at the edge of their seats in the suspenseful scenes. Act 1 ended with rapturous applause from the audience. After congratulating the cast and crew backstage, I met up with Noah and Ta'avi outside Noah's dressing room. I hugged them to my chest. You were both fantastic! You too, Nicky. Noah kissed my cheek. Ta'avi offered me the hang loose sign.
You and Dad taught me everything I know, Pop.
Break a leg in Act 2, I said. Noah explained to Ta'avi, it's just an expression by theater folks. Then he whispered to me, have you figured out who did it yet? Not yet, but I'm working on it. He hugged my neck. I headed into my dressing room to touch up my makeup. I felt tired and out of breath, but my adrenaline kept me moving at fever pitch. As I changed into my costume for Act 2, I played the last month back in my head like a movie on fast forward. I recalled what everyone around me had said and done, and I thought about subtext, the underlying meaning behind their dialogue and actions. Suddenly, something came to me. Of course! How could I have not seen it? Running out of my dressing room, I reached Tony's dressing room, entered, and came face to face with my brother. I figured it out. You can't fool me any longer, Tony. He pushed me into the armchair, slammed the door shut behind him, and glared down at me. Chapter 9. What do you know? Tony asked. Everything, I replied, looking up at him. How did you figure it out? His eyes were wild and questioning. Keep calm. Maybe now isn't the time. Tony barred his dressing room door.
I'm not letting you out of here, Nicky.
I sat up in the armchair. All right. Everything came together in my head a minute ago. You leaving Teresa, visiting me, and not wanting to call home. Your private talks with Noah, his concerns about you, and your sudden interest in dance and choreography.
Stereotype much, bro?
I rubbed my forehead. When did you realize it? His shoulders dropped.
I always suspected, but I fought it. I couldn't believe a macho Italian guy like me could be gay.
Who am I, Tinkerbell? Why didn't you tell me?
I thought you would judge me.
For being gay? Earth to little brother, I'm gay too.
No, for being in the closet, marrying a woman, having 2 daughters.
But you told Noah, and obviously you swore him to secrecy.
It wasn't Noah's fault. I made him promise not to tell you.
Channeling Martin, I asked, "Have you been with a guy?" He shook his head and dark, thick locks surrounded his face.
I've wanted to. You have no idea how much I've wanted to and for how long.
I think I can relate.
But I haven't. I feel weird about it until Teresa and I are divorced.
Do Teresa and the girls know?
They know.
Tony sat on a stool at the makeup table.
Annie and Mare were great about it. Teresa wasn't.
Did you two have an argument?
An argument? That's like asking if World War II was a little misunderstanding.
I slid to the edge of my seat. Tony, how about Mama and Papa?
I plan to tell them tonight at your place.
Tears filled his eyes.
Your brother's pretty messed up, huh?
I stood and placed a hand on Tony's shoulder. I'm sorry, Tony.
About me being gay? What? Am I not good enough to join your ranks?
He looked up at me with his dark eyes pleading for affection. No, Tony. I'm sorry you couldn't tell me about who you really are. Tony sighed.
You're the golden boy, Nicky. I thought you'd laugh at me for being such a late bloomer.
I wrapped my arms around him. You're my little brother. Nothing will ever change that. Noah loves you like a brother, too. He laughed ironically.
Maybe if I ever get a boyfriend, we can double date.
I smiled. That time may come sooner than you think.
What do you mean? I haven't met anyone yet.
I sat on the stool next to him. I think you have.
Who?
Reverend Tommy Hawk. Tony looked as if he had swallowed pickle juice laced with castor oil.
Are you nuts, bro?
I patted his knee. No, I think you're nuts. Over Hawk. And I think he's nuts over you, too. He jumped up in the air like a kid with ADD on a pogo stick.
You think I'm interested in that self-centered, arrogant hypocrite?
No, I think you're crazy about him. I stood and put my arm around him. And I think you know I'm right. Tony collapsed onto the stool and put his head into his hands.
Holy shit.
Then he sat dumbstruck, staring into space. Char called places for Act 2. I grabbed Tony and led him backstage. Though I felt tired and winded, sheer determination got me through Act 2, which turned out even better than Act 1. The flying snake puppet and every other special effect worked perfectly. The performances were phenomenal. Again, the audience laughed, cried, gasped, and cheered wildly throughout the remainder of the show. Martin, Ruben, Shayla, and Corey proved to be deft comics with spot-on timing. Adina Saeed was alluring and seductive. Ta'avi received entrance applause for his second-act stint and again cheers of bravo at his exit. Most surprising was Tony, who fully embodied the manipulative, crafty, and deceptive Moriarty. The audience delighted in hating him, especially during his final number, which Tony played to the back of the balcony. The next song, Let's Play Doctor, Doctor, went off without a hitch. Noah, as Watson, and I, as Sherlock, were chained to the dungeon wall in Moriarty's lair with Moriarty's henchman, a techie wearing a black leather tunic, breeches, and hat, watching over us. I faked having a heart attack, which Wasn't difficult, since I felt weak and out of breath. Watson asked the henchman to summon Moriarty. When Watson and I were alone, we crafted our plan. Moriarty entered in his long black hooded cape, brandishing a knife. He held it to my throat as he came closer to see what was wrong with me. As I kicked him in the family jewels and the knife flew across the stage, Watson dislodged a key ring from Moriarty's pocket. Moriarty spiraled to the floor as Watson freed himself and then unlocked my handcuffs. Next, Moriarty scrambled to his feet, crossed behind a column, and reappeared with a shotgun looming at us. Watson and I sprang for him. After a fight, choreographed by Tony, to the audience's oohs and ahs, the prop gun went off as planned. Moriarty staggered and finally dropped dead to the floor with me holding the gun over him. Watson used the key to open Moriarty's safe and retrieve all the stolen jewels. Then we hurried to the dead body on the floor, turned him on his back, and revealed him to be Moriarty's henchman. Looking through the window on the set, we saw Moriarty wearing the henchman's black leather tunic, breeches, and hat. He waved to us from outside as he escaped holding a sign reading, "Until next time." A sequel? The audience's applause was deafening. Next, the quick scene change progressed perfectly as the dungeon slid off left and Holmes's sitting room wheeled on from the right. Watson and I returned the stolen jewels to a very grateful Adina Said. Then, alone together, Watson and I realized our love for each other. Noah and I weren't acting when we sang our duet, "What I Did for Love," gazing into each other's eyes. As the song ended with a passionate kiss, the audience members wiped their wet eyes and exploded with applause. The sitting room wheeled off, and the London street scene flew in as the entire cast sang and danced the finale number, Half-Baked on Baker Street. The screams and bravos at the curtain call shook the theater. Though completely exhausted, I felt as if on cloud 9 when Noah and I entered last for our curtain call to a standing ovation. From downstage center, I couldn't help noticing Mama, Papa, Mom, and Dad weeping with pride. Not to mention Reverend Tommy Hawk gaping at Tony. I thought about the show. Though the script is unorthodox, it's also entertaining and a great deal of fun. Could it really move to Broadway? Amidst shouts of "Author, author," Mark Melody joined us on stage, waved joyously to the audience, and blew a kiss to Corey Sundance. Suddenly, it hit me. "It's an anagram!" I whispered in Noah's ear. "I know who did it." He whispered back, "Nicky, the show is over." "I mean the real murders. I figured out the identity of the murderer." After our final cast bow, we left the stage with the audience still cheering. When we reached the stage right wing, Noah asked me, "Who is it?" "I have to be sure. Stay with Ta'avi. Greet our guests backstage." Still in my costume, I ran toward the stage door. Noah called after me, "Where are you going?" As Ta'avi joined Noah, I shouted over my shoulder, "Camping!" Not wanting to waste a moment longer, I raced as fast as my wobbly legs could carry me out of the theater and into the woods behind it. I paused when I reached a large tent and a man standing next to it with a duffel bag in his hand and a snarky look on his face. "You caught me just as I was about to leave." "You're not going anywhere except to jail," I replied, trying to catch my breath. You don't look well, Nicky." "What did you do to me?" He laughed. "Sherlock Holmes didn't figure that one out." My legs buckled underneath me, and I hit the grass below. "It's amazing what aluminum powder in makeup can do to the lungs of the person inhaling it." Trevor Ward glared down at me like a deranged villain in a superhero movie. I rubbed the makeup off my face with the sleeve of my coat. "No point in going to all that trouble, Nicky. The damage, as they say, has already been done." Trevor sat on a tree stump and rested his bag at his feet. "Before I take off, and you die, I'd like to know how you figured this out, Nicky." "Maybe, if I keep talking, I won't pass out." With labored breath I said, "Avi talked about a tent in the woods. You must have heard him, too. When you arrived here to investigate, I believe you noticed the man in the tent was approximately your height, weight, and coloring, and you hatched your warped plan." "It was all rather fun, Nicky, especially when he mentioned being on a cross-country tour with no connection to the outside world." Trevor laughed maniacally.
"Trevor's obviously insane. How did you get the man to go along with it?"
That was the best part. Trevor giggled like a televangelist after a fund drive. "I told him the little white lie that we were searching for Moriarty's understudy. The greedy bugger asked how much we were paying. I fabricated a delectable sum, which propelled him to the theater like a rat to a cheese factory. After changing into the understudy costume, the bloke did as I instructed."
"I need to keep Trevor here until Noah finds me." I wheezed out, "But you began your sadistic little game before that at our rehearsals by bragging to the cast about your supposed starring vehicle on Broadway of Moriarty. When you mentioned the producer was searching for name actors to be your co-stars, Harvey, Bruno, Richard, and Delilah bit the marquee, as actors are known to do. I found it odd that I have never heard of your so-called legendary Broadway producer, Tom Rary, and with good reason. When I looked him up in our library, I found he didn't exist. So I realized that you not only lined up your intended murder victims as supposed future cast members, but also as investors in the show. I presume you promised them a large return on their money once the show became a hit. But of course, there was no show, and no producer. That one came to me only minutes ago when I realized that Tom Rary is an anagram for Moriarty."
"Very good, Nicky. Keep going."
"You bilked a large sum of money from each of the victims, which is why they seemed desperate for money. You tucked your takeaway in a bank account, no doubt somewhere exotic and far away, with your plan to kill them and escape with their money. Very convenient, since the dead can't chase their robbers. Since we all thought Trevor Ward was dead, my guess is you planned to change your identity and your name to Tom Rary."
Trevor laughed wildly. "You know me too well, Nicky."
"So, as part of your sadistic little game, first you tampered with the pie prop to kill Harvey Snicker. Bruno Lucio, Richard Richardson, and Delilah Dream were next on your prop tampering murder list. Then at the tech dress rehearsal, after you sang your number, you went behind the column with the prop knife, took a real knife, probably hidden in your cape, and then stabbed your chump camper in the back. He staggered out from behind the column and fell onto his stomach with the hood and cape concealing his true identity. Since you have no relatives in this country, and Manuelo didn't know you, the autopsy proceeded as if the deceased were you."
"You must admit it was a brilliant plan, Nicky. Garnering Tom Rary, rather me, an aging actor being put out to pasture. A huge bankroll." He flicked back his long, thin hair. "But I can't take full credit for it."
"That's right. You got the idea for Moriarty's closing scene in Mark Melody's play."
"As the song goes, no shit, Sherlock." He guffawed and clapped his hands together like a dolphin at a theme park. The trees around me made circles around my head.
"How much aluminum did you put in my makeup?"
"Enough to kill you any time now." Trevor looked down his long nose at me. "But don't be rude and croak before telling me the other reasons you suspected me."
"When we talked, you mentioned feeling bitter toward other actors, since your wife left you for one, hence your revenge."
I sucked in as much air as possible.
"You also mentioned enjoying playing Moriarty because he was a mastermind who thrived on mind games with Holmes and on the thrill of the chase. After playing Moriarty 18 times, as you never let us forget,
acting the part of your idol had lost its magic, so you moved on to playing the role in real life.
And it was so much more fun than merely acting it on stage.
His beady eyes glistened. Where's Noah? If only I had told him where I was going. And you're the perfect person for the role of Moriarty, Trevor. I gasped for air. I did a bit of research on you at our library. Something you said in a newspaper interview stayed with me.
Do tell, Nicky.
As you said, you come from fine pedigree. You are distantly related to Adam Worth, the criminal mastermind from Boston, who Arthur Conan Doyle used as a model for Professor Moriarty. I summoned up my last bit of air. I'm guessing that in your deranged mind, you actually believe you are Moriarty. Talk about typecasting.
I am a direct descendant. I have the genes of a genius and a mastermind.
He laughed wickedly.
And you, Nicky, were a fit player in our little cognitive competition. I have so enjoyed this little cat-and-mouse game with you. But all things must come to an end, chap. It appears the aluminum didn't cause your finale, and I obviously don't want anyone to know about my upcoming trip to Ecuador to retire to a life befitting a demigod. So it seems I'll have to play this scene myself.
Trevor reached into his knapsack and aimed a gun at my head. I tried to move, but I felt glued to the spot.
Say farewell to the living, Nicky. It's time to join the great detectives club in the sky.
He chortled wildly.
Or down below.
Trevor aimed the gun and rested his finger on the trigger. Put the gun down, Trevor, or I'll blow your head off. Given the size of Nicky's manhood, I'm pretty good at that. Noah. Trevor laughed uproariously.
That's the prop gun from our show, Noah. But this is the real thing.
Manuelo stood next to Noah with 2 police officers behind him. Holding the gun on Trevor, he said,
Drop it, or I drop you.
Trevor released his gun to the ground and started to run. One of the police officers sprang and wrestled Trevor to the ground. As he read Trevor his rights and took out his handcuffs, Manuelo noticed my labored breathing and called for an ambulance. Noah kneeled next to me and cradled me in his arms. You're my hero, Nicky. I looked up at the face of love. And you're mine, Noah. Ta'avi appeared at my other side.
When you didn't come back, I told Dad that going camping must have meant you were coming here. And Dad told Manuelo, did I help solve the case, Pop?
I kissed his forehead and whispered, You sure did, Ta'avi. The 3 of us embraced as the sound of an ambulance grew louder. Epilogue. A year later, I found myself sitting in the 3rd row of a Broadway theater at the Tony Awards in New York City. As I watched a production number on stage, I was full of gratitude for so many things. First, I was thankful for my amazing husband and terrific son sitting on either side of me in white tuxedos that matched mine. My blessings also included our extended families in the theater with us that evening. Second, I was grateful for the vitamins, minerals, L-theanine amino acid, and turmeric herb supplements I had taken so regularly during rehearsals of our show at the college, which literally saved my life by counteracting Trevor Ward's aluminum poisoning in my makeup. Finally, I felt honored to have directed and starred in the musical Is Holmes a Homo?, which was nominated for 11 Tony Awards. After our tryouts at Tree Meadow College, I took a joint sabbatical with Noah and Martin, and we had opened on Broadway to rave reviews. Our cast performance of Bopping on Baker Street had garnered cheers earlier at the awards presentation. Then, in our audience seats, Noah and I played at guessing the identities of the celebrities presenting the awards due to their cosmetic surgery. Our show had already won Tony Awards for Best Scenic Design, Best Lighting Design, and Best Costume Design for a musical. In a state of shock, I had graciously accepted my award for Best Director of a Musical. The next celebrity presenters, resembling marionettes, took the stage with slit eyes, high cheekbones, and thick wigs. They announced the nominees for Best Choreography of a Musical. Then they announced the winner, Tony Abundanza, for Is Home's a Homo. My brother, sitting down the row from us, leapt to his feet and raced up to the microphone. Filling out his black tuxedo well, Tony said, "I want to thank my brother, Nicky, for giving me this opportunity. I always thought he got all of the creative genes in our family. I guess I was wrong." I joined the audience in laughing. Tony's smile disappeared, and a tear stained his eyelid. "And I also want to thank my husband, who always keeps me on my toes, Reverend Tommy Hawk." Tommy, now the minister of an open and affirming church, greeted Tony with a huge hug and kiss as my brother returned to his seat. Next was the award for Best Music and Lyrics. The audience cheered as the presenters announced the winner, Mark Melody, for Is Home's a Homo. Looking dapper in his black tuxedo, Mark made his way through the applauding crowd to the microphone on stage. After singing a verse from the musical Applause, Mark said, "I'd like to thank Tree Meadow College for giving my little show its start. And most of all, I want to thank my husband, Corey Sundance, who fills my every note with music and harmony." Corey, sitting behind us in the theater looking handsome in a brown tuxedo, blew an imaginary kiss at Mark, who caught it and placed it over his heart. Best Featured Actress at a Musical was next. When Shayla's name was called as winner, Adina and Shayla shared a kiss, and Shayla, in a stylish mauve gown, made her way to the microphone on stage.
"My wife and I are going to share this award, but I'll keep it on my side of the bed."
When the laughter from the audience ceased, Shayla added,
"Martin, you can take my administrative assistant job at the college and this award and shove them where the sun don't shine."
Nobody laughed harder than Martin, in a plum-colored bow tie and sweater vest, and Reuben, in a matching leisure suit, sitting in our row. As Shayla came back to her seat, I overheard Martin telling Reuben about the personal lives of the award presenters. Reuben's response was nodding off to sleep. Corey, Martin, Reuben, Ta'avi, and Noah were each nominated for Best Featured Actor in a Musical. I hit the ceiling applauding when the presenter announced it was a tie between Noah and our son Ta'avi. After they both kissed one of my cheeks, they headed up to the stage arm in arm. Dad shouted from the rear of the audience, "That's my son and grandson! Hey, this reminds me of that old movie, The Oscar. I think it's on TV tonight." Mom lifted her iPad as high as she could, and then looked at it and cried out,
"Judy says she knew you two would win."
On stage, Noah spoke first. "I am the luckiest man on the planet to have a husband, son, extended family, and 2 careers that I love, acting and teaching." He looked out at me with tears flowing down his soft cheeks. "Nicky, you are my partner on stage, at the college, in crime-solving, and in life. I am proud to always be by your side." Ta'avi reached up to the microphone on his tiptoes.
Thanks, Pop and Dad, for casting me in the show. I can't wait to do it again, but next time, please give me a bigger role."
He made the hang loose sign. When Noah and Ta'avi were back at their seats, the 3 of us hugged and kissed as the presenters announced the nominees for Best Actress in a Musical. Moments later, Adina Saeed sauntered on stage wearing a gorgeous indigo gown. She asked the audience,
"Do I look all right?"
The crowd applauded their agreement. Adina said,
"Thank you. This award comes at a time of immense joy and grave sorrow, as my mother passed away last week. I will do my very best to honor her wishes and head her cosmetics empire along with my wife Shayla while continuing my acting career."
Shayla struck gold, on 2 counts. The next presenter announced the nominees for Best Actor in a Musical. When my name was called, it felt like watching a movie of my life. Noah pushed me out of my chair and I staggered up to the stage. Mama shouted from the rear of the audience,
"That's our boy. I directed him in little musicals in our bakery in Kansas."
Papa screamed next to her.
"And I made the cannoli for intermission."
In complete shock, with nothing prepared to say, as always I took in the face of the man I love. Awards represent accomplishment, happiness, and joy. But Noah, you are my true accomplishment, happiness, and joy. You are my Watson, my heart, and my soul. I don't want to be on a stage, in a classroom, or at a crime scene unless you are by my side. I took into Avi's sweet, smiling face. And to Avi, you...